In the year 2035, advancements in technology led to the creation of a virtual world called Connect. This virtual world was as realistic as the real world, with perfectly natural artificial intelligence non-player characters. It offered fancy swordsmanship and magic that could only be experienced in the game. These unique features attracted over 100 million people into the world of Connect. The scene shifted to a temple where Bae DoHyun, also known as Crash in the game, was engaged in a fierce battle against a large group of opponents. Let's aim for 200 likes on today's video. To show your support, consider subscribing to the channel. Bae DoHyun skillfully killed them one by one, instilling fear in all who witnessed his abilities. A knight stepped forward and shouted to his fellow knights, questioning their inaction and urging them to charge at Bae DoHyun. The knights, driven by their loyalty to the empire, started moving towards Bae DoHyun to attack him, shouting, "Death to the empire's enemy." At that moment, a window popped up displaying information about Bae DoHyun, revealing his ranking as 13th in Connect and his class as a psychokinetic. Bae DoHyun utilized his psychokinetic skill to manipulate the nearby swords and eliminate the approaching enemies. The knight then ordered the archers to fire arrows at Bae DoHyun. However, he swiftly used his psychokinetic ability once again to stop the arrows midair and redirect them towards the knight. The arrows hit many knights, causing some to die and others to sustain serious injuries. Bae DoHyun then proceeded to swiftly dispatch the injured knights using his dagger. The remaining knights, filled with anger, expressed their frustration with Bae DoHyun's overpowering skill in psychokinesis. However, their anger soon turned into confusion as they witnessed a large number of swords floating in the air. Bae DoHyun, once again utilizing his psychokinetic ability, controlled the swords and directed them towards the remaining knights, killing them all. After the bloody battle came to an end, Bae DoHyun moved forward towards the temple, muttering to himself, "Shit, where is it?" Suddenly, he noticed a cough coming from a nearby high priest. The high priest remarked, "In the end, this is it." Bae DoHyun looked at the high priest's locket and exclaimed, "That's it, his search is over." Meanwhile, the priest informed Bae DoHyun that God had foretold the arrival of saviors to this world. Bae DoHyun advanced, attempting to seize the locket from the priest's chest. However, the priest grabbed the hand of Bae DoHyun, exclaiming, "Why are there only fighters here, outsider? Why did you bring chaos to this world? Why did you burn the cities, kill the innocents, and enslave the people here?" Bae DoHyun forcefully freed his hand, snatching the locket, and retorted, "Old man, don't blame me. Blame the guild that colluded with the empire." In that moment, Bae DoHyun noticed new members arriving at the scene and muttered, "Shit, the guild's latecomers are here." He swiftly moved inside the building. Meanwhile, the priest warned, "Don't forget, everything will be as God has intended," and declared angrily, "All of you will pay for what you've done." Bae DoHyun then used the locket that he had snatched from the priest to open a hidden underground room. As he descended the stairs, he pondered to himself, according to the intel, these should be the very first mythical items in Connect. 5 years ago, major guilds colluded with the empire and destroyed the world. Everything he did for the last 6 months was for this. An NPC lamenting is nothing. The major guilds took control of Connect, and he is the only solo player left in the top 100. Let's take them before they get here. If they find out he obtained these items first, the guilds will be very upset. Excellent. Let's leave this place. He discovered a game cartridge and wondered why it was there. Abruptly, he experienced a sharp pain in his head. Bae DoHyun exclaimed, "Connection error. How did this happen?" Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had been stabbed. An internal lament echoed, "Damn it. Things were going too smoothly in Connect." Confronted by a group of individuals in black suits, one of them questioned his agitated movements, urging him to meet his end peacefully. Internally, Bae DoHyun condemned them, thinking, "I didn't expect them to escalate things to this extent in the real world. These people are despicable." Contacting their boss, one of them relayed, We have him. Do you want us to bring him alive? The boss, issuing instructions over the phone. In response, he said, yes, understood. Another inquired about the command, receiving the response, kill him. The boss only wants us to bring his head. Captured by a ruthless group willing to kill over a game, Bae DoHyun pleaded for mercy, but the captors were unforgiving. Ordered to cover his face, he internally resisted, thinking, no way, killing people over a game. These people are insane. Is this how I'm going to die? Suddenly, a voice urged him to wake up. Opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself alive, pondering, what just happened? I thought I died after being stabbed. The attending maid queried, are you okay, Sir Raul? Confused, Bae DoHyun wondered, Raul, is that her status level? Concerned, the maid asked, you've broken into a cold sweat. Should I call a doctor? Bae DoHyun reflected, what? I feel like I'm witnessing something I shouldn't be able to. A system window. Displayed information. The soul has settled in. Activating Connect's closed beta system. You can now use the user interface. Current number of users. 1. Bae DoHyun muttered, user, are you kidding me? That means this is inside the world of Connect. Raul contemplated within himself, sensing a profound connection. It differed significantly from his link with Crash. The strength in the game was determined by the level of connection one had with Connect. While normal players usually achieved around 30% synchronization, Bae DoHyun boasted close to 90%. Bae DoHyun had maintained his top-ranking status for a decade, until the emergence of major guilds. Unfortunately, Raul no longer inhabited that body and felt a sense of misfortune, considering the considerable time invested in its leveling up. However, recognizing the closed beta status and the solitary user, he pondered if he was the sole individual currently utilizing this system in the world. Realizing he could still access his inventory even in the closed beta, the window displaying information scanned his user's details and detected locked user information, subsequently updating it. This information flowed into his mind. Determined to ascend to the pinnacle once more, Raul resolved to leverage the knowledge and powers from his past life. He identified himself as Raul Ashton, the youngest son of Ashton, the fifth count of the Reuben Kingdom. Ashton County, the first to fall in Connect, belonged to one of Reuben Kingdom's orthodox families. Amidst family tragedies and a monster invasion, Raul, the youngest son, inherited the county. Anticipating the impending ruin of the beautiful city in 3 years, Raul, driven by a desire to prevent this fate, acknowledged that he no longer possessed the lives of Bae DoHyun or Crash. This opportunity was his last chance, and having endured hardships in his previous life as Bae DoHyun, he couldn't afford to let it slip away. The only viable path to prevent the impending downfall was to grow stronger. A month later, the traditional coming-of-age ceremony of Ashton Count was approaching. Success in the semi-finals would secure Raul's entry into Kingdom Academy, where he aimed to grow stronger and safeguard his life. Confused about his fatigue after a few swings, a window revealed his information as level 5 Raul. Puzzled by his level compared to a mate to levels lower, he resolved to train for the upcoming tournament. On the tournament day, observing the numerous participants, Raul realized he would face formidable opponents. Reflecting on the past month's challenges, he noted his increased level to 13. Feeling well prepared and confident in his stamina and match plan, an attempted surprise attack interrupted his thoughts. Dodging the attack, Raul discovered the assailant to be Diane, his cousin and the second son of Uncle Viscount Austin. Recalling Diane's past bullying during swordsmanship training, Raul regarded him as a scoundrel who preyed on the weaker. Diane warned Raul to withdraw from the tournament, threatening severe harm. Raul, determined to crush Diane in the finals, vowed to stand firm. In the evening, the butler relayed, "Sir, this is the report for the tournament today." Count Melvin Ashton, Raul's father, directed the butler, "Hand it over." "Was there anyone useful?" The butler responded. "About that, Raul qualifies." Inquisitive, Count Melvin inquired. "Where's Raul now?" The butler replied, "Sir, Raul went back to his room after finishing his meal. I think he used up all his strength during the qualifier, and went back to rest." Count Melvin nodded and said, "Okay, you may go." After the butler exited the room, Count Melvin burst into laughter, exclaiming, "He is my son, he really made it. He made it to the grouped stage." He continued, "I never forced him to learn how to wield a sword because he was weaker than his brothers. But then he started training a month before the tournament. At first, he fell down after 10 minutes, but he never gave up. I knew he was bullied during the training because of his weak body, but if I helped, he would be shamed for being unable to do anything without my help. I had to wait till he stood up for himself, but this is way past my expectations. When the finals are over, I should go see him." On the day of the group stage final, a person from the audience shouted, "What are you doing?" Another person added, "Make it fun. Stop dragging it out and end him." Edmund, lost in thought, muttered to himself, "Shit, this weakling. Why is he not falling?" Edmund resumed his sword attacks, but Raul adeptly blocked each strike. Frustrated, Edmund exclaimed, "Just go down," and launched a forceful swing, causing Raul to stagger backward slightly. The audience was taken aback by Raul's resilience, commenting to each other, "Look, he took his attack again. How many times does this make it? He's been holding out for quite a while now." They began shouting, "You got this, third son." This only fueled Edmund's anger. He taunted Raul, saying, "You rat, you can't run away forever. Are you not ashamed as a member of a count's family?" In response, Raul nonchalantly replied, "I can't really hear you." Someone from the audience shouted, "End him, Edmund. You've dragged it out long enough. I bet my salary on you." Unfazed, Raul standing still, while Edmund declared, "I'm done messing around. I'm ending this," and unleashed his mana sword. The audience was shocked by his decision. One exclaimed about the mana sword, while another warned, "You have to dodge that. If you get hit by that." Edmund moved towards Raul with his mana sword, but to his surprise, Raul decided to take the attack head-on this time. When their swords collided, an explosion occurred, leaving the audience tense. After the dust settled, the match referee, positioned between Edmund and Raul, announced, "The match is over. The winner is Raul." The audience erupted, shouting, "The third son won." "There's no way." Meanwhile, Edmund protested to the referee, saying, "I can't accept it. How's he the winner? If you hadn't stopped me," the referee sternly told Edmund. "How foolish. Look at your neck. If I hadn't stopped the match, you would be dead by now." Edmund, realizing the danger, fell to the ground in fear. Approaching Edmund, Raul stated, "I'll have to talk to you about your disrespect towards the county after the tournament," intensifying Edmund's fear. In the evening, Raul returned to his room, and the maid at the door said, "Rest well, sir." When Raul found himself alone, he burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Holy shit, I actually won." Opening the status window revealed the following information. Level up. Ashton's swordsmanship mastery has elevated to beginner level 9. Reflecting on his success, Raul thought, the plan worked. Using the game's feature where I get more experience and mastery by fighting against stronger opponents. Fighting against a stronger opponent for longer gave me more experience. This plan only worked because my game mode gives me an experience multiplier for taking away the revive. A hardcore mode. High risk, high return. I did complain at first. The status shows role information, including his name, level, class, affiliation title, and stats. Raul has 5 unique traits, but out of 5, 3 can't be seen due to his low level. Contemplating on his rate of leveling, Raul reflected, I wouldn't have been able to level up this much in a month if I was in normal mode. Best of all, I have 5 unique traits. Psychokinetic Meister is a trait that Bae DoHyun had, and Royal Lineage is a trait that Raul possesses. The rest of them will unlock as I level up. Let's try using this on the next tournament matches. Subsequently, Raul effortlessly won 3 more matches in a row, leaving the audience astounded. They exchanged comments, with some saying, "The youngest son actually made it to the grand finale. How could this be possible? He's just lucky." One person speculated, "Maybe he's using some kind of a trick." Another responded, "Impossible." Meanwhile, Raul thought to himself, "Connect civilians in the early stages don't know about the powers that the players have. It'd probably be better to keep it a secret that I can use psychokinesis until the players show up. I can surely hide it with my acting skills." The butler outside Raul's room announced, "Sir, it's Ivan." Raul welcomed, "Come in." The butler inquired, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Raul assured the butler, "I'm perfectly fine. Even if I get hurt, there's a priest and a healer on standby." The butler advised, "Still, don't let your guard down. Remember, there are wounds that can't be healed." Raul acknowledged, "Okay, I'll be careful." Internally, Raul thought, "He's really worried about me. I can't get used to it since I've never felt like this in my past life." Turning to the butler, Raul inquired, "What about the thing I asked for?" The butler responded, "I did as you asked." "Are you sure about that? Sir Dian is a strong opponent." Raul reassured, "Don't worry about it. I will win." The butler replied, "I trust you, sir. I'll leave now." While exiting the room, the butler reflected, his confidence matches the Count's when he was younger. But the final opponent is Sir Dian. He brutally wounds whoever he goes against. Simultaneously, Raul contemplated, "How much is this? Ashton County's betting system." The county created a legal betting system for the tournament's success, and the bets also go to the participants. This is enough to ensure my place in the family. The only thing left is to crush him," the referee announced, and now, the final match begins. People rallied behind Raul, shouting phrases like, "You got this, youngest. Be ready to get challenged by Dian. Win with your skill this time, Raul, Raul." In response, Dian addressed Raul, "Hey, weakling. I don't know how you made it this far, but I'll make sure that you consider it your worst decision to come up here. People cheering you will soon find out how worthless you are. It'll be a nice view when you start crawling with your limbs cut off." Raul, unfazed, yawned and provocatively asked Dian, "Are you done stretching your tongue?" This only fueled Dian's anger, and he retorted, "You arrogant expletive," while enveloping his entire body with mana. Observing the intense mana, the audience remarked, "His mana's overwhelming. Raul's no match for him." Meanwhile, Raul thought to himself, "He's acting all tough." Glancing at Dian's status window, the status window displays information: name, Dian, level, 42, class, expert knight sword user, affiliation, Austin Viscounty, title, Ashton Viscounty star, sword genius, stats, potential talent grade B, strength 52, agility 41, stamina 43, intelligence 18, willpower 14, mana 32, senses 21. Raul continued his thoughts. His potential talent is only B. He may look impressive now, but this is his limit. The referee announced, "Match begins." Dian, filled with anger, said to Raul, "I'll kill you, coward." He moved forward to attack, but was surprised by Raul, who leaped in the air to strike Dian. Attempting to block Raul's sword attack, Dian was pushed back. Someone from the audience shouted, "Sir Raul strikes first." Dian, frustrated, said to Raul, "You expletive showing off." Raul pondered, "His elasticity is below my expectations. His strength is also, whatever." Dian exclaimed, "Why can't I hit you?" While continuing his thoughts, Raul reflected, "I can see his sword clearly. A sword skill without any practical experience. A generic nobleman's sword." Raul was bullied by this guy. Dian angrily said to Raul, "You expletive, you tripped me. I will expletive kill you." Raul thought to himself, the only thing he knows is mana sword with all that mana flowing through his body. The audience was shocked by Raul's swordsmanship when he caused Dian to drop his sword. Raul remarked to Dian, boring, "You are really nothing after all." In anger, DoHyun moved towards his sword to pick it up but was tripped by Raul again. Raul said to DoHyun, anger issues and repeatedly falling for the same trick. Look at you. What a shame on Viscounty Austin's name. DoHyun angrily shouted, I'll kill you, and attempted to attack Raul barehanded, only to receive a punch to the face that caused him to fall to ground unconscious. The audience, witnessing this, couldn't believe their eyes. Raul turned to the referee and said, the opponent is down. Are you going to continue the match? The referee announced, the winner of the Ashton Coming of Age tournament, Raul Ashton. The audience cheered, saying, young master, I believed in you. Raul. Raul thought to himself, I'm happy I won. But this awful stamina. The referee said, young master, and called for the healer quickly. At that moment, a window popped up showing information about the Coming of Age tournament quest. Coming of Age tournament. Quest completed. Check the reward. Quest. Coming of Age tournament. Grade D+. Objective. Make it to the semi-final in the Coming of Age tournament. Extra rewards depend on the final place. Result. Tournament champion completed. Reward. Experience. 300 coins player shop. Random skill book grade E or lower. Extra reward. Extra experience. 5 grade D stat points. Random skill book grade D or lower. Raul thought to himself, nice. Quest completed. Now I can make it to Kingdom Academy. Butler Ivan expressed to Count Melvin, I am so proud of the young master. He grew that much in a month. Count Melvin contemplated. He played around with DoHyun. If he really got that far in a month, he's a genius. But in that moment, Raul noticed his father and waved his hand. Raul thought, he was watching. He probably knows that I'm good enough to go to the academy now. At night, when he went to his father's room, Count Melvin said, I can't allow it. Raul questioned, why? I thought I could go as long as I made it to the semi-finals. Count Melvin explained, that's situational. From what I see, Raul, you need to stay by my side longer. You fell after the match. Stay here a little more, and Raul interrupted, asserting, learning about the sword is a lifelong journey. Didn't you always say that? I'm trying to go to the academy to learn more. Just like you said, you can't stop me. Count Melvin, taken aback by his confidence, thought to himself, he has really grown. Count Melvin stood up and said, okay, fine. If you really want to go, you'll have to get past me. I won't go easy on you, son. He then asked Raul, what are you going to do now? A month later, Raul, with a sign of relief, found himself finally out. Raul recalled the memory of his past month. When his father stopped him, he accepted the decision and just charged at Count Melvin. Count Melvin challenged, is this all you got, son? I'll show you a real sword skill. Raul thought to himself, I passed out from his strike. He said it was just a sneak peek of what he had, but that was definitely his full strength. This powerful 5th county lord dies by the time the world of Connect starts, and after that, the county falls quickly. In order to stop the fall, father has to stay alive. I'll have to meet his expectations since he let me leave. I'll get stronger and protect my family. I can't lose it all. Meanwhile, seeing through his window, Count Melvin observes Raul leaving, thinking to himself about that kid. He recalls the memory when he told Raul to give up, asking how many times he had tried. In response, Raul said he would never give up. Count Melvin complimented Raul's persistence. Yes, that's worthy of the Ashton family's dignity. Come, strike me. Surprised by the trajectory of Raul's sword changing midway, Raul thought to himself, I can only leave a small wound even with psychokinesis. Acknowledging that it's about time to admit that Raul is no longer a kid, but a proud swordsman, Count Melvin pondered to himself, go, Raul, go and witness the world. At night, as they gathered near the fire to rest, Raul inquired of Sir Philip about their distance to the destination. The status window displayed details about Philip, a 42-year-old high knight. affiliated with Ashton County and the Golden Bear Order, bearing the title Swordbreaker. Philip, with a level of 92 and grade S potential talent. Philip responded by saying at this speed, "We will make it in 5 days. Should we move faster?" Raul, considering the soldiers' training, replied, "No, we need to train the soldiers as well. Let's keep going at this speed." Philip acknowledged, and Raul, reflecting, noted that his family had selected a total of 50 individuals, including 3 regular knights, 6 trainee knights, 15 trainees, and 20 cavalry, all possessing grade B or higher. Potential talent. Recognizing the need for strength to prevent the fall of Ashton family, Raul emphasized the importance of everyone getting stronger. At that moment, Jake approached Raul and addressed him, saying, "Young master, the maintenance for the carriage is completed. We can get going whenever." Raul responded, "Okay, good work." Jake questioned the need to bring so many people to the destination for a month. Philip intervened, telling Jake to stop questioning the young master's orders. Raul asserted, "You'll know when you get there. The reason I'm taking you guys there." The destination was Free City Mira, one of the first cities players visit after finishing the tutorial. This city was rich in quests, hidden items, and had mana usage limitations to prevent unreasonable beginner player massacres. Most of all, the resources are infinite, so the players went crazy about this place. God's Domain, a place full of monsters for players to grind. The God's Domain is the reason why Raul brought everyone to this city. The purpose was to expedite the soldiers leveling up in the grinding zone. A perfect plan. A window popped up, displaying updated system information. The system introduced a new feature, Connect Community, and unlocked a new category, Guild. Additionally, new quests, Staring Line of Adventure and Skill Collector, were registered. Observing this, Raul thought to himself, "Wow, a new quest as soon as I entered Mira. I thought I wouldn't be able to use any other features until the official launch. Nice, maybe I can unlock more features if I meet the requirements." His thoughts were interrupted by Jake, saying, "Sir Raul, you can meet the mayor right now. What would you like to do?" Raul responded, "Of course, I'll meet him." The mayor of Free City Mira, Reynaldo, inquired of his butler, "Who's here?" The butler replied, "The youngest son of County Ashton, Raul Ashton. He has come to visit with 50 of his people." Reynaldo, aware of Raul being the third son known for being weak, questioned, "What is he here for?" "Fresh air. Let them in. His family makes good money off monster materials. I'll rip some money off this kid." The butler acknowledged, understood. A little later, the door opened, and Raul greeted Mayor Reynaldo. The mayor responded, "Welcome, Sir Raul. I sincerely welcome you to the Free City, Mira." Raul expressed his gratitude, and Reynaldo suggested, "Let's sit over there and talk." Privately, Raul thought, "What a weasel. What an obvious fake smile." Reynaldo then asked, "So, Sir Raul, what brought you to Mira?" Raul replied, "I heard there's an excellent place to train here." Reynaldo affirmed, "Of course there is. You came to the perfect place. Mira is the safest place to train." Raul asserted, "It can't be an ordinary place. I would like to be permitted to enter the cursed forest." With a hint of nervousness, Reynaldo inquired, "What, cursed forest? It's too dangerous, especially for weaklings like I meant for younger people." Raul responded, "As I expected. Then I guess I have no choice. I guess I have to throw away the 500,000 golds that I was going to give you as gratuity in the river." Reynaldo exclaimed, 500,000 golds, Sir Raul, I was joking. The cursed forest would be easy for you and your knights. I give you permission to enter the forest." Raul said, "I knew a generous mayor like you would permit us." Privately, Raul thought to himself, "Now, the only thing left to do is grind and take all the rewards. I'll be at the top of Connect soon." The city known as Mirror was designed as a hub for connecting players in their virtual lives. In this closed beta phase, there are no inhabitants except for one individual, Raul Ashton. This unique circumstance has plunged the city into a crisis, given its extensive infrastructure of accommodations, large stores, guild buildings, and various facilities, all disproportionate to its current population. Land prices have plummeted as a result. Raul Ashton's true motive for being in Mirror is real estate acquisition, aiming to secure affordable land that will later be developed into luxury houses for nobles, guild houses for players, and apartments for regular players. He anticipates a substantial increase in land value in the future, particularly when players join and conflicts arise, akin to the remembered past. Mirror, once a city blessed by the gods, becomes an ideal refuge during times of war. Raul Ashton acknowledges that merely leasing land, as was profitable in the past, is insufficient. Given the impending war and potential risks, he is determined to be even more prepared this time. In a defiant stance against major guilds, he expresses confidence that this venture will differ from his past life, where he couldn't contend with their financial prowess. Jake inquired of Raul, "So, I just have to sign right here?" Raul, in a loud voice, responded, "Yes, everyone has signed except you. Just sign right here." Jake expressed caution, stating, "But my mom told me to be careful when signing papers." The girl confirmed, including Sir Raul, a total of 51. Creating and registering for the guild first is complete. Raul pondered to himself, "I created the first guild in a world without players. The very first and most advanced guild, first. They will get assistance from the system as members of the guild. I'm excited to see the confused look on their faces." At the Battle Association Mirror branch office, Raul announced, "I'm next." The girl at the reception welcomed him, asking, "How may I help you?" Raul stated, "I'm here to see some skill books." "What's the highest rank you have here?" Skill books are books with different skills written in them. If one reads attentively, the skill can be acquired. The skill ranks range from rank F to rank S. The representative mentioned, "Our branch office offers up to rank C skill books, but rank C skill books can only be purchased by VIP customers." Raul inquired, "What are the requirements to be a VIP?" She explained, "Either through contributing to the association through quests, or stacking up purchases." "But for stacking up purchases, you'd have to spend a lot." Raul further queried, "How much?" She responded, 10,000 golds, sir." Raul remarked, "That's not much." "Here, can I see the D rank ones first?" she asked. "Which line of skill books would you like to see first? Sword, bow magic, or shield?" Raul replied, "All of them." Shortly after, Jake commented, "Too heavy. Sir Raul, do we really need all these books?" Raul responded, "You may think it's a bother now, but those books will advance you to a higher level." Jake acknowledged, "I guess they are well descriptive skill books, but can't you only train through books at the beginner level?" Philip chimed in, "I agree. We could have bought power armor with the money spent on these books." Raul assured them, "You will know tomorrow. Don't worry and be patient." In the room, Raul contemplated, "Maybe it is too much." There were limits on the number of skills players could use, so normally, players couldn't use various skills. He instructed, "Quest window." Raul further reflected, "When I woke up in Raul's body, there were 2 unknown items in the inventory. I can't click them or use them. But then, yesterday, when I got the quest, I was finally able to use those items. I found out that one of them was sealed skill dex. What if the reward for this quest is the skill dex's activation?" On the information window displaying the quest skill collector, quest, skill collector grade, and known objective, collect at least 10 skill books and register them in the skill dex. Extra rewards will be awarded depending on the type of skill books. Reward, skill dex activation. Extra reward, unlocks trait unknown, acquires skill unknown. Raul muttered, "So I have to open the dex and hold the skill book. then said, "Register." The dex page moved on its own, and a purple light from the skill book moved towards the dex, displaying the first skill on the dex. "Raul exclaimed, "It worked," and thought to himself, "The sliver of mana, and the book is gone. It's going to take forever to do them all." He asked himself, is there a way to register them all at once? Suddenly, all the skill books started floating in the air. Purple lights emerged for each skill book, hitting the decks. Raul pondered. What? Does it understand what I said? I guess. It worked. System window appeared, displaying information. Quest. Skill collector quest completed. Check the rewards. Skill Dex Rare has been activated. Extra reward trait Skill Collector Grade X has been unlocked. Extra reward Copycat Grade S has been acquired. Another window provided details about the collector skill, Grade X, effect, activation of Skill Dex. Skill Copycat slightly increases the chance of acquiring skills from a skill book. Copycat Grade S Mastery, Beginner Level 3, effect, steals skills from the examined opponent. Examined skills are registered in the dex. As mastery goes up, you can acquire higher ranked skills, and the power of the skills increases. Current copyable rank, B. Raul exclaimed, "This is overpowered. I can steal and use someone else's skill." A system window appeared, presenting information about the skill dex, grade, rare, status, upgradable, bounded, description, replica of the mythic item skill dex that holds records of ancient skills. Records reset while crossing dimensions. It will regain its true power after achieving special requirements. Currently recorded skills, 525 skills. Raul thought to himself, I knew it. This is the mythical item I got right before I died. Some parts of my past life, like my psychokinesis trait and items, came with me, but my skills were reset, and it's a replica too. The only thing left is 3 grade X traits and 1 item in the inventory. I wonder what kind of power it holds. The following morning, all members of Raul's first guild found themselves confused, while see a system window, leading them to exclaimed, What is this status window? What is this thing called guild chat? Priest, I need to go see a priest." Meanwhile, Butler Bernard greeted Raul, saying, "Welcome, young master." Raul, reflecting on his sleepless night spent reading through the skill decks, said, "Good morning, Bernard. Did you explain it to them?" Bernard replied, "Yes, I explained as you instructed." Excitedly, Raul asked, "How about the skill book? Have you tried it?" Internally, Raul thought, "This man's name is Bernard, Ashton's family's servant and even stepson. He has been working for the county from a young age and was taught by Ivan himself. He has a great memory and gets things done quickly. But there's another reason why I chose Bernard. He has the power to control the wind." Raul then exclaimed, "Amazing. I knew you could do it, Bernard." In response, Bernard modestly said, "I am flattered." The status window displayed the following information. Name, Bernard, age 27 years. Level, 21. Class, servant, beginner wind walker. Affiliation, Ashton County, 1st Guild. Talents, administration, management, wind, power. Stats, potential talent grader, strength 17, agility 18, stamina 24, intelligence 53, willpower 46, spiritual power 23, senses 41, unique traits, sharp manager grader, cold-headed grade B, like the wind grade B. Raul continued his thoughts, noting, he lacks stats but has great talent for being a servant or an esper. I'm done with my preparations. Raul then instructed Bernard, saying, "Get ready." Confused, Bernard asked, "Yes, sir, what for?" Raul explained, "We are leaving as soon as the knights are used to it, to God's domain, the cursed forest." In the cursed forest, an ogre targeted Raul with its weapon, but he skillfully dodged the attack by leaping into the air. Raul taunted the ogre, saying, to slow, and countered with a powerful fist, demolishing the ogre's head with a single punch. Following the encounter, Raul confidently declared, come out already. Suddenly, a large group of ogres surrounded Raul shouting, human, strong, kill the human. The ogre chief commanded, everyone, charge together and kill the human. All the ogres rushed from various directions to attack Raul. However, Raul stood firm, challenging them. Bring it on. In the cursed forest, God's domain. The term God's domain encompasses more than just a grinding zone. It represents the entirety of the city of Mirror. For players, the city functions as a haven where injuries are healed, and if they perish, they revive within this blessed city. This unique feature makes Mirror the ultimate shelter. However, within the forest, this blessing, exclusive to monsters, maintaining a consistent number even after being defeated. Humans cannot be revived in the cursed forest, and attempting to carry items acquired from hunting monsters outside the forest results in their transformation into ashes and disappearance. This emphasizes the prohibition of touching the property of the gods, although this restriction solely applies to civilians. Players, on the other hand, can take items obtained from monsters outside the forest with the assistance of the system. Intrigued by the power, the ogre chief asked, what is that power? Human. Raul, utilizing his trait psychokinesis, swiftly dispatched the ogre chief, stating, this is psychokinesis. Jake commented, what a convenient ability, prompting Philip to urge, stop talking, and keep skinning the ogres. Jake expressed reluctance, saying, I didn't come all the way to Mirror to do this. I guess we've made good progress from this training, Sir Raul. Raul laughed and graciously acknowledged, thank you. It was possible because of everyone's help. All of you can get stronger by studying the skill books. Philip acknowledged, he's right, recalling a memory when he used a skill to instantly defeat an ogre. Raul inquired, how's that? That's why I bought skill books instead of power armor. Philip expressed amazement. In the present moment, Philip thought to himself, I learned a skill so quickly. How did the young master find out about this strange ability? Checking the guild chat, he became shocked and exclaimed, young master. In the guild chat, Raul responded, I saw too. We are going back to Mirror now. Simultaneously, in the Free City Mirror, Randall Visconti's first son, Ramon, shouted, I should have done this earlier. It was hard holding myself back after seeing you Ashton kids walking around. Randall Visconti's second son, Jerry, admonished Ramon, saying, you should have listened to me earlier, brother. Then we could have done this way sooner. One of the injured knights questioned their actions, asking, why are you doing this? Randall Visconti's third son, Cale, pondered, but didn't great-grandfather tell us to be mindful? We're all here because we made a scene. A knight warned them, you will regret this. Our young master will take his, but was abruptly silenced as Ramon used his sword to kill the knight. Ramon urgently shouted, please tell him to hurry up. We also have some business with that young master, anyway. This is strange, they keep reviving. Jerry proposed, let's take care of this Raul kid like this. Cale reminded them, I thought noble families weren't supposed to point swords at each other in the Free City. Ramon dismissed the concern, asking, what's the matter? We can just say we never did it. What are they going to do about it? If you think about it, this is good. We can just crush the Ashton family. Maybe great-grandfather will even compliment us. At that moment, Raymond's head burst, leaving Cale nervously exclaiming, brother. They turned their attention backward, only to find Raul standing behind them in anger. Raul declared, how dare you? This offense towards the Ashton County. You will have to pay back with more than just your worthless deaths. Jerry exclaimed to Raul, are you crazy? How dare you touch a son of the Randall family? Cale questioned, what are the knights doing? How did he even get here? A knight from the Randall family speculated, I think they're the Ashton family's main force. Philip reported to Raul, saying, "We've surrounded the Randall Knights as you ordered, young master. We also made sure there were no civilians nearby." Raul acknowledged, "Good work, everyone." Utilizing his psychokinesis trait, he lifted all 3 injured knights of Ashton and instructed Bernard, saying, "Take them to the shrine." Bernard responded, "Yes, sir." Then, Raul extracted his sword from his inventory, asserting, "I'll clean the garbage myself." The Randall Viscounty, akin to the Ashton County, belonged to the 5 warrior families of the Reuben Kingdom. However, in contrast to the Ashton family, the Randall family lacked an extensive history. The consolidation of the 4 warrior families into the 5 warrior families occurred when the current Lord, Viscount Hudson Randall, reached the Swordmaster stage. As a family with a short history, they had to devise various strategies to secure their position, consistently producing great knights, making respectable contributions, and overpowering their opponents. Their target was the Ashton County, which had lost its influence due to the absence of a swordmaster for an extended period. Agitating the Ashton family posed no risks, considering they were the least politically inclined. Numerous conflicts between the 2 families unfolded across the kingdom, with most initiated by the Randall family. The prevailing expectation was that Randall Viscounty would emerge victorious, considering their abundance of sword masters. The people of Randall were thinking the same would happen here. Jerry contemplated. What is that unusual strength? He pulled out a sword from the air. Meanwhile, Raul approached Jerry, prompting a Randall knight to attempt unsheathing his sword. Raul swiftly noticed and immediately dispatched the knight with his sword, instilling fear in the other Randall knights. Philip conveyed, "Young master said he would take care of them himself." "Everyone, put down your swords." Jeremy thought to himself, "They are really putting away their swords. Are they insane? I mean, it's better for us." Kale shouted, "You are going to fight us by yourself. This isn't training." As Kale attempted to attack Raul, he swiftly cut him in half. Jerry addressed the Randall Knights, exclaiming, "You bastards! What are you guys doing just standing over there?" The knights turned towards Jeremy, who stepped forward, stating, "I guess I have to do it. I stood there because I didn't want to bully a 15-year-old kid. But if I don't act when my comrades are going down, it's not right." A window displaying Jeremy's status information popped up. Name: Jeremy, age 37 years. Level: 65. Class: Leader of God Knights, Beginner Sword Expert. Affiliation: Randall Viscounty, Randall Knights. Stats: Potential Talent Grade B, Strength 66, Agility 72, Stamina 68, Intelligence 48, Willpower 63, Mana 70, Senses 55, Unique Traits, Brutality Grade C. Jeremy instructed his knights to get ready. Raul reflected, Randall family's main weapon, Reaper. I guess those are the elites. Meanwhile, Jeremy and 3 other knights formed a formation to attack Raul. Continuing his thoughts, Raul noted, the leader's level is 65, and the other elites are also in their 60s. My current level is 45. I can't win against them normally. 2 of the front knights addressed Raul, with one saying, "Why don't you stop now? I think you did enough." The other added, "We let you be, but no more. Don't care even if you're a young master." To their surprise, Raul rushed towards them and swiftly eliminated one knight. Employing the bear strike skill, he created an opening and successfully took down the other knight. Jeremy advanced and attacked Raul, who skillfully blocked the attack, but causing Raul to be pushed backward. Concerned, Jeremy inquired of the remaining standing knight, "Are you okay?" The knight affirmed, "Yes, I'm fine." Jeremy thought to himself, 2 of my elites went down just like that. I heard he was weak and didn't know how to wield a sword. He then pulled out a dagger, now equipped with a reaper in one hand and a dagger in the other, stating to Raul, "You're different from the rumors. I'll have to get serious now." Meanwhile, unfazed, Raul responded, "Bring it on." Raul pondered to himself, a parrying dagger and a reaper. Is he using Randall Viscounty's sword skill shooting star? Jeremy, feeling a bit nervous, remarked to Raul, I like your bravery. But you know that every wound is healed in mirror, right? You can't fight us all alone. In reply, Raul stated, I think you are the one confused. I bet you and your knights didn't even train after arriving in Mira. Jeremy was taken aback by Raul's remark and thought to himself, how did he know? His contemplation was interrupted when Raul responded, how did I know? Those soldiers over there, shaking in their boots even after their wounds have healed, are living proof. They are not used to death. Inwardly, Jeremy reflected, this guy, he doesn't just know about combat. He can see through everything. He's a threat. Jeremy instructed the knight, cover me from the back. The knight confidently responded, leave it to me, sir. Following this, Jeremy hurriedly advanced to attack Raul, who prepared himself to block the assault. However, he found himself pushed backward by the combined attacks of both Jeremy and the knight, resulting in numerous cuts across his body. Seizing an opening in Raul's defense, the knight broke formation and rushed to attack, only to be swiftly killed by Raul in a single swing of his sword. Jeremy, in his thoughts, considered, he is a fool, shit, there's no time to waste, and promptly utilized his skill, Randall Sword Vision Shooting Star. Observing the situation, Raul thought to himself, bring it, I will take you head on. As expected, it is a powerful skill known for its 1 versus 1 combat prowess. I'm struggling even with psychokinesis. I have to keep up. Meanwhile, Jeremy reflected, how, I'm definitely dominating this fight. I've pressed him all the way back. So then, and shouted, what's up with those arrogant eyes? Raul responded with 100%, leaving Jeremy confused about its meaning. In the midst of this, he was attacked by Raul, causing both his sword and dagger to be dropped. At that moment, a window popped up, displaying information. Opponent's skill examination has been 100% completed. Copycat is ready for use. Copy the exact moves using Copycat to engrave the skill into the decks. Raul utilized his trait psychokinesis to control both the dagger and sword of Jeremy, leaving Jeremy visibly shocked. Another window appeared, presenting information. Copycat, activate skill, Randall Sword Skill Shooting Star Grade B. Raul instructed the system to activate it and employed the Shooting Star skill to attack Jeremy. Confused, Jeremy thought to himself, how, this is definitely Shooting Star. Jeremy shouted while blocking Raul's attacks, who is it, who betrayed us and taught you this sword skill? Raul started laughing and replied, you taught me yourself. At that moment, Raul used the dagger to eliminate Jeremy. A status window popped up, displaying information, 100% synchronization, rank S bonus, Randall Sword Skill Shooting Star, Grade B Mastery level adjusted to Intermediate level 1. Successfully engraved Randall Sword Skill Shooting Star Grade B into the skill decks. Equip the skill in the skill deck selection slot 2. Use Randall Sword Skill Shooting Star Grade B continuously. Raul thought to himself, it's over. Using the rank S skill Copycat is hard since it's overpowered. Copycat is a skill I learned with the skill DX that copies the opponent's skill, but it can only copy one skill at a time, and I can't lose sight of the target once the skill is activated. If I lose sight of the target, the examination rate resets. That's why I didn't even blink when I was taking his attacks. Also, it's impossible to steal a skill unless it's a 1 versus 1 fight. Raul instructed the system, saying, display skill. A window popped up, showcasing the user's skills. Default skill slot, Ashton Vision Sword Skill Bear Crush Grader, Intermediate Level 2, Psychokinesis Grade S Intermediate, Level 2, Ashton Mind Skill Grader, Intermediate Level 1, Copycat Grade S, Beginner Level 6, Basic Meditation Grade E, Beginner Level 8, Skill Deck Select Slots, Flash Grade C Beginner, Level 6. Shield Grade C. Beginner Level 6. Skill Dex Random Slot. Iron Fist Grade D. Intermediate Level 1. Raul contemplated, acknowledging, thanks to the skill dex, I can use 3 more skills. Selection slots allow me to freely use 2 skills registered in the skill dex. I will use it here. Turning towards Jerry, who questioned, Who are you? How do you use the Randall sword? Skill, Raul responded, You're still here. Philip, kill them every time they revive for an hour. Philip acknowledged, Yes, sir. Everyone heard him. Kill them. All the knights responded, Yes, sir. Jerry pleaded, Please forgive me. Raul reflected, Blood for blood. This isn't Earth or a game. This is the reality that's been presented to me. I have to do everything to not lose it. Again, even if that means wading through a pool of blood, I am not losing. Reynaldo observed the unfolding fight through his window, muttering, What in the world is going on right now? According to the plan, when those Randall Viscountcy guys attacked that bastard, I was supposed to get my share after mobilizing the gods to help, but that bastard beat up 15 knights on his own. As Raul noticed him, he turned and looked directly towards Reynaldo. Feeling scared, Reynaldo quickly sat down to avoid being seen by Raul. He thought to himself, What? How did he find out I was here? Wasn't that bastard just a rich and good-looking pushover? At that moment, Raul instructed his knights, Let's leave. The knights responded with a unanimous, Yes. Reynaldo continued with his thoughts. Then, by any chance, is he a hidden swordmaster of the county? If that's the case, he must have figured out all my plans as well. I'll have to be friendly with the Ashton County in the future. Back in his room, Raul pondered. I did overdo it a bit. Suddenly, a quest window appeared, displaying information. Rival family challenge. Result, rescue and punishment completed. Measured grade. B reward, experience, 30,000 coins player store only. Random grade B skill book, draw ticket. Raul, contemplating to himself, acknowledged. These rewards are quite substantial. In addition to securing around 5,000 gold, I obtained a space-expanding magic bag capable of holding a carriage's worth of luggage. A unique grade Reaper and a main gauche set were also added, courtesy of those scoundrels from Randall County. The real gem here is the B-grade skill book draw ticket. Did I really get all duds from the tournament skill book rewards? Reflecting on it now, that was quite absurd. I don't need something extraordinary, but please, let it at least be a mid-tier one this time. No, I just hope it's not a dud. Please, please. As Raul gazed at the system window, it revealed the acquired skill book, Rivera, Spearmanship Grade B. Raul expressed, Nice, spearsmanship is a necessary skill in my next destination, the capital. My luck seems to be following me, isn't it? Then, there's only one more important thing I have to do in Mira now. I've invested 1 month here for that, and I will make sure to succeed. A week later, Raul engaged in combat with an ogre in the cursed forest, successfully killing it. A window popped up, indicating level up. Player Raul has reached level 51. You have achieved the level necessary for promotion. You may decide the possible promotion. And another window displaying information. It was confirmed that Raul's job was a sword user, and he achieved the status of a beginner psychokinetic. The proficiency of job-related skills, including Ashton family inherited swordsmanship, their Crush Grade A+ and Randall swordsmanship shooting star Grade B, was outlined. Additionally, the skill psychokinetic Grade S had advanced to mid-level 2, a separate window conveyed. You have satisfied the promotion requirements. Your job sword user has changed into sword expert. Your job beginner psychokinetic has changed into intermediate psychokinetic. Philip exclaimed, That's amazing, young master. Jake added, That's awesome. A sword expert at 15 years old. To demonstrate his newfound strength, Raul utilized his psychokinetic trait, lifting nearby. rocks and consolidating them into one location. With swift movement, he rushed towards the gathered rocks, unleashing the skill bear strike in a powerful attack. Raul inquired of Philip and Jake. Should it be like this? Philip praised. That's wonderful, as expected of the young master. Jake, with a laugh, remarked, you can now do this without us. Then, we should also take a breather and relax. However, Jake's comment was cut short by Philip, who countered, what do you mean relax? Think about how much you've got to catch up on to keep pace with the young master. Jake addressed Philip, saying, that was a joke, since the young master has worked so hard. I was just saying that we can take it easy. Philip retorted, in any case, you're all talk. Raul stated, regardless of whether it was a joke or not, I don't plan on taking a break yet. Philip asked Raul, then what would you like to do? Jake suggested, shall we contact the family? The Count will be thrilled. In response, Raul conveyed, I'll tell my family myself later. Let's just keep it a secret between us for the time being. Both Philip and Jake agreed. Raul thought to himself, I've hunted enough monsters and leveled up enough as well. I've laid all the bait out. All that remains is for the prey to take the bait. Now, hurry and move, dogs of the Empire. Raul then said, then, let's go back now. Both Philip and Jake responded, yes, young master. The alchemist Nokia addressed his customer, take care. This marks the end of today's work. The potions are very popular these days. It's thanks to the Ashton County who brought these here. In order to produce potions, monster byproducts are needed. As monsters rarely appear in the cursed forest, I wasn't able to easily obtain them all this time. But thanks to the Ashton County's people who started bringing the monster byproducts, I've managed to produce potions every day now. Moreover, the people from the county visit my village shop each morning, inquiring about the night, offering help, and checking on my well-being. Could that have been Raul? He's a bit peculiar, but I'm grateful. And he's good-looking too. Oh my, what am I thinking? Get yourself together, Nokia. He's only 15 years old, 3 years younger than you, and he's a noble. Nokia arrived at her home and, upon opening the door, called out, Nikki, where are you? Annie is back. While searching for Nikki, she was startled to find a letter pierced with a knife. Retrieving the letter, she read, we're taking your little sister. If you want to save her, don't tell anyone about this and wait for the next instructions. In a fearful voice, Nokia exclaimed, this, please, not Nikki. In her thoughts, she realized that her sister's life would be at risk if they ventured outside the city. Aware of reports on kidnappings being investigated by the city government, she acknowledged the validity of the rumors. Contemplating her options, she faced a dilemma. Going to the city government seemed risky, as kidnappers might be watching. The city guards were unlikely to extend help beyond the city limits. Consulting mercenaries or the adventurer guild would take time. She grappled with the question. What should she do? Recalling Raul's words, she remembered him saying, if you are ever in any trouble, come find me. Nokia contemplated, acknowledging that this might be her only option. I have to go see him. A message popped up, indicating Nokia heading towards Raul. Raul, realizing the situation, ordered his knights to take their positions, stay vigilant, and report any changes. With his directive echoed by the knights, Raul accessed the community communication system. A window popped up, displaying information as Raul accessed Connect Community. In his thoughts, Raul reflected on Link Cafe, a premium member-only information hub he operated in his past life. As a star player, he utilized the cafe to gather valuable information from fans and informants, turning it into an information treasury holding nearly every hidden detail in Connect. Though the cafe still existed, Raul considered it a jackpot, a resource to replace his uncertain memories for better planning. The current window displayed information, now searching for Free City Mirror. Continuing with his thoughts, Raul reviewed, okay, I checked every quest I could possibly take. Now I have to hope everything goes as planned. His contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a knight announcing Sir Nokia is here. Reflecting inwardly, Raul pondered, can I change her future? He then instructed the knight, okay, treat her politely. Further delving into his thoughts, Raul considered Nokia, the bearer of titles like Crazy Alchemist, Blood-Hungry Witch, and Taboo Destroyer. Nokia struck fear into everyone, conducting experiments on humans as revenge against the Empire. Although the Empire was her main target for her chemical weapons, innocent civilians also became entangled. Now, Nokia stood before Raul as a desperate girl seeking his help. Interrupting his thoughts, Nokia urgently said to Raul, please help, Nikki's gone. Remaining composed, Raul reassured, calm down, she'll be fine. I'll help. Explain what happened. Nokia explained, my sister got kidnapped. She should have been home 2 hours ago since the lady next door was taking care of her. Please find my sister. She's just a poor kid. It's all my fault. Raul comforted her, saying, don't worry, I'll make sure we find her. I think I know where she's at. Nokia pleaded, really, please save her. Raul assured, I'll let you know as soon as I find her, so stay here. Bernard will help you. Bernard responded, please let me know if you need anything. And you made an excellent choice. Young master keeps his promises. Philip shared, Pierce is tracking them down. And this, I got permission to operate from Mayor Reynaldo. Raul acknowledged, nice. A window popped up, displaying information about the raid quest in Free City Mirror. Grade, D2B objective, defeat unknown rogues. Additional objective, rescue hostages and raid the hideouts in the forest. Description, an unknown group of rogues is active in the forest around Mirror City. Mayor Reynaldo has requested a raid on the rogues that have been kidnapping and interfering with trades. Regain peace by raiding the rogues' base. Reward, large amount of experience and coins. Recognition from the mayor, unknown. Raul inquired, good. Did you give him the list of rats? Philip replied, yes, the mayor said he will reward us for it later. Raul reflected, he was surprised as well. I gave him the list of rogues hidden in the city. I used the information from my informants and data from the cafe link. I've already used too many resources, so I made sure that there are no holes in our plan. Addressing his knights, Raul commanded, let's go. The assembled knights responded in unison, yes, sir. Meanwhile, 2 individuals observed them from behind bushes. Simultaneously, in Ashton County, a golden bear knight from Raul's guard named Pierce lurked in the bushes. Internally, he pondered, found it. Judging by the traces on the ground, this must be it. Initiate operation. He then leaped into a nearby tree, contemplating, let's try using the new skill I learned. Detection, phantom magic circles and barriers. Young master was right. I will have to report this. A window popped up, displaying the message. We will be there in 5 minutes. Reflecting on this, Pierce thought to himself, this reminds me of 5 months ago. Youngest son, Raul. He was known for his weakness and talentlessness compared to his brothers. Many servants and knights didn't want to travel with Raul. Even when he was looking for volunteers, no one seemed interested for a long time. When Raul visited the knights' training ground and started talking to knights himself, he had conversed with Pierce as well. Raul said, Sir Pierce, you said you wanted to go past your limits. I can help with that. Raul wielded Pierce's sword himself and started pointing out the issues. Pierce pondered. I did say I want to go past my limits, but how is this kid going to teach me anything? I guess I can try it out. Every move felt smoother. Reflecting on what Raul had said to him previously, Pierce remembered, it'll be hard for you to learn Bear Crush. Your strength lies in agility, not power. You should try polishing your bow skills. I heard you are a talented bowman. Only a few people know about my bow skill, yet he noticed it. Maybe he's the one who can really help me. I'll follow him. Returning to the present, Pierce concluded, it was the best decision I've made. Everyone who declined his offer is probably regretting it right now. I don't know why he's been hiding his power. I reached the high expert stage with the skill books he gave us and was able to practice my other skills. It would be impossible without him. Maybe today will be the glorious day when he shows his true strength. Spotting Raul, Pierce leaped from the tree, bowing before him, and said, "You have arrived, sir." A window popped up, revealing information about the unknown rogue's hideout. Grade unknown, size unknown, status, a 3-circle or higher magic circle that interferes with vision. It also had a 3-circle magic circle that interrupts anyone who approaches. The objective was to destroy the magic circle or get inside to learn more information. Observing the hideouts, Raul mused, hideouts looked the same even in different cities. Kranan Empire's spies were hiding in Mira. Normally, Connect players get quests from starting cities like Mira and receive rewards for killing monsters or rogues. However, there are some unusual rogues, a slave trader who kidnaps people in the city, mercenaries trying to make it big. But the most dangerous of them all is the Kranan Empire's spies, the Imperial Hounds. They hunt players and blackmail them to prevent them from gathering together. They are crucial in late game as well, so I can't let them be. Subsequently, Raul signaled Pierce to attack. Utilizing his bow skills, Pierce swiftly eliminated two rogues positioned at the gate entrance. Observing the entrance, Raul contemplated. There's no one near the entrance. I'll dispel the magic circle with the scroll I bought from the shop. Wait, I can see the mana flow. Can I do this? Raul then infused mana into his weapon and struck the magic circle, successfully breaking it. A window popped up, displaying the information magic circle destroyed. Internally, Raul noted, "Nice. Now, instead of buying scrolls, I can save money." Pierce directed his subordinates, saying, "Jackson and Nil, lure them like we planned. I'll let you know when to enter." Both responded, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Raul thought to himself, "Nice, I have elite knights here. Let's hunt them all." Near the entrance, Raul instructed the knights, stating, "They don't need captives. They will hunt them all. Don't forget to use this for the last blow." In response, Jake expressed to Raul, "I don't understand why we should use this stick, but I will follow your orders. This doesn't even seem to be a task where we need to use weapons anyway." Addressing Knight Pierce, Raul instructed, "Watch out for us and find where the kidnapped people are. We need to save Miss Nokia's younger sister Nikki. Prioritize her." Pierce responded, saying, "I got it." Raul then commanded, "Let's go in," and utilized his psychokinesis trait to open the door. Together with his knights, Raul entered, walking for a little while until they reached the hideout of the rogues. Pierce employed his camouflage skill to hide himself and moved towards the hideout. After some time, a window popped up displaying information. Pierce has successfully infiltrated the opponent's base. Raul, in his thoughts, considered, "Good. Let's start hunting now." High cave ceiling and wooden fences spread around. Their levels are around 30 to 31, not much different from regular thieves. Since I've checked the base, I should give the orders. Then, Raul issued orders to both Philip and Jake, using a gesture of his finger to commence the attack. Swiftly and silently, Raul and his knights moved, remaining unnoticed by their opponents. The command was clear: kill the enemies present on the wooden fence quickly. The leader of the rogues, upon seeing them, alerted his fellow rogues, stating, "There are intruders. Guard the fences and kill them all." Inwardly contemplating the situation, Raul recognized the escalating threat. "Their numbers are increasing, and they're even starting to block my arrows," he thought, while concern etched on his face. A rogue, spotting Raul, urgently signaled, "Over there, shoot him down." With precision, they shot arrows at Raul, who deftly employed his psychokinetic ability to deflect the incoming projectiles. The rogue who launched the arrow, frustrated by Raul's skill, muttered, "That bastard," bounced off the arrow. "Hey, get some backup from downstairs. Over there." Panic set in as the realization struck. Arrows don't work on him. Jump on him and attack. The urgency in the rogue's voice echoed through the hideout, setting the stage for an intense confrontation. Meanwhile, Raul contemplated. I guess I'll have to use this now. Swiftly, he retrieved numerous daggers. In the midst of this, an assailant attempted to attack Raul, but he skillfully blocked the assault, pushing the attacker away. Raul harnessed his psychokinetic ability to collect all nearby arrows scattered on the ground. Witnessing this unfold, the opponents displayed visible shock at Raul's skills. In a decisive moment, Raul turned the tables, launching an offensive with the arrows and the array of daggers at his disposal, all manipulated through his psychokinetic ability. Despite his onslaught, some opponents managed to survive, adding an element of uncertainty to the unfolding confrontation. Reflecting inwardly, Raul considered, it's still not powerful enough. I have to exert more force on it to pierce through armor. With determination, he leaped forward to dispatch the injured enemies. In the midst of the skirmish, thoughts raced through Raul's mind. He questioned the whereabouts of the remaining adversaries. To his observation, Jake was actively eliminating an opponent. Jake then shifted his attention to a second enemy, channeling mana into his Reaper again. With an intense expression, he executed a lethal strike, killing the opponent. Raul pondered, observing Jake's rebellion against using the rapier. He doesn't have to make such movements that waste mana. Ashton told him several times not to do that to avoid leaving any traces of swordsmanship. But well, I don't think I have to be too worried. Good. We're almost done taking care of the small fries. Pierce apologized to Raul, stating, sorry, sir. We searched the entire prison, but we couldn't find Miss Nikki. Raul responded, it's okay. Did you explain things to the captive villagers? Pierce replied, yes, we have distributed the clothes and food, and told them to wait in one place until the battle ends. Jake inquired, but sir, do you think there are other enemies? Aren't they just thieves? Raul observed, they are, but don't you think it's a little weird? Jake inquired, weird? How? Raul explained, first, Nikki, who was kidnapped, isn't here. Second, there were many of them, but none stood out amongst the rest. Lastly, there was a magic circle on the entrance. Did any one of you see a wizard here? In conclusion, the important people and captives are in another place. Right, Jake remarked, that's true. But if we can't find that place, it'll all be useless. Don't you think so, Pierce? In response, Pierce mentioned, I actually checked some suspicious-looking places, but I couldn't find anything with my abilities. There could be a high-level magic circle or system. Raul acknowledged, it hasn't even been a month since you became our guild member. But you are good. Soon, no one will be able to fool your eyes. Pierce expressed gratitude, and Raul instructed, now, follow me. I think I know where they are. A moment later, Raul and his knights arrived in front of a hut. Raul instructed, search this hut. Report right away if you see something suspicious. The knights acknowledged with a yes, sir. After a while, Philip informed Raul, we couldn't find anything suspicious. Raul inquired, is this the fourth hut? Noticing something on the floor, Raul alerted, get ready. The real thing begins now. He kicked the table and channeled his mana into the Reaper, striking the floor with it, revealing a metal door beneath the broken wooden floor. Raul utilized his psychokinesis trait to open the door. He thought, secret stairs leading to the basement. Looking down the stairs, he remarked, something's coming. A red monster emerged from the basement and attacked Jake. Startled, Jake exclaimed, what is this? Meanwhile, Philip cautioned, don't step away. It will be harder to fight them if we scatter. As a monster rushed forward to attack, Raul retaliated, pushing it back with his Reaper attack. Philip informed the others, they are the Imperial Demon Cavalry. Their vital points are different from humans. Cut their heads. Jake, surprised, exclaimed, what are they doing in this place? Meanwhile, Raul considered, I should study their traits first, as he jumped forward and killed one of the monsters. A window popped up, displaying information about the monster. Incomplete Imperial Demon Cavalry, Level 41, Type 1, Cranon Imperial Demon Cavalry. Continuing with his thoughts, Raul reflected, just what I'd expected. I had a hard time in the past because of these guys. Recalling his past life, Bae DoHyun, he remembered, I attacked the Empire's hideout in the starting city on my 6th month of playing the game. It was due to the mayor's request when the top players were about to graduate from the starting city. Tens of top players who had finished changing jobs for the second time formed a punitive force with hundreds of guild alliances and took over the fortress. However, when the genuine Imperial Demon Cavalry, who had been concealed, revealed themselves, the majority of players were swiftly wiped out. Even the rankers, myself included, narrowly escaped. For 6 months following that incident, no one dared to approach the Empire's hideout. At that time, the Demon Cavalry was complete, with an average level approaching 50. Naturally, players who had only just reached level 50 found it challenging to contend with them. But now, the Demon Cavalry is incomplete, with low levels. My escorts are expert high-class knights over level 80. More importantly, I can discern the randomly placed vital points of the Demon Cavalry. All I need to do is target those vital points. After a little while, all the monsters were killed by Raul and his knights. Jake expressed frustration, saying, "Those damn monsters." Pierce asked, "Why is the Imperial Demon Cavalry in a place that's akin to the kingdom's front yard?" Philip inquired. "What should we do now, sir? I think it'll be dangerous to go inside." Raul determinedly replied, "We will go in. We can't back out now." Pierce suggested to Raul, "Then we should at least get some backup." Raul countered, "No, the captives will be in more danger the longer it takes. We have to take care of them before they get in touch with the others outside." Philip advised Raul then, "Stay behind us. We will handle the enemies. Just focus on searching with Pierce." Raul thought, "It's a shame, but it's not the time to be greedy right now. I get part of the experience points anyway even if I don't kill them myself. It's my chance to get carried. I've worked hard until now. By the way, it feels so great to have such reliable subordinates," Philip declared. "We will go first," and both Jake and Philip walked downstairs. Peering into the basement, Jake suggested, "We should kill them in frying stool water." Shortly after, Pierce remarked, "They are fearless, doing chimera research in another country's territory." Then the Demon Cavalry we fought, Raul observed, must have been made of the citizens. They kidnapped. I didn't expect them to be this crazy. In his thoughts, he reflected, I have seen these kinds of scenes several times in my past life, but it still creeps me out. Actually, I thought about joining them when I reincarnated because they will be seizing supremacy over this continent in about 10 years from now. But the Emperor is a crazy man. Becoming his subordinate would be the same as jumping into a fire with a bomb in hand. There are many baseless rumors about the Emperor, but I'm sure about one thing. The Emperor doesn't regard humans as equals. Those without royal blood are sorted into classes based on their perceived value, and during a life of labor, they become experimental subjects or food for the Imperial Demon Cavalry when deemed useless. Even high-class citizens face execution if they displease the Emperor. I recall a general who voiced concerns about the Emperor's tyranny. As he spoke with the king, a glowing red tattoo on his shoulder signaled his impending explosive demise. I vividly remember being there. I have no intention of surviving by aligning myself with someone like that, and I cannot condone experiments on innocent civilians. His contemplation was interrupted when Philip opened another door, beckoning to Raul. "Sir, could you come here and take a look?" Upon entering, Raul and his knights witnessed an Imperial knight urgently shouting, "Activate it. We have to secure the exit route." Pierce, utilizing his detection skill, identified the threat. 4 knights, 3 wizards, and 10 Imperial Demon Cavalry. The wizard seemed to be attempting to activate the magic circle in front of the cave. Philip assumed command, declaring, "I will handle the knights. Pierce, take care of the wizards. Jake, handle the Imperial Demon Cavalry that are after him. Please provide backup, sir," Jake remarked. "So you want me to clean up the mess from behind?" Meanwhile, Philip cast an angry look in Jake's direction. Pierce swiftly ascended to a nearby elevated position, employing about to target an enemy wizard and successfully eliminating it. Raul then directed his knights to attack, contemplating. Charging shot. They're 5 circle wizards. We have to eliminate them first. That barrier. Ordinary arrows don't work on it. I should put some psychokinesis over it and create a psychokinesis pathway for the trajectory. Subsequently, Raul released an arrow that shattered the teleportation gate and simultaneously took down the wizard. He continued his thoughts. Good, we stopped them from escaping through the teleport gate. The Imperial Knight Commander, noticing the broken magic circle, exclaimed. The magic circle was broken. He swiftly ordered his fellow knights, "Our exit route is blocked. Release the seal and kill them all." In response, the knights fervently declared, "Yes, for our emperor," while veins appeared on their faces and rushed to attack Raul. Meanwhile, Philip advanced, successfully blocking their attacks. Observing Philip, Raul pondered, "Philip isn't enough. The expert high-class knight who is over level 90. A window then appeared, displaying information about the Imperial Knight. Name, McDowell. Level, 71. Job, Knight Sword Expert Middle Class. Affiliation, Cranon Empire. Imperial Hound Mirror Branch Manager. Nickname, Red Hound. Stats, Potential Grade B Class. Unique Traits, Blind Loyalty Grade B, Fear Resistance Grade C. Continuing with his thoughts, Raul mused, his stats increased. Is that the red tattoos effect? Jake questioned. What is this? Are they all on drugs? Subsequently, Jake sent a message to Raul using the system chat, inquiring, "Sir, can't I just kill them with swords? I think it will be hard with just this little stick." Raul replied to Jake via message, stating, "Knight Philip and Knight Pierce are doing fine. But it seems like it's too hard for you, Knight Jake. This plan was made because I trusted your capabilities. But I guess we don't have any other choice." In response, Jake sent message, stating, "What, hard? I just said that because I thought Knight Pierce was having a hard time." He then shouted to the Imperial Knights, "Look what happened because of you. Guy, all of you." Observing this, Raul considered, "I should do something too," and promptly struck down a nearby monster. Witnessing Raul's swift victory, Jake thought, "That's weird. How does he figure out the monster's weak point so easily?" McDowell addressed the situation, saying, "I didn't expect that we would be overpowered. Who are you?" In McDowell's thoughts, he speculated, since they use Reaper, they should be from the Randall Viscounty, but somehow, their swordsmanship looks awkward. Based on my instincts, they aren't from the Randall Viscounty. Jake inquired, "Why does someone who will die soon need to know that?" "If you are done talking, let's start again, you dogs of the Empire." In response, McDowell retorted, "How dare you insult the Imperial Hounds?" As he closely examined Raul and his knights, McDowell pondered, "Is that kid the leader? I think I have found a way for us to survive." McDowell then shouted, "Give your life for the Emperor." For the honor of the Emperor, the remaining knights transformed into monsters and charged forward. Observing this, Raul thought, "That's Black Sacrifice, a skill that sacrifices oneself by burning life energy and mana to obtain incredible strength for a very short time. They must be planning something, judging by the fact that they are using that skill." In that moment, a message from Philip appeared, conveying, "Sir, be careful." Simultaneously, McDowell activates his power armor and charged forward to attack. A window displayed information about the power armor. Empire K2E type power armor. Rank, Grady. Output, 0.8 CP. Uptime, 2 hours maximum. Operation mode, Mana stone consume. Defense skill, 3 circles. Subsequently, another message from Philip appeared, alerting, they are after you. Philip swiftly rushed forward, attempting to attack McDowell, whose power armor efficiently blocked the assault. Frustrated, Philip thought, damn it. The attack was cancelled out by the force field, and he shouted a warning to Raul. At that very moment, McDowell declared, this is over, and launched an attack on Raul. However, Raul skillfully blocked McDowell's attack. A little shocked, McDowell exclaimed to Raul, what is it this time, you bastard? You were a power armor user. In McDowell's thoughts, he speculated, power armor with shifting parts, judging by its appearance, it should be F-class, but my instinct is telling me that it will be dangerous if the shifting ends. Attempting to attack Raul again, McDowell persisted. Meanwhile, memories of a few moments ago flooded Raul's mind, recalling McDowell's initial attack. What happened? I was going to dodge the attack by using the C-rank skill flash, but a message popped up and I can't move, notifying him of encountering a hostile power armor. Regnator, which was previously dormant, had awakened. Assessing Raul's qualifications, has a unique trait and known, grade X, attainment, sword expert, middle-class psychokinesis. Raul had fulfilled the minimum qualification, prompting the activation of Regnator. However, due to insufficient mana for complete activation, Regnator searched for other energy sources. It identified intermediate grade psychokinesis and successfully fixated its shape using psychokinesis. As a result, Regnator had partially activated. Raul reflected, so this is the power armor, a barrier that blocks all physical attacks weaker than a mana blade, defense skill that cancels out at least 3 circle magic, and a mysterious core that enhances the mana and physical abilities of the user. Even with higher level and experience, you can't win against someone with power armor. That's how great the effects of the power armor are. However, power armor is for NPCs. If you aren't a connected villager, it can't be worn. So for players, power armor became a dream equipment they could never have. For NPCs, it was the only way they could counter the player's outburst. And here I am, wearing that power armor. Raul's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. What's happening? Why aren't the attacks working? McDowell launched another attack on Raul, which was blocked, but the impact pushed Raul backward. Meanwhile, McDowell appeared, fatigued after the last attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Raul utilized his psychokinesis trait to retrieve his Reaper. Subsequently, he employed the shooting star skill to counterattack. McDowell, feeling the impact, thought, damn it, he even broke the barrier. Is this the end? But even if it is, I won't die alone, he shouted, honor to the Empire. Observing the scene, Raul contemplated, his body is fusing with the power armor. Guess it is almost over. Suddenly, a window appeared with information. Regnator has detected a forbidden piece of power. Confused, Raul thought, what does that mean? Another window provided clarity, releasing part of the seal due to an oath. Shortly after, a golden mana enveloped Raul's entire body. Then, another window emerged with information. Regnator will show his true self temporarily. Raul, clad in Regnator power armor, stood motionless. McDowell, taken aback by the sight of the power armor, collected his composure and leaped forward to attack Raul. Observing McDowell's, Raul disdainfully remarked, disgusting. However, when McDowell's fist collided with Raul's power armor, a massive explosion happened. The force of the explosion created a shockwave, causing the knight accompanying Raul to struggle to maintain their stance without being thrown backward. Meanwhile, aided by his power armor, Raul effortlessly thwarted McDowell's attack. Skillfully, Raul pushed McDowell backward, creating a strategic distance. In retaliation, a single, precise punch from Raul proved fatal for McDowell, culminating in a decisive victory for Raul and his knights. As Raul's power armor vanished, He reflected. I did it. I barely met the time limit, accompanied by a cough, causing both Philip and Jake to express concern and rush towards him, asking, "Young master, are you okay?" Raul reassured them, saying he was fine, and contemplated. I've never felt this before, something I've never experienced as a player. It feels like I saw a glimpse of eternal power. I borrowed the item's power this time. One day, I'll reach it with my own strength. After a while, Raul contemplated. Pocket teleportation device and mana stone. Let's figure out how to use them later. Pierce then informed, "Sir, we found Nikki and the other hostages." There was some, however. Raul interjected. There was nothing we could do. Get their belongings so we can hand them over to their families. Pierce acknowledged. Yes, sir. Nikki's not well right now. Raul urged. We should hurry. Let's leave. Jake questioned Raul. Are we really leaving those here? Raul inquired. Why? Do you want them? Jake replied. Of course. Many of them are useful. That thing's value can't be measured with gold. Raul considered. He's not wrong. The power armor that McDowell was wearing, I can't use it. But it can prove that we caught the Empire's spies and use it for experiments. The Imperial hounds weren't easy. They can easily take down small nobles. Many users gave up because of them. There's no need to agitate them right now. It's better to focus on our growth and expanding my influence. Raul informed Jake. It's all part of the plan, so forget about it. Also, I finished him. Jake responded. That's because you told us to stay away. Raul then promised a bonus for their hard work and told them to rest. Excited, Jake exclaimed, bonus and vacation. You can't take it back. Raul, observing Jake, wondered, is he stupid or smart? He then asked Pierce for a report, and Pierce assured, we've lured them as planned, and will ensure there's no setback. Raul pondered, let's see what they do. It's obvious, though. I'm curious about the kind of face they'll make after falling for this trick. Ramon questioned the guide. How far did they go? Hey, guide, are we going the right way? Frustrated, Ramon thought, shit, we tracked him down to this forest, but we don't even see his traces. We had to mentally heal from the shrine and even lost money and swords because of him. We lost to him because we couldn't use mana skills in the city. There's no way we could have lost with 12 knights otherwise. Knight leader Jeremy even has power armor. This is our chance now that he's outside the city. His thoughts were interrupted by the guide, who pointed and exclaimed, right there. Entering the hideout shortly thereafter, Kale remarked, here, this looks kind of dangerous. I guess we have to go in to find out. Ramon affirmed, of course, we came outside the city to find him. Let's go. A few moments later, Ramon commented, we couldn't find him, but this is pretty nice. Jerry exclaimed, magic items, artifacts, and even corpses of wanted people, and the biggest one is this power armor, and all of them started laughing. Meanwhile, outside the forest, a knight addressed Raul, saying, young master, thanks for taking the trouble. We raided a hideout in the East Forest and rescued the hostages. Raul inquired, nice, where are the others? The knight replied, they came here after their mission. Raul thought, they are my trainee knights and first guild members. 6 of them went past expert through training, and the rest are ready to be experts. We are getting back the supplies from the North Hideout, West Hideout. Every one of them can use mana and has learned Ashton County's sword skills. With over 100 members now, normal rogues can't stand against us. Raul then commanded the knights, everyone's here, let's go. The knights responded, yes, sir. A little later, at the gate of the Free City Mirror, one of the guards questioned, are they the Ashton County's people? Why are there so many? Raul inquired, are you the captain here? The captain of the guard replied, yes, sir. We've guided the civilians here as you requested. Raul commended, good work. As people gathered, one asked, is he the one who rescued the hostages? Another exclaimed, I can finally see my kids. Nokia thought, Maybe my sister. Then she spotted her sister Nikki moving swiftly toward Raul. Raul informed Nokia, Nikki's right here. Overwhelmed, Nokia expressed her gratitude, saying thank you. Thank you so much. Raul added, she's not in good shape right now. We will have to treat her at the mansion. Instructing Bernard, Bernard replied, yes, a priest is at the mansion already. Raul reflected, I saved the lives of many who were supposed to be dead and changed the future of the alchemist who would live only for vengeance. Maybe Nokia won't be a grand alchemist like she was before, and the items and potions she invented might not even appear in this world. Nevertheless, I still need Nokia for the county's future. Everything started to change when I came back to the past. I don't care even if history changes. I won't hesitate if I have to take away someone's future. I'm no longer a kind person. Even today, I could have saved so many more people if I had acted faster. Instead, I looked away from those people and chose to binge the quests and gain Nokia's interest. Still, I completed the quest overnight and saved everyone I could have. The city will be safe for now, and the mayor will visit with rewards when the sun comes up. But I still feel uneasy. Subsequently, Raul observed a woman in the crowd, tearfully uttering, my son didn't make it back. Reflecting on the situation, Raul thought about the lower-class people who couldn't pay for commissions, those who never even got a chance. Looking back, he realized that his actions were solely driven by quests and levels. He acknowledged that he never had a conversation with people unrelated to the quests. Despite telling himself he would live in the present after reincarnating, he recognized that he was still just playing around as if it were a game. Deep in thought, Raul questioned the merits of living within the system's confines. He pondered whether blindly following the predetermined quest was the right path. Realizing his plans based on the player's perspective might limit him, he sought a unique role as a nobleman of Connect. Worried about repeating past mistakes, he yearned to find a task exclusive to him. Turning to Philip, he asked about the disheartened people nearby, seeking insight into their personal information and circumstances. Philip inquired, all of them? Raul responded, yeah, and provide consolation money to those who lost family or had them kidnapped, helping them find jobs. As Raul contemplated, he felt remorse for burdening someone who came to fight. Philip expressed surprise, stating, I thought you only stepped in when things benefit you. He assured Raul that others wouldn't refuse, except for someone who might say no, gesturing towards Jake. Jake questioned, why is he looking at me? I don't hate doing good things either. In a whisper to Raul, he added, but still, are you going to give me a day off? Right. The gathered people expressed their gratitude, saying thank you. Long live Count Ashton. Long live young Master Raul. Raul considered, Mira's citizen support will be helpful with other guilds. Although calculated, it's like killing two birds with one stone since they appreciate it. Staying here longer to level up and gain practical experience seems like a good idea. Meanwhile, an elderly person in a hoodie observed Raul from a distance. The following day, Reynaldo expressed, I've inconvenienced you a lot. You've given me a much-needed break. Raul replied, well, even without me, you would have resolved it too. Reynaldo countered, no, I couldn't even sleep. After hearing the news about Mira being targeted by the Empire swarming with evil seeds. Without your report, we would have been in big trouble. Raul remarked, he was surprised too. Who would have thought that the Empire's evil forces reached Mira, clearly within the Kingdom of Ruben's territory? Judging by their hideout, it seemed they had been working in secret, training demonic soldiers for quite a long time. Reynaldo revealed, to be honest, this wasn't the first time there were missing cases, but we couldn't subjugate them due to the treaty. According to the treaty, Mira wasn't allowed to have an army, only gods, and they couldn't showcase even half of their capabilities outside the city. Come to think of it, someone from Randall Viscounty came, as you said. They claim to have destroyed the spy's hideout and are vigorously demanding compensation. If not for your request, we would have just kicked them out, Raul commented, as expected. But, as he had said before, this matter. Reynaldo interrupted Raul and remarked, "Yeah, we should attribute this to Randall Viscounty. But don't you think it's too bad? Not only will you gain a great reputation, but you may also receive rewards from the royal palace." Raul responded, "Thank you for the concern, but please just do as I asked." Reynaldo teased, "Oh my, you're too careful. That's not fun for your age anyways. I'll take care of this matter well." Raul pondered. The Randall bastards can handle the Empire's hideout and draw their attention. It's their contribution. His thoughts were interrupted by Reynaldo, who said, "By the way, I don't know what I should give you as a reward. I don't think money will be enough. What do you want? I will give you anything." Raul continued his thoughts, thinking that Reynaldo was finally saying something he wanted to hear. Raul then expressed, "Then, I'd like to ask you for a favor. I heard that your mansion has a study with a collection of valuable books. If it's all right with you, may I take a look at those books?" Reynaldo remarked, "That study, it's nothing much, but feel free to take a look to your heart's content. If you want, you can even take one of the books with you. But still, it seems like that won't be enough. So I'll show you the secret treasury too. I'll let you choose one thing from there as a gift." Raul expressed his gratitude, saying thank you. "As expected, you're very generous." Reynaldo added, "Right, I give generously when needed. But some people call me stingy. I wonder if they've hurt their eyes?" Raul thought to himself, wondering why Reynaldo was showing off when he had to give him a reward anyway. Shortly after, in Reynaldo's study, a servant said to Raul, "I shall leave you be. Please feel free to take a look." Raul thought to himself, realizing that this was the place he had heard about. He knew that while the books may appear to be miscellaneous, they were actually a marvelous treasury of skill books. A window popped up, asking, "Would you like to acquire the B-rank skill book Thunder Pierce?" Raul continued his thoughts, realizing that all the books in this library were skill books, and he felt overwhelmed just by looking at them. He knew he had to carefully search for the book he wanted, as there was no guarantee he would have the opportunity to return. He noticed a subtle light coming from a particular book, and he knew he had to take a closer look at it. Another window appeared, displaying the information, "Study of ancient rituals, spells, and instructional methods for mental cultivation." Raul contemplated the lengthy title and thought to himself, "What a long title! But this book." Suddenly, a new window popped up, revealing detailed information about the book titled Quercus Meditation Art. The window stated that it was only available for psychic ability users, with a grade of S, and a unique effect of providing a 24-hour automatic meditation effect and the ability to engage in mental training. The description explained that this meditation art was used by ancient psychics to cultivate spiritual power and that it allowed individuals to purify their souls by connecting with nature and utilizing a mental imagery space. Additionally, there was a popular belief that meditating near an oak tree enhanced the effectiveness of the practice. Raul pondered the exclusivity of this meditation method, specifically designed for S-level psychics. He exclaimed, "I finally found it. Now I can finally obtain these skills. In my previous life, Bae DoHyun managed to achieve a top rank in the early stages with just a B-rank meditation art. However, my insufficient spiritual power capacity eventually led to my downfall. By the time I attempted to find a better meditation art, the path to acquiring skill books had already been monopolized by large guilds and other high-ranking individuals. Initially, skill books related to superpowers had abysmal drop rates, and information about them was scarce. However, over time, details about the Quercus meditation art began to surface. According to a renowned flame magician ranker from Japan named Sakata Shigehisa, the mayors of the starting cities concealed one S-rank skill each. Among them, Sakata had acquired a superpowered skill from Mira's library. Reflecting on his past life, Raul remembered obtaining an S-rank skill book in the starting city of Ignet. Unfortunately, it was a magician-exclusive skill, rendering it useless to him. However, this time would be different. The cumulative effects of the meditation method would ensure he never ran out of spiritual power, right? Furthermore, while psychic abilities may not appear impressive initially, their power and range of use expand significantly as one's level increases. With sufficient spiritual power support, increasing Raul's proficiency would become much easier. If he could reach the level he had in his previous life before a full-scale war with the Empire began, he would really be able to turn the tables upside down. He was looking forward to that day. Raul chose a moderate mana ring from Reynoldo's treasury, knowing that there were much better things in his hometown anyway. He decided it was time to tackle some personal reorganization that he had been putting off until now. He completed all 70 quests he had gathered in one night, including the skill books below C rank and the rare grade items. He also amassed 50,000 player-only coins. Raul issued a command for the system to open the status window, revealing the following information: name Raul, level 55 hardcore mode, job Night Sword Expert Beginner, mid-tier psychokinetic, belongs to County Ashton, First Guild, unique traits, skill collector grade X, developers analyzing I grade X, psychokinetic Meister S+, royal lineage, and known grade X. Raul contemplated, in 1 month, all my body stats have surpassed 65, with mana and spiritual power exceeding 70. I can now be considered skilled. Superhumans like swordmasters or high-tier psychokinetics have around 90 stats. In my previous life, I even reached 90, in willpower and senses. In this life, I'm aiming to elevate all my stats to 90. If the opportunity arises, I'll strive to be the first player to reach 100 stats. It might sound like a dream, but Raul genuinely has numerous opportunities in this life. For example, the information window displayed the details of the Regnator Power armor. It was graded as a B and was currently bound to Raul. The armor was partially open but sealed, with an output of 1.5 core power. Its operating time was limited to a maximum of 5 minutes, and it operated in self-charging mode. The defense technique of the armor included a mid-tier mana blade attribute force field with 6 circles, although the attribute effect was reduced by 50%. The armor was a replica of a mythical power armor, but most of its functions had been sealed or transformed due to crossing time and space. The seal would be undone once special requirements were met. The armor also had special functions, including condemnation, which amplified its effect by 200% against the target of the oath, and covert satiation, which allowed it to absorb lower power armor and imitate its function. Raul, who had reincarnated, had 2 items accompanying him: the skill decks, which had been unlocked through quests, and the awakened Regnator Power armor. He had received a quest related to their skill decks, which required him to solve 50 quests to undo the next seal. However, he had no clues about how to handle the Regnator Power armor, possibly due to its challenging current output. In addition to unlocking their power armor, Raul had also unlocked a unique trait. An information window popped up, revealing the details of the developers analyzing I. It was graded as an X and allowed Raul to borrow the developer's vision to steal information related to the system. This trait facilitated the analysis of special energies and explained why the Raul had been able to see NPC information and mana flow. He speculated that he had acquired this trait when he subdued the Imperial Hound's demonic energy. To confirm this, he planned to check the quest that appeared together with the unlocking of the trait. However, he noted that this anomaly might be due to attacking the Imperial Hound hideout too early, as the quest typically appeared when leaving the starting city. If he followed the same route as in his previous life, he would constantly encounter the Empire to obtain the black magic stone fragments, navigating scenarios amid their extreme interference. However, he no longer had to do that now, being both a player and a citizen of Connect. The choice of scenario and the quests he cleared were entirely up to him. He was no longer a puppet moving along the developer's wishes. If the ending they decided and what he wanted were different, he would move as he pleased, even if it meant destroying the scenario and the quest itself. The following day, Bernard called out, "Young master, are you inside? Nikki has regained consciousness. Miss Nokia would like to meet you. What would you like to do?" Raul responded, "Of course, he should meet her. Let's go." Upon meeting Nokia, Raul inquired Nokia, "How is your little sister doing?" Nokia expressed, "Young master, you're here. Thank you very much. I don't know how to repay your kindness." Raul remarked, "Don't mind it. Before that, since Nikki is not all better yet, I need you to be stronger." As Raul contemplated, he wondered, "Then shall I check Nikki's state too?" Nikki expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Nokia apologized, stating, "I apologize, but Nikki is very shy." Raul reassured, "It's fine, she's still young." In his thoughts, he added, "She's still unwell. How pitiful. Shall I check more closely?" Upon closer inspection, Raul noticed Nikki's strong mana and pondered, "What is it? What's going on? Did the others not notice it? I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I'll have to look at it again through the developer's analysis." As he observed Nikki's status window, Raul became shocked. Raul was taken aback, thinking to himself, "No way, I thought she was just a kid." As he looked at the window displaying information, he read the details. The name was Nikki, a 13-year-old with a level of 5. Surprisingly, she had no class affiliation. She was associated with the Free City Mirror. Her talent was unknown, but it had a potential grade of SS. Raul examined her stats, noting her strength at 5, agility at 3, and stamina at 3. Her intelligence was at 60, with a deduction of 30. Similarly, her willpower was at 65 with a deduction of 25, mana at 62 with a deduction of 61, and senses at 52 with a deduction of 45. Additionally, she possessed 3 unknown unique traits. Raul pondered, double S potential talent. Her illness is bringing her stats down. But what if I can cure her illness and bring out her true stats? I can't even imagine how powerful she'll be. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Nokia asked him, "Sir, what's wrong?" Raul quickly replied, "It's nothing," but internally, he resolved to delve deeper into the matter for Nikki's sake. A few days later, Raul muttered to himself, "Okay, he has all the papers he needs. He's almost done with Mira. Everything is going well." They found more rogues and slave traders and rescued 50 more people. Now Mira is the safest place. The construction of the guild house was completed, and some guild members were now living there. Many of the civilians they had rescued were willing to work for them, and Raul was confident in every aspect of their progress. The only thing left was... Bernard said to Raul, "I'm opening the door." Nokia entered the room. Raul then asked, "How is Nikki doing?" Nokia replied, "She's doing much better, thanks to the hard-working priests." "Thank you again," Raul responded. "That's nice, however." In his thoughts, he believed that Nikki's condition had not actually improved and couldn't be healed with divine power in the first place. Raul said, "I asked to see you because I wanted to talk to you." Nokia replied, "I see. I heard you are leaving today. Is that true? I haven't been able to properly thank you yet." Raul explained, "Yes, I've stayed longer than I was supposed to, so I'm on a tight schedule now." Nokia offered her assistance, saying, "Ask me anything. How may I help you?" Yet, in her thoughts, she wondered if there was a reason why he had helped her and Nikki so much. She had encountered many greedy nobles in the past and was scared that Raul might be the same. She didn't want to disappoint him. Before Nokia could dwell further on her thoughts, Raul interrupted and said, "It's not what you're thinking. Why don't you read this first?" He handed her some papers, and as she read through them, Nokia became shocked. One of the papers showed information about a pardon letter, forgiving all sins committed by Nokia in the past and releasing all charges against her. In surprise, Nokia asked, "Pardon? Is this real? How did you?" Raul said, "Luckily, it was something that could easily be settled with money." And Raul thought, the paper he had just given Nokia pardoned her of her sins. He had to use quite a lot of money to get permission from the Alliance, but that was nothing compared to her worth. Meanwhile, Nokia thought, she had suffered through 5 years of pain because of the mono restriction. It was a problem she thought she could never escape. Raul had solved it so easily. She realized she was stupid to have compared him with other nobles and felt arrogant for doing so. Raul asked Nokia if she was okay with it. Could she tell him how she got her mono restricted? Nokia said, when she was a kid, she left her hometown. Her alchemist teacher saw her talent as an alchemist and helped her get into the Alchemist Association. She made a name for herself as a young talented alchemist and even mastered three-circle magic at the age of 13. But then misfortune struck when there was a disease outbreak in her hometown, and she lost her family. Only Nikki was left when she arrived. She tried to bring her to the association and live with her, but the misfortune didn't stop. When Nikki turned 6, she got an incurable disease, probably because of Nokia's exposure to hazardous substances. Nokia focused on finding a cure for 2 years and made it to the 5th circle at the age of 18 during the process, but it meant nothing to her. When Nikki's death was approaching, she couldn't think of any solutions. She broke the taboo by using alchemy on a person and kept Nikki alive using materials she stole from the association. However, Nikki couldn't even stay awake without medicine. Then she was caught breaking the taboo and got kicked out of the association with constraints. They settled in their current location after wandering around for a while. The city was safe and the blessings of God helped with Nikki's illness. However, mono restrictions and a sick sister didn't look good to the people here, so his talk was interrupted by Raul, who said, "You've been through a lot. Now drink this. It will free you." Nokia took the potion from Raul and drank it. Nokia thought, it's been 5 years, but it still feels relaxing. I missed it. Meanwhile, the status window of Nokia popped up, revealing information. Nokia was 23 years old, at level 68, and an intermediate alchemist 5th circle. She was affiliated with the Free City Mirror. Nokia's stats included a potential talent grade S, unique traits such as Master of Alchemy grade S, Precise Tuner grade A, Genius Absurdity grade A-, and one unknown trait. Nokia thought, I get it now. What he really wants from me. Nokia then said, I, Nokia, will be loyal to Sir Raul. I am eager to see you save many others, just like how you saved me and Nikki. Raul replied, I accept your loyalty, and I won't forget what you said. I'll give you this as well. Nokia asked, this is? Raul answered, it's for Nikki's illness, a monofilaria. A great alchemist that's no longer in this world left this. There's a part missing in it, so it needs more research. Nokia, make the perfect cure using that. That's the first order I give you as your lord. Nokia said, I'll make the perfect cure with my life. And Nokia thought, I decided. For the rest of my life, I'll live for him. Raul observes Nokia exiting the room, though he is still talking and acting awkwardly. However, he knows he has to practice as this is his home and the people he interacts with are citizens of Connect. Today was a great success for Raul. Nokia was the first member who wasn't assigned to her, and she is an alchemist who will leave a mark in history. She will create the cure. Nokia herself is a great alchemist who is no longer in this world. In the past, she also fought the incurable disease called monofilaria. After extensive research, she finally developed a cure, although many people were sacrificed in the process. It doesn't matter now. Raul considers himself lucky that data about Nokia cure is still available in Cafe Link. He purposely gave Nokia a defective version so that she could grow. Hopefully, Nokia will no longer feel burdened by Nikki when she creates the cure. Even if she can't make it in time, Raul can provide her with the remaining data. Everything Raul had planned to do in Mira is now complete, and he must prepare for his next destination. The next destination is the capital of the Ruben Kingdom, also known as the Tomb of Sword, Metropolis Turium. Raul is getting excited about what will happen in the vast city. Let's get going. A few days later, Raul muttered to himself that they had arrived at the capital of the Ruben Kingdom, Turum. Jake expressed his amazement at the large number of people in the capital, noting that it was quite different from what they were used to. Raul confidently stated that there was no need for them to wait in line, as they were from a county and could enter without any issues. The knights acknowledged his command. Raul then pondered the fact that he had left most of the guild members in Mira and only brought a small group with him, hoping that it would make their mission easier. After entering the capital, he wondered why there were no carriages or escorts waiting for them. Raul turned to Bernard and asked if he had sent the message about their arrival. Bernard assured him that he had, but there seemed to be a mistake. He suggested heading to the mansion first and gathering more people. Raul asked Bernard if he knew the location of the mansion and suggested they move together. Bernard asked a nearby woman if she knew where the Ashton County mansion was, but she had no idea. He asked other people, and one person mentioned that Ashton County was associated with a warrior family. Another person suggested looking for the mansion in the Noble District. However, the patrol in the Noble District informed Raul that there was no Ashton County mansion there and denied them entry. Raul was surprised by the lack of knowledge about his family, but he understood that they were not well known. Jake expressed his frustration. Soldiers are dying stopping monsters at the Ashton County and you are asking where Ashton is. You don't even know who's maintaining this peace, you son of... Raul realized that it made sense for civilians to be unaware of their family, as they rarely visited the capital. However, he found it strange that no one even knew about the mansion's existence, considering its purpose for exchanges with nobles and royals. Raul decided that it was inconvenient, but asked Bernard to go to the office and find the address. Bernard confidently agreed to take care of it. After a little while later, the guard asked, "Are you sure this is the paper? I'm sure this address is for Baron Gendar." Raul asked, "Baron Gendar, not Count Ashton?" The guard replied, "Yes, Baron Gendar has been living there for over 10 years now. We can head there for now." Raul turned to Bernard and asked who he is. Bernard explained, "Baron Gendar is a 50-year-old male. He is your distant cousin and he's in charge of foreign affairs." Raul said, "I see. Let's go to the mansion. I'll have to see it myself." A few moments later, at the mansion gate, the guard asked, "Who are you again?" Philip said, "I am escorting Ashton County's youngest son, Sir Raul." "Where's the foreign affairs officer?" The guard asked, "Ashton County. Do you have an invitation?" Philip asked, "Invitation? What invitation?" The guard said, "You came to a party without an invitation. Please wait over there. I'll be back." Raul was surprised and said, "Party?" Jake advanced with anger towards the guards and said, "What the fuck is happening here? You are asking the owner to wait outside? I don't care who Baron Gendar is. Tell him to come out." Meanwhile, all the guards dropped their weapons and ran away, saying intruders. Jake was surprised by that and asked, What the fuck just happened? Are they running away?" Raul said, "Let's go inside." A person with more guards blocking the path of Raul and his knights approached them and said, "Stop there. You are not allowed to enter this place." He asked, "Who are you?" Philip said, "I am Philip of the Golden Bear Knights of the Ashton County." "Where's Baron Gendar?" The person asked, "Why are you intruders looking for the Baron?" And then the realization hit him. "Wait, Ashton County." He said, "I'm sorry. I heard you were coming, but it was late. I'll let the Baron know right away." "What are you guys doing?" "Bring them to the reception room." His fellow knight said, "Yes." Raul thought, what the hell is happening? This place is as big as he had heard. It would take forever to go around even with a carriage. Is that That's the building only the direct lineage of the Ashton County can use. Why do I hear music from the building, and there are strangers rolling in the front yard? Jake asked, is there an event today? Someone said there's a party. The god replied, you didn't know. Today is Baron Gender's third son, Aaron's birthday party. Parties happen too often here, so we get confused as well. Jake asked angrily, what? Whose party, Baron? Gendar said, finally, you are here, let's see. Are you Raul? You grew a lot. Raul thought, he seems strong, but then window pop-up showing information, level 50 Baron Gendar. Raul continued with his thoughts, level 50, not even an expert. I get why other families look down on Ashton. I get why father put this guy in charge of foreign affairs, but I can't accept it. He's even looking down at me. Raul asked, do you know me? Baron Gendar said, you must have forgotten since it's been a long time. I'm basically your uncle. I'm like a brother to your father. Raul said, my uncle? I've never heard your name mentioned as my uncle. Baron Gendar laughed and said, clever. It must be hard for you to understand since the Ashton family tree is a bit complicated. You can just call me uncle. Raul thought, he thinks I'm stupid. I won't let him take advantage of me. Raul said to Bernard, can you re-explain what this guy has to do with me? Bernard replied, yes, sir. Baron Gendar is Count Ashton's second cousin. He is your third cousin and is in charge of foreign affairs at the capital. Baron Gendar said, what are you doing in front of an adult? Did your father not teach you to respect your elders? Raul said, Baron Gendar, you must be very comfortable with my father. Or are you not scared of Ashton County, Philip, except for direct descendants of my family? How many people can talk comfortably with me? Philip replied, only the Count's younger brother, Viscalinta Liston, sir. Raul asked, and why is that? Philip explained, to show respect to Count Ashton and clearly establish hierarchy. When a Count's child comes of age, they inherit the title of Viscount and some land. I also inherited some land with a population of 10,000. Raul said, now, please tell me, is there a reason why I should be looked down on by a cousin I've never known? Baron Gendar admitted, my fault. I forgot Sir Raul is now an adult. Of course, I will now show respect. Are you satisfied, Sir Raul? Raul replied, whatever. I think you have a lot to explain. Why don't you explain to us? What's going on here? Baron Gendar claimed, I am not sure what you're talking about. Philip interjected, you don't. Why was there no one to escort us? We sent many messages about us coming. Baron Gendar apologized. I told them to send a carriage, but there must have been a mistake. There were many guests today. I'm sorry, Sir Raul. Philip questioned, let me ask you one more question. Why are you holding a birthday party for your son at the main building? Baron Gendar responded, Philip, maybe you don't know since this is your first time in the capital. We need to have a huge party to show them who we are. This is all part of the foreign affairs, so don't worry about it. What does the god know about nobility? Philip thought to himself, I'll let it be for now. Young master is here as well. Pierce said, Sir Raul, this is the invitation I found at the yard. Raul said, Gendar, this party seems to have no correlation with County Ashton. All I can see in this invitation are the names and the symbol of the Gendar family. Baron Gendar said, that's just an invitation. This is definitely a formal Ashton County's. Raul said, even the location says Baron Gendar's mansion. Yet the party is held at the Ashton County's main building. Baron Gendar said, like I said, that's just an invitation, and I would like to stop arguing about the party. This is past your authority even if you're the young master. You can go argue about it at home. Raul asked, really? Do you really think this party is right? Baron Gendar said, of course. It's a long tradition to use the party hall when the mansion is empty. You know it as well, don't you? Raul thought. He's not wrong. It is common to lend a mansion to other nobles, but that's only if he has permission from Count Ashton himself, and Raul said, as a temporary Count Deputy, I order you to end this party within an hour and report the details of the funds spent for this party. Baron Gendar shouted, What nonsense, you are being ridiculous. I can't just send them back. Who gave this kid this authority? Raul thought, Father knew something like this would happen. Raul asked, Are you not following the order? Why don't you worry about your family? I don't think there are any guests that I should worry about. I'm giving you an hour with generosity. Should I go to the party hall myself and tell them? Baron Gendar said, Okay, I'll wrap up the party. You will regret this. Raul thought, the worst that can happen is father yelling at me a little. I'm curious what gave him the confidence to do all this. There isn't any concrete evidence about the collapse of the Ashton County. Maybe I can find something about it here. Who knows, maybe I'll hit the jackpot. Looking at the building in front, Raul exclaimed, My, oh my. He thought to himself, the place that they escorted me to isn't the main building, but the mansion's annex. The servant who was escorting them explained, the Baron said that since the main building is crowded, he wanted us to prepare a quiet place for you. Raul thought to himself, dismissing it as nonsense. He firmly stated, I don't wish to hear it. I'm going to the main building. The servant replied, Yes, sir. As Raul opened the door of the main building, he was taken aback and asked, Are they in their right minds? He thought to himself, and the 3-story main building and office where only the Count and his family can stay. The Baron's entire family lives. Raul questioned, How do you plan to explain this, Baron Gendar? Is it a Count family tradition for ministers and the like to dare occupy the Count's office? Baron Gendar responded, We were just borrowing this for a while. You don't even come here once a year anyway. Isn't it a waste to keep it empty? Raul shouted, Get lost at once. If you don't empty the mansion by today, I shall slice all your heads even if we're close family. From this point on, I shall strip the Baron of his position as the Foreign Affairs Minister. If you'd like to raise an objection, come to me by tomorrow with documentation showing that you have properly performed your duties as a minister. Meanwhile, anger could be seen on Baron Gendar's face, but he did not say anything and left the room. Seeing Baron Gendar and his family leaving through his window, Raul thought to himself, Since we're wrapping up with the preparations, I'll have to find the materials I need now. I was worried that the materials would have been discarded due to the condition of the mansion, but I am glad that it's still here. All documents related to the management and finances of the mansion were left in the office. They must be very complacent to think that nothing much will happen overnight. But, in his previous life, as Bae DoHyun, he studied business administration and worked at a trading company. Bernard is considered the foremost expert on mansion-related matters. Philip informed Raul that the Baron had left the mansion with his family. Raul asked if they left quietly, to which Philip confirmed that they had left quietly, taking only the necessary clothes. Raul expressed his belief that it was obvious what the Baron was thinking and that they would eventually return, so there was no need to take all their belongings out. Philip questioned if it would be all right and suggested giving them time to organize, but Raul insisted on quickly removing any unwanted elements. He believed it would be more efficient to confront the Baron when he least expected it. Raul also had plans to use the mansion as a branch of the First Guild until finding a suitable location in the capital. He wanted to maintain control over his house and prevent any unwanted individuals from causing trouble. Pierce mentioned that it seemed like the Baron had other support and wondered if something strange would happen. Raul reassured him, stating that it didn't matter what tricks the Baron had up his sleeve and encouraged Pierce to have more faith in their county. Jake questioned why Pierce was so worried and suggested exploring the mansion instead of engaging in painful discussions. He emphasized that they would follow Raul's instructions regardless. Raul agreed and instructed everyone to rest, except for Bernard who was to stay. Jake said to Philip, Now, let's go. Raul asked. You know what you have to look for, right? Bernard replied. Yes, young master. This is my expertise. Raul said. We don't have much time, so let's start right away. On the following day, Raul instructed Bernard in harnessing his wind mage abilities to control swords for offensive maneuvers. After some training, Raul said, You got a lot better, didn't you? I never thought you'd already be able to handle two daggers like this. Bernard replied, I still have a long way to go. Raul thought to himself, it's been a month and a half since he awakened his superpowers with the skill book. To think that he's already this skilled. He's no ordinary talent. It's not easy for a wind mage to handle a weapon so precisely. At this rate, he will reach intermediate level in about 6 months and become a multi-talented psychic that is hard to find anywhere. Then Raul asked Bernard, Shall we do some martial arts training next? I told you back then too, it's difficult to demonstrate power with just one superpower. It's easy and efficient to increase proficiency by combining various skills in the beginning. Are you ready? Bernard replied, Yes, I'm ready. And sensing someone's presence, Bernard said, It seems like we have a guest. Raul thought, as expected of a wind magician, I can't catch up with long-distance sensing ability. And Raul said, Let's go. As a host, I have to greet guests properly. Bernard said, Understood. Shall I bring the things we prepared yesterday? Raul replied, Yeah, bring them all, because I deserve to be rewarded for my hard work last night. Bernard thought to himself, Something always happens every time young master makes that face. I hope you don't do anything foolish, Baron. Jake, looking at the people gathered outside the door, said, I mean, did they bury a treasure trove or something? I don't get why there are so many people gathered here. Jake thought to himself, among the escort knights, there are some exuding a formidable vigor. There are even soldiers outside the mansion too. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it's something our party can handle alone. Does the young master have something else in mind? Baron Gendar thought to himself, things are going well. The little young master bit the bait just like that. All the work must be completed now when he's away. That way I can get a position to. Blood relatives of the Ashton County residing in the capital. They must have gathered because of what happened last night. Getting fired from the Foreign Affairs Minister position and getting kicked out of the mansion aren't just my problems. Because blood relatives in the capital also used to hold banquets in the mansion hall at the county's expense. Even the management fees for the mansion have been flowing to them through my pocket, so there is no way those who had their back pockets taken away overnight would remain silent. Well, it was a mistake on my part to hold the party in my name and use the office, but they don't know about it anyway. He must only know how to act like a noble. He's just an idiot who doesn't know what he's getting into. Hyungnim, I don't know why you entrusted the seal to your young son, but I'll use it well. Meanwhile, Raul entered the hall. People in the crowd turned their attention to him and began whispering to each other. One person asked, Is that pretty face really a blood relative of ours? Another responded, But still, blood doesn't deceive. I heard he's 15, but he's already 180 centimeters tall. A third person questioned, Is it that young bastard who's bothering Baron Gendar? A fourth person inquired, Is it really true that he won the swordsmanship competition? Raul found himself unexpectedly standing in front of a large group of people. He spoke up, Is everyone here because of the matters with Baron Gendar? Baron Gendar replied, That's right. Your blood relatives are angry at your unreasonable behavior and have gathered together here. How about you apologize to the adults and fix this mess now? Raul asked, Then, I can assume that Baron Gendar represents everyone here, right? As I promised, I will try to sort out my rights and wrongs. Baron Gendar scoffed, How funny of you, your rights and wrongs. In the first place, this mansion has been managed alternately by blood relatives living in the capital for decades now. It's not a playground that can be messed around in by a young brat from the main family who doesn't even know anything. People in the crowd directed their comments towards Raul. One person exclaimed, "That's right. Is the main family looking down on us?" Another added, "The Count is too much too. To think that he'd give the authority to represent him to a child. On top of that, he even gave less subsidies. What is he doing when opening additional mansions and improving management methods aren't enough?" Raul thought to himself, "At this point, I won't have time to tell them what Baron Gendar did and why he was fired. Well, that's not important right now though. Things may get more complicated than expected. A total of 5 forces have gathered here. First, Ashton County's blood relatives. They participated without much thought. Second, the spies of the Imperial Hounds, the intelligence bureau of the Kranan Empire, were not surprised by the revelation. It was obvious to them that the Empire was responsible for the conflicts across the continent. However, the third category of individuals involved in the situation was unexpected. They were the Knights of the Delamian family, one of the 5 great families of the Brennan Republic. A window popped up, displaying information about a man named Graham. He was 45 years old and held the title of Knight, with advanced sword expertise. He belonged to the Reborn Kingdom, Baron Hon, Brennan Republic, and the Delamian family. His nickname was the Red Executor, and his stats showed a high potential ability grader. He possessed unique traits such as a tireless body grader and being a melee specialist grade B. Raul continued to ponder the situation, noting that there were several mid-tier expert knights besides Graham. However, he couldn't understand why families stronger than Ashton's were converging in this area. It was a frustrating situation for him. Additionally, there were the Knights of the Randall Viscounty, who were also causing trouble. Another window appeared, revealing information about a man named Raphael. He was 26 years old and held the title of Knight, but he was a beginner in sword expertise. He belonged to Randall County and was known as the 4th Young Master of Randall County. His stats showed a decent potential ability grade B, and he possessed unique traits such as royal lineage grade B and agility grade C. Raul thought to himself, questioning why the 4th Young Master of Randall County, whose family's emblem was a weapon, would be present. Perhaps it had something to do with what happened at Mira, but he knew that Raphael wouldn't be able to act openly. Lastly, there was the 5th individual, the traitor of the family who was responsible for all the chaos and would take the lead when things went wrong. A status window appeared, revealing information about a man named Titus. He was 27 years old and held the title of Knight, with intermediate sword expertise. He belonged to the Reborn Kingdom, Jaden Viscounty, Brennan Republic, and the Jaden family. His stats showed a high potential ability grader, and he possessed unique traits such as royal lineage grader, straight-head instinct grader, and twisted fighting spirit grade B. Raul thought to himself, the eldest son of Viscount Jaden, my uncle, my elder cousin, Titus. Raul thought to himself that his father, Count Melvin D. Ashton, had 2 brothers. His older brother was Jaden and his younger brother was Austin. Out of the 3, Melvin was the most talented, but due to primogeniture, Jaden was expected to be the next count. Jaden was known for his arrogance and violent nature, often hurting or killing anyone who bothered him. However, one day Melvin achieved intermediate expert status and gained more support than Jaden to become the next count. Feeling threatened and jealous, Jaden attempted to assassinate Melvin, but was caught and lost his privileges. As time passed, Melvin became the count while Jaden received the title of Viscount and a large amount of land. However, Jaden couldn't accept the fact that he lost his title as count to his younger brother. He ended up selling his assets to a rival family, Marquis McNeil, and left the kingdom with his followers. All of this happened 15 years ago, when Raul Ashton was born. Raul noticed the presence of Viscount Jaden's son. One can discern where Baron Gendar loyalties lie. The people in the room didn't have any negative feelings towards Viscount Jaden because they didn't lose anything in the incident 15 years ago. They probably saw this as an opportunity to push Raul and his family aside and take their place. In his past life, Ashton County fragmented into various factions and collapsed. He notion that they made the correct decision holds only if he wasn't present. He intends to educate them about the significant error they committed. However, he knew what was going on and was determined to prove them wrong. He decided it was time to make his move. Raul then signaled Philip, who made a loud noise with a metal shield to silence the gathered crowd. Raul stated that he had heard enough from them and wanted to say something. He instructed Bernard and Pierce to hand out books to the people in the hall, which confused them. Then Raul said, "Read the title." One of them read the title as a report on the management and financial operations of Count Ashton's estate with attached evidence and investigation materials regarding Baron Gender's embezzlement and misappropriation. Opening the book and reading through the report, all people became nervous, but Baron Gender, in anger, threw the report and said, "What is this? This is not real, it's fake." Other people said to each other, "Yeah, they seem legitimate, but it is hard to believe." Baron Gender said, "You came here yesterday yet you claim to have done all this while you were here. What nonsense." Raul said, "Now, let's have some real talk, shall we? This says that 200 trainees are getting free lessons here. Where are they now?" Baron Gender said, "They gave up and ran away with the equipment." Raul asked, "All 200? Are you saying they were all from somewhere else? It's weird how you chose every trainee from outside the capital when the point of the free lesson was to gain popularity in the capital." Baron Gender said, "They all ran away. And who I pick is up to me." Raul said, "Sure, there are addresses in the book, so we will find more about it once we start investigating. Let's go to the next one. It says that you gave 100 gold swords as presents to other barons, but according to the investigated report, they have all received 10 gold replicas. This also says you hired 100 C-rank mercenaries as mansion guards. Where are they? There's no way 20 rank F are all you have, right? There were frequent parties at the main building as well. Celebration for the Baron's son, the Baron's wife's birthday party, the Baron's hunting ceremony, etc. I don't get what all these have to do with using estate expenses." Raul thought to himself how amazed he was by listing out all the findings again. He had to stay up late to gather all the information. Last night, he discovered that some of the papers were fake, so he had to sneak into the Baron's house. With his analytical and Pierce observant skills, they were able to find the real book of accounts. Bernard organized the findings and compiled them into a book. Raul then used his document copying skills to make multiple copies. It was now evident to everyone how much the Baron had embezzled. Raul addressed the group, pointing out that more than half of the estate expenses had been embezzled, and asked if anyone disagreed with firing Baron Gendar. Baron Gendar responded, expressing his amazement and questioning how long Raul had been preparing for this. He accused Raul of being a bad person and plotting against him. Raul wondered what the Baron was trying to do. Baron Gendar then asked if anyone had sensed something fishy about the situation, as he had never seen such a thoroughly organized temporary report before. He believed Raul had prepared it beforehand to try and remove him from power and restrict the family's influence in the capital. Others families members that were gathering chimed in, suggesting that this was a political intrigue orchestrated by Ashton to protect his budget and that firing Baron Gendar would result in a decline in support for other families. Baron Gendar declared that they would not let it happen. Baron Gendar then presented a papers through Jackson, stating that if Raul signed it and left, they would excuse him for the disrespect shown that day. Raul urged Jake to check the paper, and Jake responded affirmatively. Jake perused the document, noting the outlined steps. First, the estate's ownership must shift to a joint title held by Baron Gendar and other family members. Second, family members in the capital will dictate the estate's management, including stewardship, and third, the exclusive sharing of the sword skill, originally confined to the main family, will now be unrestricted among the branch family members. Jake was reading the paper and became angry. He shouted, "They have all lost their minds. They were all having parties with the money we made from killing monsters. And what? Ownership, sword skill, go screw yourself." Baron Gendar responded, "How rude. You have no right to speak to me. Is this really what the main family wants?" Jake replied, "So what? Like I said, go screw yourself. We are not giving you this house. This is by far the most brilliant bullshit I've ever heard. You damn dogs." Baron Gendar exclaimed, "How dare you?" and pulled out a dagger. Philip and Piers also pulled out their weapons. Suddenly, everyone in the room drew their weapons towards Raul and his knights. Raul intervened and said to Jake, "Stop." Jake obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Baron Gendar thought to himself, "He doesn't care that I pulled out a knife. I only did it to threaten him. But those three right there are the best knights in Golden Bear. I stand no chance." Baron Gendar then addressed Raul. "He insulted us. If you don't execute him and apologize, I will consider you the same. Apologize if you want to avoid bloodshed." Raul smiled and responded, "I mean, Sir Jake didn't say anything wrong. Why don't you stop acting? I don't expect this to be solved with these papers. I thought you'd be embarrassed at least." Raul also pulled out his sword and added, "I guess you are a greater person than I thought you were. You knew, right, that I would never sign that paper over your bullshit. So say it. Say what you really want." Meanwhile, Baron Gendar was taken aback by Raul's actions and thought to himself, "I heard the youngest is the weakest and talentless. How is that?" However, Baron Gendar was determined not to back out now. He confidently stated, "There's no use trying to bluff. You can't leave this place unless you sign the paper." He repeated, "You can't leave this place unless you sign the paper." Meanwhile, Raul advised Baron Gendar to think carefully. Raul said to Baron Gendars, "Your actions were likened to declaring war against the county, as other people gathered and expressed their disapproval. They reminded Baron Gendar that his actions were not what they had agreed upon and called him crazy. One person declared their intention to leave. Baron Gendar turned to them and arrogantly stated that it was too late, as they were all in the same boat and the Count would not forgive them. Raul questioned if they were done talking and refused to sign the paper. In response, Baron Gendar warned Raul that hundreds of knights and guards would attack him upon his command, questioning if Raul believed Golden Bear could withstand them all. Baron Gendar, in his thoughts, revealed that he had prepared a secret weapon that even Golden Bear would not be able to defeat. Raul also, in his thoughts, realized that some of the people present were merely watching and concluded that there was nothing stopping him. He confidently challenged Baron Gendar's threats. Baron Gendar was shocked by Raul's response and wondered why he was so confident, as he had expected to be able to intimidate him with armed soldiers. Baron Gendar acknowledged that using the secret weapon would lead to war and expressed his desire for Raul to be as weak as the rumors suggested. He demanded proof of Raul's lineage, insulting him with fake documents and disrespecting him in front of the gathered crowd. The people were surprised by this request, as it was a dual request that could only be used once in a lifetime and was typically used against superiors. They questioned the forced nature of the situation, considering that Raul was Baron Gendar's nephew. Raul questioned Baron Gendar's seriousness and refused to accept his request. In response, Baron Gendar claimed that it was his last act of mercy, and that it would be better than having Raul's seal forcibly taken away. Raul said, "And you get the honor of taking away your nephew's seal through an honorable duel." Baron Gendar replied, "Decide. If you decline, I'll have to use force." And Baron Gendar thought to himself, "I know your answer even though you acted all strong." Raul asked, "What are the conditions? I'm assuming you are not the one dueling." Baron Gendar responded, 3 from each side. 1 versus 1 duels from each side and the last one standing wins." And since it's proof of lineage, you'll have to pick 3 from the lineage. Philip objected. No way. There's only Sir Raul on Ashton's side. That is not fair, Baron Gender stated. There are many others of the lineages here. If they think Raul is right, they can stand on his side. It's not my responsibility if no one stands by you. Meanwhile, Raul stopped Philip and asked, and the bet of the duel? I'll sign the paper if I lose. What are you betting? Baron Gender replied. I don't think it matters. Do you want anything from me? Raul said. It's a fair duel, so the bets should be fair too. If I win, I'll take every family's house that has signed the paper. The members of the families that signed the paper exclaimed, What? That's ridiculous. Raul said, If you don't agree, there's no duel. What do you say? Baron Gender thought to himself, What is he thinking? This will only make the other families stand against him. It's not bad for me. If I can't get him to sign the paper, those houses are meaningless. And Baron Gender said, Sure, I agree. He then asked, Are you accepting the duel? Meanwhile, Philip said to Raul, There are different ways to do this. Raul thought to himself, Philip is right, but I've already decided to accept the duel, and I even got a quest for it. I'm not backing down. The quest window displayed the information for the task at hand, labeled as proof of lineage. It stated that the grade for this quest was C and the objective was to win the duel. There was an extra objective to win the duel alone. The description mentioned that the families and the capital were being unreasonable and the task was to shut them down with skill. The reward for completing the quest was experience points and player-only coins, with one unknown reward. Raul turned to Philip and asked, Do you think I'm going to lose? Philip responded, It's not that. I'm just worried that there might be unexpected variables. Raul then sent Philip a message using the guild chat, reassuring him, Don't worry. If you think there's going to be a problem, you can break in and interrupt. Raul suspected that the opposing side might be thinking the same. In his thoughts, Raul believed that this duel was merely for show and that the opposing side wouldn't accept the consequences even if they lost. He then addressed Baron Gender, saying, I'll accept the duel. Who's going to be the judge? I don't want you to be unreasonable after you lose. Baron Gender assured him, Don't worry, I have a special guest here. He turned towards Raphael and asked, May I ask you to be the judge? Raphael reluctantly responded, I guess I have to now. People were surprised by that. They began to ask questions. One person asked, Who is that? Another questioned, Is he not a god? Baron Gender proudly declared, This man is known for his sword and character in the capital, the rising star of Reuben Kingdom, Raphael D. Randall, Randall Viscounty's fourth son. This revelation shocked everyone, causing them to draw their weapons. Raphael quickly intervened, calming everyone down, and explained that he was only there because he was invited and didn't expect such a tragic event to occur. Raul expressed his trust in Raphael's fairness as a judge, stating, Raphael from Randall County, I believe you will be a fair judge. Raphael replied confidently, Of course. Shortly after, Raphael called for the representatives to stand in their designated positions. Raul, in his thoughts, realized that no one was standing by his side, which worked in his favor as he didn't have to decide which one was the better option among the garbage. Raphael then announced, Let us begin the first match. Gendar family's third son, Aaron, and the first representative of the Gendar family. Aaron thought to himself, This kid screwed over my party. The weakest of Ashton, all confident over winning a countryside tournament. I'll make you beg, Raphael said. Duel start now. Aaron rushed forward to attack while saying, You are done for, kid. In the next moment, Raphael announced, The first duel winner is Raul. People watching the duel said, One strike, and what happened? I didn't even see it. Baron Gender thought to himself, Stupid. He let his guard down. No way, how stupid. You lost your chance to regain our family's honor. Raphael asked Raul, Shall we start the next match? Meanwhile, Raul's next opponent approached and said, I'll duel with you next. Raphael thought to himself, Baron Kespi. He's one of the decent swordsmen in the capital. I'm excited for this one. Baron Kespi said, let's start right away. Then Baron Kespi attacked Raul, which was easily blocked by Raul. Baron Kespi said to Raul, your basics are nice, very steady. Your reflexes are on point too. I can see why Aaron lost in one strike. And Baron Kespi thought to himself, it's not something I should use against a kid 20 years younger than me, but I also have a lot on the line. Baron Kespi used the bear strike to attack Raul, which was blocked by him. Baron Kespi became surprised and thought to himself, he blocked the bear strike. Meanwhile, Raul pondered to himself what Baron Kespi had been thinking, using his clumsy iteration of my family's sword arts on me. Didn't the Baron Kespi realize that I, who had learned it systematically, had the advantage when it came to the same sword art? Who would have thought that blocking a mana sword would be this easy? Baron Kespi muttered, expressing surprise that his technique didn't work on Raul. He wondered if it was because of Raul family's technique, despite how rotten Raul was. Then, Baron Kespi asked Raul how he felt about his next attack and launched an attack with another sword skill, causing Raul to stumble backwards slightly. Raul thought to himself that it seemed like Baron Kespi had integrated another sword art he had learned in the capital, and at least it was a bit better. People in the vicinity started commenting, with one person stating that Raul wouldn't last long because he was just a kid with no actual combat experience. Another person believed that Raul must have thought his family's sword arts would work in the capital too. Raul reflected on how amusing it was that these individuals were losers who had given up their jobs due to inferiority complexes and jealousy, leaving their hometowns to stay in the capital. He acknowledged that there were blood relatives who had talents other than swordsmanship and had gone to the capital with bigger dreams. However, those worthy individuals were not present. And like these losers, they had drawn a line between their family and themselves and started their own families. Then, Raul swung his sword at Baron Kespi, who barely managed to parry it. Raul expressed his disappointment, stating that it was such a pity that Baron Kespi hadn't delved deeper into the family's sword arts instead of attempting to amalgamate different sword arts. Raul believed that if Baron Kespi had done so, he might have overcome the wall. In response, Baron Kespi scoffed and asked what a young brat like Raul knew to be blabbering like that, considering that he had been mastering the bear crush for the past 15 years. Baron Kespi found Raul's arrogance amusing. He then used the Tempest Wolf sword skill to attack Raul. Someone asked, is it Templeton family's Tempest Wolf? Another remarked, he must have learned master sword art while in the God Troop. A third person inquired, will he really win this time? Meanwhile, Raul effortlessly cut through the Tempest Wolf strike. Raul said to Baron Kespi, he doesn't get it. What's important isn't what kind of sword art you learn. It's how well you learn that sword art. Baron Kespi replied, you foolish. Do you think you can fight me with such a basic sword form? To Baron Kespi's surprise, Raul changed the direction of his sword and attacked his leg. Baron Kespi thought to himself, what was that sword form? He changed the direction of motion in a flash. What is it now? The fifth form of the bear crush swordsmanship, comb and pierce. No, it's the eighth form, horizontal slash. What's the next one? Is it the third form, twist and pierce? No. Is it vertical slash? The sixth form? I can't tell. He's switching sword forms so quickly that I can't react. Was connecting sword forms like this possible? A sword art consists of sword forms. The sword forms are a path that combine basic sword styles such as horizontal slash, vertical slash, and stabbing. However, it's easy to see through these sword forms, so when using swordsmanship, it is common to change them by linking several sword techniques. But that connection is happening several times in a short period of time. Moreover, it's so perfect that it is unpredictable. Is this the difference in talent? Damn it. Raul continued his attacks, causing Baron Kespi to drop his sword. Raul said, see Baron, just the standard combination of sword forms is enough. isn't it? After this, do you still think that the family's sword arts are lacking? Baron Kesby replied, you monster bastard. And Baron Kesby thought to himself, if you have that level of visual acuity, reaction speed, and judgment, the sword arts aren't important. He fell to the ground unconscious. Raphael announced, the winner of the second duel is Raul. People started saying, Baron Kesby has been defeated. The situation is getting weirder here. I definitely heard that he hadn't learnt swordsmanship properly. Baron Gender said, don't worry. Even so, he's just a young kid at the level of a sword user. Doesn't everyone know who the last contestant is? Hearing that, people became happy and said to each other, indeed, if it's him. No matter how amazing the family's sword arts are, that's all they are. Raphael said, now then, calling the last contestant to the front. Raphael thought to himself, this is pretty entertaining. I get to watch these Ashton bastards, who are such a thorn in our eyes, eat away at their own flesh. I'd like the little kid to lose, but honestly speaking, who wins has nothing to do with me. The third and last contestant said, it's finally my turn. Raphael thought to himself, was he Dave? He isn't exactly a memorable one. He's the eldest son of Baron Gender, a bit older than me. I heard he overcame his wall. Well, it doesn't matter. Struggle until the end, little kid. Raphael announced, the third match begins. People urged, Dave, crush him underfoot. Raul thought to himself, who would have thought they'd put in this much effort? Dave said to Raul, little kid, I won't say this twice. Give up on the match while I'm being nice. If you don't, I will cut off your limbs with this sword. If you plan on dealing with me with those stupid sword arts, it'll be a good idea to quit. People exclaimed. Witness that crystal clear mana blade. As expected from Dave, experts are certainly different. Raul said to Dave, stop saying useless nonsense and bring it on. Dave rushed forward saying, fine. I will give you what you want. Don't regret it later. Subsequently, they clashed their blades in a fierce encounter. Dave said to Raul, you're so good at attacking while making noises. Why don't you keep it up? Raul thought, is the physical increase that much? In the end, how long will the effect last? As I thought, this doesn't last long. Dave said to Raul, you bastard. Are you just going to keep blocking? Raul thought to himself, it cracked the blade. If a user's intermediate mana sword collides with an expert's mana blade, an average sword is bound to break. But as I thought, it isn't a real mana blade. Now that we've seen everything, shall I wrap it up? Raul rushed forward with great speed, leaving Dave confused about Raul's whereabouts. Then, Raul whispered near Dave, this is it, fake expert. No, Empire's dog. Dave said to Raul, what, how arrogant, however, with the clashes of both their blades, Raul's sword broke. Raul immediately attacked Dave, punching him in the face, causing Dave to be pushed backwards. Raul rushed forward to continue his attack, saying, rest in peace. Dave was struck in the face, resulting in him being propelled backward and colliding with the wall behind him. Raul then said, Judge, Raphael announced, the winner of the third and last duel. I declare Raul to be the winner. Raul moved back to the stage and said to Philip, so unfortunate. I like this sword. Philip replied, nice work. Raul responded, it wasn't that hard, Philip. When this is over, best the one I just went against. I think he has the Empire's stigma on his body. Philip agreed, saying yes, sir. His movements also seemed unusual from my perspective. Pierce said to Raul, sir, I brought an extra sword, handing it to him. Raul turned to the people gathered and asked, now, what should I do? Baron Gendar thought to himself, how did Dave bend the rules? But he's still a sword expert. Why is my son lying down there instead of that kid? Baron Gendar exclaimed, no, he's a fraud. He must have done something. This duel is cancelled. It doesn't count. Baron Gendar thought to himself, it's useless. Everything's falling apart. He then realized, yes, papers. I have to hold on to those papers. That's the only way I can stand next to Jaden or the Randall family, Baron Gendar commanded. Take the papers from him. What are you guys doing? Go. Baron Gendar's followers pulled out their weapons and said to each other, right, there's no going back. Raul thought to himself, as expected. He said to his knights, let's play along with them for now. Jake said, I was waiting for this. One of the servants shouted, no one goes near him. Raul thought to himself, this is unexpected. The servants here are supporting us. The servant said, no one can get past us. The fight between both groups started. The servants' group and Baron Gendar's followers' group. The servants were saying, don't back down. Don't let them pass. You piece of shit, no one's getting to him. Meanwhile, Raul thought to himself, he has to figure out what's going on. He sees. It seems like he stumbled into an unexpected treasure. Baron Gendar said to the servants, you inferior vermin. How dare you stab us in the back? Is this how you return our favor? How ungrateful. The servants said, favor. You are the one who took away the donations meant for us. We hated the county only, because we didn't know you were the one stealing it. If it weren't for Sir Raul, we would have been enslaved by you forever. Raul explained, these are the people who were recommended by Ashton County to enter the Royal Academy. They did well in the coming of age tournament and got a scholarship from the county to go to the academy. Since the academy's dorms are closed during the break, they had to stay in the mansion. Their living expenses were supposed to be subsidized during the break, but Baron Gendar took them all. He even used them as servants to save on servant employment costs. Jake said, that is crazy. He did so much just to steal. No wonder he was in charge here. Raul said, in the end, we gave power to the wrong person. I don't think he was like this from the beginning. Jake asked, what should we do? Someone will get hurt if they really start fighting. Raul said, don't worry. He's about to get here. Jake asked, who? A loud noise echoed, followed by a voice at the door commanding, move. Who do you think I am? Responding to this, Baron Gendar's followers hurriedly fled from the entrance, shouting, Asta. Baron Gendar asked, what's going on? Who is that? One of Baron Gendar's followers replied, we are in trouble. They sent Dylan. Dylan asked, who is it? Who's swinging a sword inside Ashton County's mansion? People looked at Dylan and began talking amongst themselves. One person said, an inhuman-sized body. Another person added, his arm is the size of a man's waist. He must be Dylan. A third person questioned, why is the Countess here? Meanwhile, Dylan and his knights entered the mansion. A follower of Baron Gendar aimed his sword at Dylan, who responded by delivering a punch and ordering, remain. On the ground, people started whispering to each other, wondering how it was possible. One person said, he's the strongest in the kingdom. Dylan asked, where is this kid? He looked around and spotted Raul saying, there he is. As Dylan neared Raul, he drove his sword into the floor and, while lifting Raul like a baby, asked, my youngest brother, how are you doing? Did anyone bully you? Are you eating and sleeping well? Are you really okay? Raul replied, brother, I'm getting dizzy. Let me go. Dylan laughed and said, right, you've grown a lot in the last 2 months, but it's not enough. If you are a man, you have to grow nice muscles like mine. Raul agreed and asked, did you, by any chance, come all the way from home like that? Dylan responded, of course I did. Clothes feel uncomfortable nowadays. It feels nice showing my muscular body to everyone in the capital. Raul thought to himself, oh God, the Count's heir is walking on the capital without a shirt on. Dylan declared, whatever it is, a man has to stay healthy. Got it. If you had a wonderful body like me, those clowns over there wouldn't even have tried to pull out their swords against you now. Shall we end this? How dare you shitters pull out a sword in the Ashton mansion? Raul thought, this should be over now. But what was he thinking bringing the vice-captain and all high-rank knights 25 intermediate sword experts. They can destroy the Baron's family easily. Baron Gendar thought, shit, he was trying to turn the tables, he's done for now. Randall's fourth son, Raphael, is busy hiding. The Brennan Republic Knights that he had as his secret weapon have turned away. How useless. Dylan observed. Let's see who's here. Look who it is, Randall. Come greet your brother. Raphael greeted. Long time no see, brother Dylan. In response, Dylan remarked, long time no see indeed. You still look the same. Which son were you? Raphael replied. Fourth. Dylan asked Raphael, do you still bully kids with the third and the sixth? Raphael denied. No, that was a long time ago. Dylan inquired. Are you getting mad at me? Raphael clarified. Of course not. Dylan stated. It seems like you've had your fun today. You won't be able to talk with me again if you stay like that. From now on, it's a family problem. I want you to stay out of it. What do you say? Or do you want to stay and talk with me? Raphael responded. I have things to do at home. Do as you want. Dylan told Raphael, okay, go ahead. Oh, and tell the first son to come see me if he ever wants to duel. Dylan turned to the gathered people and declared, let's finish this now. All of you leave. This is a family matter. But whoever pulled out their weapon has to stay. We have to talk. He asked Baron Gendar, what's good? Where's the paper you wanted signed? Same night. Raul said, thanks for coming, brother. But don't you think this is too much? Dylan questioned. You think so? Raul expressed concern. You brought the vice-captain and many other knights. There are so many people. What about your wife and son? Dylan said to his brother. Brother, you asked for help, of course. I had to bring my best. Raul responded. I still think this is too much. And I contacted you late last night. You must have hurried to gather everyone and come to the capital. Dylan explained. You know why I did all this. Why do you think father gave you the stamp? It was easier to sort this out because I came. Raul thought to himself, he's right. If it weren't for the heir coming here, it would have been much harder. And he got here very fast through the portal. It must have cost him around 3,000 golds to get everyone here through the portal. Whatever. Let's stop thinking about it. Raul asked, what are you going to do about them? There are around 30 people. Dylan asserted, they will pay for their sins. I won't let them get away. Raul inquired, they are still father's brothers. Do you think father will be okay with it? Dylan replied, he didn't say anything, so this is our chance to get rid of them. And we forgave them for so long, our funds grew scarce because of them. Raul thought to himself, it seems like it was my brother who planned this, not my father. The cafe link also said Dylan Ashton is very political and good at calculations. Brains along with brawn, he's definitely overpowered. Dylan commented, you don't look good. Is it because I might kill them? Don't worry, I'm just going to cut their funds. And good work today. I am proud of you, Raul said. I didn't do anything. I just ran straight at them because they were being annoying. Dylan teased, what a cutie. What do you mean you did nothing? You came up with the report and you beat them in the duel. Raul retorted, do this to Livy instead. I'm a full-grown adult now. Dylan chuckled, I want to. But your sister-in-law doesn't let me touch Livy. I'm her father. So why? Raul thought to himself, I don't think you'll land these big hands on her any time soon. Raul said to Dylan, I have something to tell you, brother. This is the paper record of me and Baron Gendar, proof of lineage. What should I do with it? Dylan responded, the houses of all 27 people who asked for your stamp are now in your possession. They are yours now. You can do as you want. Do you need my help? Raul exclaimed, they are all mine now. He thought to himself, that's at least 100,000 gold. I thought the family would take care of it since it was a family dispute. Dylan assured him, brother, this is the reward you earn by fairly dueling against them. They are rightfully yours. You don't have to worry about me or the family. I always tell you, a man has to be confident. You are a son of Ashton. You have to be even more confident. You deserve it. Raul understood and said, I'll try to be a confident man. Can I ask you a favor? Dylan inquired. What favor? Raul requested. Can you take care of this for me? You can leave Baron Gender's house because I want to use it. He thought to himself, this paper's value is different depending on who's holding it. It's going to be a lot of work to sell them all. Dylan agreed. Got it. I will take care of them. And you won't lose a single bit of it. I'll teach you something as a reward too. See me at the field in the morning. Raul asked, a reward? Dylan confirmed, yes. I'll teach you how to build the perfect muscles. Are you excited? Are you thrilled to learn? Raul replied, yes, most definitely. Dylan exclaimed, of course you are. Father and Lawrence are also curious too. But I'll only teach you. Raul thought to himself, does he have a secret way to build muscles? I am curious too. I spent a hellish month with my brother and swore to never train with him again. Finally, the day of the academy admission came. Bernard said to Raul, be safe, young master. I wish for great results on your placement exam. Raul reassured him, I'll go easy on it. There's no need to go too hard on a children's test. I'll be back. Dylan asked, are you really going to go easy? Raul exclaimed, yeah. Is there a need to try hard? Dylan replied, right. I'll go back when your admission is over. Don't worry about me, and do you? Raul thought to himself, I thought he would tell me to try my best. I can go easy on the exam and just graduate from the academy. The academy is just an excuse to get away from home. It's not my true purpose. Trying to fit in with the kids will only tire me out. Let's just go easy. As they arrived at the academy, Raul observed the crowd of people gathered for the exam and said, it's pretty busy out here. I didn't expect admission day to be this busy. Dylan responded, this year is special. People who delayed their admission are all here now. Raul thought, did something happen? The cafe link didn't have any information about the academy. I even got the list of nobles who were expected to enter this year. There must be something happening. I'm not expecting too much from academy life, so it shouldn't matter. Then, the person announcing the names of those who got admission began. The announcer proclaimed, congratulations to Gerald D. Rubin on his admission. Templeton family's pride. Congratulations to young Master Dalton on his admission. Congratulations to Caleb D. Randall on his admission. Congratulations to Raul D. Ashton on his admission. Raul, surprised by this, turned to Philip and asked, what is this? You said there would be no lineages of warrior families this year. So why are there so many names of lineages, even the princes? Philip replied, there was no news about this when we left Mira. Raul cursed, shit, I didn't get any news because I spent a month training with my brother. Even Bernard was busy taking care of the house problem. Raul then turned to Dylan and asked, brother, can you explain what's going on? You knew about this, didn't you? Dylan smirked and said, you will soon find out, brother. Go easy on the exams. Congrats on your admission. Raul thought to himself, something's going to go wrong. Let's go inside. Turning to Jake and Pierce, he instructed, could the two of you gather information by going around? Also, provide details about the test center. Jake and Pierce responded in unison, yes, sir. Raul couldn't help but feel frustrated. It's a pain in the ass. There were supposed to be only easy ones here. I can tell there are many higher-up nobles here. He then expressed his thoughts, saying, I don't want to contend with kids my age. Raul turned to Philip and reassured him, don't worry about it. I was just talking to myself. Despite his concerns, Raul decided, let's not worry about it. I can still proceed with my plan. Just then, a person announced, everyone, pay attention. The admission ceremony shall begin shortly. I sincerely welcome everyone to the Reuben Kingdom Academy. The announcement continued, next, we will be introducing the staff members. Raul thought to himself, I've already researched the staff members. I don't have to pay attention. The announcer then revealed, Hardly recruited. This member of staff will be the Academy's temporary vice president as well as the Magic and Administration Department president, Alfredo Gray. Raul was taken aback. One of the 3 sages in the continent, the 8th Circle Archwizard, Alfredo Gray. Why is he here? Alfredo Gray introduced himself as the temporary vice president of the prestigious and venerable Ruben Kingdom Academy. Raul, upon hearing this, thought highly of Gray, recognizing his exceptional skills in illusion, vision magic, and alchemy. Raul wondered why Gray had chosen to come to the academy, considering his reputation as a wandering sage. He had expected Gray to reveal himself after the alliances were formed, but it seemed different from his expectations. Gray then announced that the academy would include vision magic training in the curriculum and would showcase it in the placement exam. Next, Spence D. Templeton, the president of the academy, steps onto the stage, echoed Gray's statement and informed the students that there would be changes in this year's curriculum, reflected in the updated placement exam materials. Raul assumed that the difficulty level would remain the same and planned to take it easy. Templeton further announced a special reward for an outstanding student in the placement exam, surprising Raul, who had not heard about it before. As Raul looked at the window displaying information about the quest, he learned that the objective was to get into the S-class through the placement exam, with an additional objective of topping the exam. Failure to enter the S-class would result in a 5% decrease in skill mastery while attending the academy. The quest description mentioned the presence of many prodigies entering the academy that year, presenting an opportunity for the students to increase their family's prestige. The reward for completing the quest included experience points and player-only coins, with additional rewards depending on the result. Raul thought to himself that the quest wasn't that hard. He knew that the Academy's sword department had 5 classes, S, A, B, C, and D. He also knew that the top 60 out of the 600 students could get into the S class, so it would be easy for him to achieve. However, he questioned whether he should aim for more since he didn't even know the reward for being at the top. Jake interrupted Raul's thoughts by saying that they had mentioned a special reward, but it didn't seem all that special to him. He handed Raul a paper that contained information about the top student perks. It stated that the top students would be allowed to enter every floor of the Academy library, have access to a personal training center with vision magic training facilities, and receive a personal item from the Academy workshop. Raul was astounded by the perks listed on the paper. He realized that he had to get to the top in order to gain access to the training center and the library. He couldn't give up on these opportunities. He acknowledged that while the Academy's lectures increased skill mastery, they didn't provide any experience or rewards. Raul had chosen to come to the Academy to meet an important person outside of his homeland, and he believed that hunting monsters and exploring dungeons were more worthwhile than listening to lectures. However, Raul's perspective changed when he learned about the vision magic installed in the training center. He realized that even though the summoned monsters were fake, he could still gain experience from battling them. The only concern was the cost to maintain the magic, but if it was free, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Additionally, the library held hidden pieces, including hidden quests and skill books with valuable information. Although the floors were divided by years, Raul would be able to enter all of them if he reached the top. Raul had initially thought that he would have to wait at least 3 years to fully utilize the Academy facilities, but now he realized that reaching the top would save him a significant amount of time. He was determined to achieve this goal. Just as Raul was contemplating his plans, an announcement was made that the test was starting soon and all freshmen were required to gather at the plaza. Raul felt confident that the test would be easy for him. There were a lot of people gathered for exam at the entrance of plaza. Then, a person named Caleb said to Raul, "Hey, you," and asked, "Are you the Ashton kid?" Raul thought to himself, "Another Randall," and asked, "Who are you? You look more like a kid than me." Caleb replied, "You are as arrogant as the rumors say." This is why people call the Ashtons rude and creepy. Raul turned and started to leave, saying, I don't know who you are, but I'm busy, so bye. Caleb shouted, Hey, stop, you, and tried to grab Raul from behind. Jake intervened and said to the Caleb, That's it. I don't know which family you're from, but you should stop. Caleb asked Jake, Who are you? And said, Move. Randall Knight said to Caleb, You don't want to make a scene here, sir. There are too many people watching. Caleb muttered, Shit, Ashton kids always creep me out. You arrogant fuck. I'll teach you your place. Meanwhile, Raul didn't even want to hear what Caleb was saying and moved away. A little later inside the plaza, Raul thought to himself, students who came to cheer for their families. I can see big names. The best knight in the kingdom, Duke Marquis Templeton. Marquis McNeil's family has an intermediate axemaster, Marquis Clifford, the rising Randall Viscount. These three families have many students already attending and have great influence inside the academy. I can already tell how this place runs. Jake remarked to Raul, This feels like a festival with so many ladies. I get why you wanted to come here, he inquired. Why? I already know young master will be at the top. I really want to see their faces when you're at the top. Aren't they from our family? Jake sighed and stated, I can't believe they're falling behind in a situation like this. Sir, I'll go take care of them. Good luck, Raul replied. See you later. Internally, Raul thought, let's check the exam instructions and freshman list. He considered, why are they all here? They were all well known in my past life, especially Dalton from Templeton and James from McNeil. They'll reach the master level in 10 years. They won't be easy. The instructor announced, the first test will begin soon. Please move to the small auditorium. Raul continued with his thoughts. But they are still kids. I'm sorry, but the top is mine. In the exam room, the instructor declared, the first test will be a written test. Raul reflected, I didn't have to study for a written test. Cafe Link and System Community have all the information I need. After a while, the instructor stated, the time for the written test is complete. Then he announced, the second test is a physical strength test. Enter the gym in groups. Please follow the invigilator's instructions inside. Upon entering the room, Raul grew a bit concerned and thought, is this a mana restriction field? One student exclaimed, What is this? I can't use mana. The instructor clarified, this is solely for physical strength. You can't use mana, so don't even try. Come up when you hear your name and follow the instructions. Raul pondered, is that a punching machine? The data says it's a strength meter, but that's definitely a punching machine. Meanwhile, the instructor called names and continued, Next, come up and hit the meter. Student number 202, his highest score is 1418. The instructor said, Next. Raul considered. They record the highest score of 2 attempts, and the average seems to be between 1000 and 1500. It's not that high. This guy has a stamina stat of 43 and a strength stat of 50. He's in the top 5 of his group. Let's see what he has. Then the person struck the punching machine, and the score of his punch was displayed as 2250. Students started saying, as expected, McNeil, that's so high. Raul thought, the first one to score over 2000. If he can get 2250, good. Now he knows the level here. In a room where academy instructors were reviewing students' results on a screen, they remarked to each other, impressive scores. Being a kingdom of knights, these results are consistently high. The caliber of freshmen this year surpasses previous years. Many applicants were drawn to the academy after learning about Mr. Gray. Alfredo Gray remarked, students below the age of 20 are scoring over 1000. The students at Leslie Kingdom Academy would be frightened. The elderly person seated in front of him chuckled and remarked, we are flattered. The academy at Leslie mainly deals with magic, I am still curious about what made you come to this academy. Even a month ago, the Tower said that we shouldn't be expecting anyone. Alfredo Gray explained. Like I said, I wanted to see how my newly developed magic circle works in person. This makes it sound like I'm using the students as experimental subjects, and laughed. Spence D. Templeton interjected. No, we are thankful that you allowed us to implement your new magic circle. The elderly person added, Indeed, you are even funding the training magic circle for the top student. Alfredo Gray reflected. Looking at all these young students, I'm glad I came. I heard there are many students from warrior families. Spence D. Templeton confirmed, Yes, that is what everyone is here for. I introduced him earlier. There he is. Alfredo Gray asked, Is he the 13th son of Randall, Viscount Randall? McKenny D. responded, Yes, his name's Caleb. The Lord trained him since his talent was outstanding. He asked me to let him into the academy. Alfredo Gray commented, I see, I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Caleb struck the punching machine, and the display showed a score of 3005. Teachers observed and exclaimed to each other, Wow, he is different. I see why Count Randall favors him so much. The person seated on the right of Alfredo Gray pondered. They are different indeed. There's a long way before we catch up to them. Spence D. Templeton stated, Next is interesting. James from Mark E. McNeil's family, the current Lord Clifford's direct grandson. Another teacher asked, Is he the one the Order of Chivalry wants? Spence D. Templeton replied, Yes, I heard his talent is beyond the level of the academy. James then struck the punching machine, scoring 3,500 in his first attempt and 3,612 in his second. Teachers were astonished and exclaimed, with one saying, Holy, he went past 3,500 both times. Another added, 3,612. Isn't that a new record? A third teacher chimed in, It's the highest score ever recorded by a freshman. Alfredo Gray remarked, That's amazing. When that machine came out, even the knights barely scored above 3,000. The instructor announced, Next, get ready. The teacher identified the next student as Dalton and mentioned, I think he's a swordmaster's grandson. This is his first public appearance. Dalton then hit the punching machine, scoring 2,900 in his first try. The teacher expressed surprise, saying, He scored 2,900. Another teacher inquired, What's wrong? It's lower than the last student's score. While other teachers discussed the remarkable achievement of hitting the machine with one arm behind his back, they speculated about the potential outcome if the student exerted serious effort. They commended Templeton for his strength, acknowledging his title as the strongest. McKenny proposed go in for a meal, given that they already knew the rankings. Alfredo noted there was another student from a renowned family who hadn't arrived yet. McKenny dismissed the student, suggesting he wouldn't have made it without his family's recommendation and being only 15. The teachers pondered how this student would compete against older freshmen. McKenny mentioned that some students attended for the experience and weren't focused on graduating. At that moment, they heard Dylan's laughter and turned towards him, and inquired about his identity. Alfredo recognized him as the man from Ashton, commenting on his manners and appearance. Dylan greeted Vice President Gray, explaining that he accidentally laughed. Intrigued, Alfredo asked Dylan to share the reason behind the laughter. Dylan found amusement in listening to elderly men converse, remarking that holding onto what one already knows is egotism, as far as he remembered. McKenny D. Randall sought clarification on Dylan's statement, prompting Dylan to explain that the mentioned individual joined the academy at 15 for the experience, suggesting the possibility that he arrived early because he had nothing to learn. McKenny D. Randall dismissed this idea, citing the academy's history of no one graduating before the age of 20. Dylan countered, stating that the absence of precedent didn't guarantee it wouldn't happen. Accusing Dylan of arrogance, McKenny D. Randall questioned if he believed his brother could leave a mark in the academy's history. Dylan admitted uncertainty, emphasizing he wasn't a prophet but expressed curiosity about his brother's thoughts. McKenny D. Randall derided Dylan's words, labeling him as all talk and no substance, a typical trait of someone named Ashton. Spence D. Templeton intervened, urging them not to embarrass themselves in front of guests, and then inquired about the freshman from Ashton. Another teacher asked if Raul was the mentioned freshman. Upon seeing Raul, the teachers exchanged whispers, expressing surprise at his appearance. They questioned the legitimacy of Raul and Dylan being brothers. Dylan confirmed Raul as his youngest brother, referring to him as their family's gem. One teacher excused Raul's lack of sword skills due to his impressive figure, while another humorously pondered if there was anyone single in their family. McKenny D. Randall declared, "Everyone quiet. There's no need to talk so much about a man's face." Dylan mused, "The old man is trying so hard. He knows about Raul's skills because of the Baron Gendar incident. Was it Ketchup or Caleb? He is trying to turn their attention toward his 13th son. Hilarious. Is Raul really going to go easy? I hope he tries his best because of the situation here. I am worried since I said too much." Then, Raul struck the punching machine, registering a punch strength of 2,999. Spence D. Templeton thought, "Look at that, perfect. If I could rate him myself, I would give him a perfect score." Other teachers chimed in, with one saying, "Close. That's still impressive, 2,999. Another remarked, "He is 15. If only he came a year later." A third noted, "He's getting ready for the next hit." Raul reflected, "Good, it's going as planned." The teachers encouraged him, saying, "You got this. Let's score over 3,000, right? Don't be discouraged by your age. Hit it with courage." Raul then punched the machine again. All the teachers erupted in happiness upon seeing the score of Raul's second attempt. Meanwhile, Dylan pondered, "This guy, the score is exactly 3 points higher than the highest score. Clever guy. He really planned it out." Raul breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that everything unfolded according to his plan. Following the instructor's guidance, Raul returned to his seat. Surprised by Raul's performance, onlookers cast glances at him as he walked back to his seat. Raul accessed the guild chat and viewed a window containing messages regarding scores from other testing sites. Test site number 1 achieved the highest score of 2,820, but securing first place seemed unlikely. The same applied to test site number 2, boasting a top score of 3,612. Test site number 4 faced slim chances, as did test site number 5. Raul communicated a message, urging everyone to stay attentive, record the scores, and ensure that students with scores exceeding 2,500 were reported orderly once the test concluded. Having left the guild chat, Raul reflected on the successful completion of his actions. He pondered whether anyone had caught on. Since attaining expert level, his physical prowess had experienced significant growth. Rigorous training from his brother elevated his strength stat to 68. Though capable of scoring 4,000 easily, he had to align with the freshman's level, prompting him to gather relevant information. During the test, Raul feigned putting forth maximum effort, utilizing psychokinesis to mitigate the impact when throwing punches. He relied on the game system's calculator to ensure precision. While uncertain if these measures were entirely necessary, he deemed it prudent to conceal as much as possible, given the ongoing uncertainty about the true threat. He opted to conceal his abilities until other players appeared, especially given the peculiar nature of his powers. In his previous life, revealing his rank 1 abilities had prompted guilds to analyze and pursue him relentlessly. This constant evasion eventually cost him his life. Now, resolute not to repeat past mistakes, he vowed to remain hidden and eliminate those who chose to showcase their powers. He had become the hunter. As the instructor declared the imminent conclusion of the first test and instructed everyone to prepare for the next one, Raul realized he had been overthinking and opted to check his status before the test concluded. Examining the status window, Raul observed his details. His name registered as Raul. His level fluctuated between 55 and 56 in hardcore mode. He belonged to the knight class with proficiency, beginner sword skills and intermediate psychokinesis. He was associated with Ashton County, the initial guild. Notable unique traits included being a skill collector, possessing a developer's analyzing eye, mastering psychokinesis, having a warrior lineage, and holding an undisclosed skill. Anticipating the upcoming obstacle course, centered on strength and agility, Raul mentally prepared to moderate his actions. He wished for optimal performances from Dalton and James, desiring to assess his own capabilities. Grateful for his lineage, as a descendant of the esteemed swordmaster, Duke Marquis, Raul acknowledged the responsibilities accompanying this heritage. While Duke Marquis didn't compel his offspring to embrace swordsmanship, they endeavored to uphold the family's distinction as the finest. Contemplating Dalton's situation, burdened by the weight of his talent and the expectations placed upon him, despite surpassing peers in ability, Dalton sought refuge in the academy to escape the rigors of stringent training. Questioning the rationale behind a test on the first day of admission, Dalton contemplated whether staying home and sleeping would have been a better choice. The cacophony around him added to his annoyance. Reviewing the results of the first test, he found them unexpected. Notably, James securing the second position surprised him, considering Dalton had consistently bested him in the past. Recognizing James as his most formidable opponent, Dalton contemplated the intriguing possibility of encountering someone even more skilled. The instructor's announcement about transitioning to the next testing site interrupted his thoughts, but Dalton remained curious about the top scorer, speculating whether the individual might be the familiar face named Raul. Intrigued, Dalton approached Raul to confirm his identity. However, Raul seemed unfamiliar with Dalton and inquired about his name. Dalton introduced himself and observed a peculiar glint in Raul's eyes. Despite acknowledging Raul's attractiveness, Dalton was confident in his own appeal. As Raul began to walk away, Dalton requested him to wait, surprised by the rare experience of being overlooked. Puzzled by Raul's lack of recognition, Dalton contemplated the usual attention he received due to his well-known identity. Dalton found Raul's newfound curiosity intriguing, anticipating the expression Raul would wear when facing defeat in the upcoming test. As they reached the second test site, Raul contemplated the apparent simplicity of the challenge, a timed obstacle course in full steel armor. However, the complexity lay in navigating traps strategically scattered throughout the course. Following the instructor's announcements disqualifying specific numbers, the participants in the second test exchanged whispers, trying to gauge how many had been disqualified. Raul pondered the situation, realizing that despite their low ranks, a significant number of students, around 100, had already been eliminated. He suspected there might be more to this test than met the eye, as discussions arose within the crowd about the test modifications. As Vice President Gray entered the academy, speculation circulated among the participants regarding the changes, as nobody seemed to be succeeding. Shortly thereafter, the instructor declared the success of 2 individuals in the second test. The initial participant finished the run in 13 minutes and 33 seconds, followed by the second participant completing it in 12 minutes and 52 seconds. Raul found this intriguing and pondered how fast subsequent participants would perform. After a brief period, the leaderboard revealed the fastest completion time for the second test, 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Observing the leaderboard, Raul contemplated the best time so far. No significant shift. Let's see how they perform now. Dylan remarked, "My turn is approaching. Time to prepare. Is it my turn already?" Concurrently, Raul accessed the guild chat and inquired, "Any noteworthy developments?" Philip informed, "Not yet. The current top score is 7 minutes and some seconds." Raul instructed, "Examine each one and keep me posted. Also, stay updated on my group. Philip acknowledged. Yes, sir. Raul reflected. Managing multiple tests concurrently is challenging, but I'll do my utmost to keep track. The instructor called out, Number 285, Raul. Let me outline the rules. Raul responded, Yes, sir. The instructor explained, the traps and obstacles are all illusion spells, but the inflicted damage will be recorded as if they were real. If the recorded damage exceeds your armor's capacity, you will be disqualified. Raul affirmed, Understood. The instructor instructed, Number 285, start. Raul contemplated. This old armor is cumbersome and challenging to maneuver in. I understand why many struggled initially, but it's manageable for me. My strength has grown significantly since reaching the expert level. Facing the first obstacle torrent, Raul reflected. Despite being an illusion spell, it appears remarkably authentic. How many mana stones did they expend? Did they genuinely set up all of this just for the entrance exam? What a waste! Navigating to obstacle number 2, the forest traps. Raul inadvertently activated a trap, launching arrows in his direction. Yet, he effortlessly evaded the arrows with his swift reflexes and high speed. Internally, he mused, It's about time for new traps. Progressing through the obstacles, Raul received a message from Philip, causing him to sheath his sword. Intrigued, Raul contemplated. There it is, let's see. Navigating the traps, Raul checked the guild chat and absorbed the information from Philip. The message indicated, James and Dalton are moving at an impressive pace. They're expected to complete the test in approximately 5 minutes. Curious about other participants, Raul messaged Philip, asking for information. Philip replied, Caleb from Randall is doing well, but he's not at James and Dalton's level. There are skilled individuals here, evident in their relaxed demeanor as they effortlessly navigate the traps, seemingly unconcerned about their time. Raul directed Philip to track their progress separately and provide regular updates about James and Dalton. Meanwhile, facing a swinging bridge and a cliff with fireball shooters, Raul paused, thinking, it might be annoying, but it won't hinder me. Raul surged forward at a rapid pace, contemplating impressive speed, but the strong wind is affecting the stability of the bridge. Simultaneously, a trap began to hurling fireballs in Raul's direction. Observing the situation, Raul contemplated, at this rate, a fall is inevitable. Readying himself, Raul sliced through the oncoming fireball, reflecting, using the mana blade would simplify this, but revealing it now is not an option. This should be enough. Okay, he made it. Now onto the cave section, more challenging traps. But there's no turning back. There's always a solution. As errors approached, James deftly blocked them with his shield. Reflecting on the situation, James pondered, this is becoming tiresome. Why am I even here? Attending an academy at my age is already bothersome. Having to deal with these inferior individuals. I've triumphed in a tournament dominated by those in their 20s, and I possess experience as a capital guard. This is a futile endeavor for someone on the brink of knighthood. Under direct orders from his lord, James reluctantly found himself at the academy. Annoyed by the presence of Dalton and the Ashton kid, he couldn't shake off the task at hand. Losing the top position to them would be a complete failure. As he shielded himself from incoming arrows and emerged from the cave, James completed the second test in 5 minutes and 15 seconds, convinced that he had secured the victory and the top spot. Excited voices erupted from those behind James as they exclaimed, Check the result board. The scores have shifted. Startled, James swiftly glanced at the board, revealing the updated results. Dalton claimed first place with a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds, while James secured second place with a time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Onlookers at the result board started sharing their thoughts. A person exclaimed, 4 minutes, unbelievable. Another commented, even if it's a straight line, I can't achieve that time. Meanwhile, Dalton reflected, I'm just getting started. James, eyeing Dalton, mused, That guy, he's thrown a wrench into my plan. The gathered individuals continued their conversations. One person remarked, Templeton family. Look at him, he doesn't seem tired at all. Dalton inquired, where's Raul? James thought, what, Raul? Why is he searching for the Ashton kid? He never cared during our duels. Why this sudden interest? Whatever. It's not my concern. I've given my best, and my time isn't far off from Dalton's. There's no way a 15-year-old who's not even an expert can beat my record. The top spot is either mine or Dalton's if I do better. However, upon seeing the scoreboard, James was in disbelief. The scoreboard revealed the second test results. Raul secured the top spot with a time of 4 minutes and 55 seconds, followed by Dalton in second place with a time of 4 minutes and 58 seconds. James in third place with a time of 5 minutes and 15 seconds, and Caleb in fourth place with a time of 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Conversation circulated among the observers. One remarked, Raul outperformed Dalton once more, but by a narrow margin. Another questioned, how is he managing that? And his thoughts, Raul considered, I've kept pace with the record nicely. James pondered, how did he pull it off? He's not even an expert. Meanwhile, Dalton found it intriguing, thinking, Academy life might not be as dull as I anticipated. The instructors conversed as they watched Raul. One remarked, he secured the top spot in the previous test too, so Raul is set to claim first place overall. The teachers congratulated Sir Dylan, expressing their admiration. Dylan chuckled and responded, thank you. The Academy president, Spence D. Templeton, remarked, this was quite intriguing, especially Raul's agility. Does Ashton County instill ranger techniques in their students from a young age? Another teacher noted, I anticipated Raul to be more direct than James. Just look at Sir Dylan. Dylan chuckled and replied, Raul is a unique individual in our family. He has acquired a diverse set of skills. Dylan reflected, I had to provide an explanation, but even I didn't anticipate him navigating those courses so skillfully. James, McNeil's son, dismantled obstacles with force, while Dalton showcased precision with his longsword, reminiscent of Swordmaster Marquis. They utilized the strengths associated with their family backgrounds to navigate the course. Raul wielded a two-handed greatsword, a common choice among Ashtons. However, his remarkably precise maneuvers exceeded everyone's expectations. Notably, he managed to navigate the cave without triggering a single trap, showcasing skills typically associated with experienced rogues or rangers. It's noteworthy that he accomplished this without resorting to a mana blade, and like James and Dalton, Dylan pondered, he concealed his expertise and adept use of rangers' navigation skills. We'll need to have a serious conversation about keeping such things from me. Nonetheless, I am immensely proud of Raul. The second test ended, marking the conclusion of the Academy placement exam. Congratulations from his fellow brethren followed, prompting Raul to retreat into the carriage to minimize attention. Exhausted, he reflected, I aim to keep a low profile. Hopefully, they bought it. Things are going well for now. I just need to lay low now and get some rest. Closing his eyes for rest, he experiences a dream of his past life, when Bae DoHyun questioned, what motivated you to do this? The Desing Guild Master, Han Gilju, retorted, you're acting as if your family perished. Oh, my mistake, you don't have one, being an orphan and all. Apologies for that, followed by laughter. I extended a polite invitation for you to join us. If you had accepted, none of this would have occurred. Despite your rank 1 status, did you genuinely believe you could triumph over all of us? Quite arrogant, Han Gilju exclaimed. What's with that intimidating look just because we killed an NPC? In his thoughts, Bae DoHyun mused, merely an NPC. But for me, she was more than that. We crossed paths during the main quest, and she's been my guide ever since. I dedicated over a year to safeguarding her from all threats. She was, in essence, my family. And now, I've lost her to a guild unrelated to the quest. Han Gilju remarked, "Give it a shot. I was planning to take you down anyway." Instructing his guild members to attack Bae DoHyun, they closed in on him. Utilizing his psychokinesis trait, Bae DoHyun swiftly dispatched the majority of them. Perplexed, Han Gilju questioned, "How? I get that you're rank 1, but this is beyond overpowered. Damn gacha company. After spending so much, I only got crappy skills." Bae DoHyun, employing psychokinesis to brandish a dagger at Han Gilju, inquired, "I need answers. Why is your guild killing guide NPCs? Explain immediately." Bae DoHyun queried Han Gilju, "What drives you to slay NPCs? Aren't you afraid of the penalties? Killing quest NPCs poses severe consequences for players, leading to permanent account deletion and bans on associated accounts. The quest persists with new NPCs, irrespective of how many times they are killed. So, why persist in this despite the imminent risk of penalties?" Han Gilju chuckled and retorted, "Penalty? Do you truly believe I fear such consequences? Only peasants like you worry about that. The reality is, many are willing to slay NPCs for a mere 10,000. Bae DoHyun firmly stated, "Enough of the nonsense. Just answer my question." Han Gilju countered, "Why bother? You're going to kill me regardless. And even if you do, I'll simply buy a revive with some pocket change, peasant." Bae DoHyun reflected, "I did hear about him being the grandson of a family that owns one of Korea's top 5 companies, Desung." Han Gilju boldly proclaimed, "You can try all you want, but you'll eventually kneel before me. In both real life and the game, the one with the most money emerges victorious." Bae DoHyun contemplated while eliminating Han Gilju. "That doesn't sway my resolve. On that day, I pledged in front of the girl I failed to protect. Why not? Let's go for it. I'll hunt you until you grow tired of dying in this game. I'll erase the Descent Guild from this virtual world." Raul awoke and pondered. "What a dream. It's the first time I've dreamt about my past life. Something feels peculiar. I couldn't fulfill the promise I made to that girl. What is this icon? Does it have some connection to the notification I just heard?" The information window showcased details about the upcoming update, with the company extending appreciation to all players utilizing their Connect system. They unveiled the launch of their latest update, named Pre-Scenario 1.0, encompassing elements like the unveiling of a concealed ancient dungeon, the implementation of a dimension gate system, and the conversion of specific NPCs into quest NPCs. Moreover, there was an enhancement to the guild system. The scheduled release date for the update was set a month from the present, on May 28th. Upon learning about the upcoming update, Raul reflected on his anticipation of such a development, although the earlier timing caught him by surprise. Realizing that this meant a reunion with someone significant to him, he pledged to protect her this time. However, the uncertainty of the update's exact timing left him feeling unprepared. With just a month remaining, he acknowledged that immediate major events were unlikely, but missing this opportunity could significantly impede his plans. Urgency gripped him, motivating a resolve to dominate scenarios and amass resources before other players joined. Recognizing the impact of his decisions on future outcomes, he understood the crucial importance of utilizing the time effectively. Prioritizing leveling up and guild expansion, Raul also aimed to explore the academy library and other free cities. Concerns lingered about the time available for these tasks. Driven to optimize every moment, he dedicated an entire night to meticulous planning, crafting a well-structured and efficient strategy. The beginning of their meeting was signaled by Silver Zero, the leader of the Imperial Hounds, declaring, "Let's begin." As the first thing on the agenda, it was conveyed that he would provide an update on the royal house. It was highlighted that the king had refrained from making public appearances, aside from the routine meetings. Additionally, attention was drawn to the absence of the Sword Emperor at his grandson's enrollment, with Marquis McNeil's freshman president taking part instead. Silver Zero acknowledged the report, commending it as well done, and conveyed that the Central Command had issued the directive earlier that morning. They revealed that the comprehensive strategy would commence precisely 1 month from that date. The assembled individuals shared their enthusiasm, expressing anticipation that their diligent efforts would finally yield results. Silver Zero hushed the assembly, emphasizing that this marked only the initial phase, and everyone's roles had gained increased significance. Following this, Number 8 inquired of Number 7 about the progress of their inquiry into Mira. Number 7 conveyed that the preliminary investigation was complete, yet uncertainty lingered due to the kingdom's involvement, posing challenges in approaching the matter closely. Silver Zero sought clarification on their statement, and Number 7 affirmed their certainty that Randall was involved. Number 4, skeptical, noted the absence of any noticeable actions from Randall and pondered if those banished to Mira had attacked their camp. Number 7 clarified that the events aligned, with the Randalls announcing their takeover of Mira on the exact day, and the presence of power armor and gear with tracker spells unmistakably pointing toward Randall. Expressing doubt about Randall's capabilities, Number 4 questioned how they could achieve such a feat with their strength. Silver Zero interjected, declaring they had heard sufficient discussion about Randall, and inquired if there were any additional updates. Number 3 added that the youngest son of Ashton County had been sighted, clarifying that he hadn't approached their base but was present in the city. Silver Zero questioned whether there was a possibility of collaboration between Ashton County and Randall. Number 3 expressed doubt about Ashton County's involvement. In response, Silver Zero directed them to remove Ashton County from the investigation and inquired if there were any other updates. Number 3 mentioned uncertainly that one of their team members had spotted someone who might be Gray. Silver Zero opted to temporarily halt the investigation on Gray, stating that it was unnecessary to focus on minor matters when the grand plan was on the horizon. They proposed issuing a warning to Randall for the time being. Silver Zero inquired, "What transpired at the academy?" Number 3 reported, "There was an unforeseen element. While we were monitoring Dalton, Raul, Ashton County's youngest son, unexpectedly entered the scene." Silver Zero questioned, "Raul?" Number 6, "What's the situation? Weren't you overseeing Ashton?" Number 6 admitted, "Honestly, I'm puzzled. He displayed no remarkable talent last year, but this year, he's demonstrating significant skill. While we have a handle on him for now, I can't guarantee he's not concealing something." Silver Zero inquired, "Could he pose a threat to our plan?" Number 6 reassured, "I highly doubt it. He's just a 15-year-old. I initially intended to utilize him later, but if that falls through, I have a backup plan as well." Silver Zero pondered, "Raul seems to be popping up everywhere, but we can't afford to focus on a kid with the grand plan looming." Silver Zero instructed, "Gray holds more significance than Raul. Find out why he surfaced now. Since the top entrant approach failed, initiate the next plan." Number 8, "How's the progress on the underworld?" Number 8 responded, "There's a guild causing some issues, but it's nearly resolved. I'll ensure it's taken care of before the grand plan kicks off." Silver Zero emphasized, "Once more, a month from now, ensure there are no complications. Stay vigilant until then. Keep in mind, a small variable could jeopardize our entire plan." Working late into the night, Raul focused on his plans. The following day, he reflected, "Staying up is exhausting, but it ensures a trouble-free future. Opting for commuting over dorm living allows me to handle tasks more efficiently. I've organized my classes to be core subjects only, 3 days a week." Among the gathered students, discussions ensued. One inquired if the top entrant was indeed the 15-year-old prodigy this year. Another acknowledged the abundance of talent but emphasized that this particular individual claimed the coveted first position. A third student highlighted the top scorer's intelligence, skills, and attractiveness, expressing frustration at the seemingly unfair advantages. Fourth student questioned why someone from a prestigious family needed to attend the academy when they didn't need the diploma. Meanwhile, another student shared a sentiment that with advanced sword skills like the top entrant, they would have become a knight already. Meanwhile, Raul reflected that he could disregard the students' gossip since the academy was a minor aspect of his overarching plans, serving specific purposes. Abruptly, a window appeared, revealing the placement exam results and class assignments. Raul found out that he had clinched the top spot in the rankings, with James and Dalton trailing closely behind. Deep in thought, Raul considered the implications of his ranking and pondered if there were additional details to be aware of. Another window materialized, displaying details about a scenario quest and the placement exam. Despite the grade D of quest, Raul had managed to secure a spot in the S-class, claiming the highest position. His reward consisted of experience points, 500 coins, and an undisclosed bonus. Reflecting on the achievement, Raul deemed it not overly challenging and found the reward somewhat trivial. Despite anticipating the extra reward to be minimal given the quest's low grade, curiosity lingered. Nonetheless, he shifted his attention to attending class. During his academy classes, Raul discovered that they were more elementary than he had envisioned. Despite expecting some attention from Caleb, Dalton, or James, his classmates opted to avoid him. Deciding to let things unfold, Raul perceived the first day as tolerable. One of the senior students inquired, "Raul, is Raul present?" Raul confirmed, "Yes, I am Raul. What's the matter?" Senior proceeded, "Here are the perks for being the top entrant. Present this at the library or training to get registered. Vice President Gray seeking you, so kindly visit him immediately." In his thoughts, Raul mused, Vice President Gray. So, this is the additional reward, Alfredo Gray, the historical hero who battled against the Empire. Meeting him exciting, yet concerning. Knocking on the door, Raul awaited permission. Alfredo Gray welcomed, "Enter." Raul stepped into the office and courteously said, "Excuse me." Alfredo Gray extended a welcome, stating, "Greetings, Raul. Could you wait over there for a moment? I have some paperwork to attend to." Raul responded, "Certainly." Inwardly, Raul reflected, "Incredible. Though I've never encountered him in person, he matches the images and videos shared by other players. He carries the air of a standard noble, yet there's an intriguing aura about him. I'm eager to learn more. Perhaps a discreet glance won't hurt." Upon attempting to view Alfredo Gray's status window, Raul was met with limited information, only displaying details already commonly known such as his level, class, affiliation title, stats, and unique talent. Raul pondered, "Strange, I can't access his full information. Everything visible here is already widely known." Alfredo Gray inquired, "Can you observe certain details?" This raised Raul's anxiety as he thought, although he appears to be reading a document, his behavior suggests he's aware of my actions, and possible. Let me test this. Raul expressed, "I heard meeting you is quite challenging," so Alfredo Gray comforted him, saying, "No need to worry. I'll be at the academy for a while. Please wait a bit, I'm finishing up. I have many questions for you, Raul, especially about those eyes." Raul wondered, "Who is this person?"
Raul wondered who the guy was and if he knew about his eyes or if it was just a lucky guess. His thoughts were interrupted when Alfredo Gray stated that he was done and apologized for making him wait for so long. Gray commented that he looked even better up close, making Raul feel nervous and cautious about what he would say next. Gray mentioned that he would bring them some tea and would be right back. Later, Gray handed him a teacup and Raul thanked him. He thought to himself that he had expected Gray to use his spells to brew the tea, but apparently, that wasn't the case. Gray congratulated him on getting the top spot and praised his exciting performance. He mentioned that he wanted to ask Raul a few questions and told him not to be nervous. Meanwhile, Raul wondered why someone as esteemed as Gray would be curious about him. He remembered that they had met for the first time at the testing site and he hadn't done anything extraordinary. He decided to try and talk his way out of the situation. Raul asked he wondered why a grand sage like Gray is curious about him. Gray then asked if he knew about an organization called Imperial Hound. This question made Raul tremble a little. The scene then shifted to 50 years ago, when the continent of Connect was in chaos due to the invasion of the Cronin Empire. 4 kingdoms were on the verge of destruction, but heroes emerged during those difficult times. These heroes risked their lives to stop the Empire and push them back behind the Monster Mountain. Peace had prevailed for the past 50 years, and conflicts between the kingdoms had been resolved during their fight against the Empire. However, they hadn't forgotten to prepare for the possibility of another invasion. Alfredo Gray had built a tower to train talented individuals and had traveled around the continent. One of the people he looked after was an alchemist named Nakia, whom Raul had saved. Gray had the ability to help Nakia with her expulsion from the association, but he couldn't because he was occupied with important matters. He had heard about Nakia being pardoned and went to Mira. He stayed in Mira to look after Nakia and witness Raul and his people's generosity. He figured out the truth behind the Imperial Hound conquest, the fact that Randall took advantage of Raul's work. Gray thought that Raul had given away the merit to a different family in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Empire. Despite being young, he had chosen to prepare for the future rather than revel in the honor before him. He didn't seek any compensation for helping the civilians either, making him the perfect man to be this world's hero. Gray wanted to watch him up close. This was how Gray ended up in the academy, but Raul would only find out about it in the future. Back to the present, he wondered why Gray was here but knew he had to stay sharp. He pondered how to respond to Gray's comment, thinking about how Gray was known for constantly generating quests related to the Cronin Empire. However, Raul couldn't mention the Empire yet as there was no need to be involved with them. Raul's thoughts aligned with Gray's caution, acknowledging that it would be good to stay silent if anyone else asked about the situation. It was too dangerous for Raul to handle, and Gray admitted to having been watching him since his time at Mira. Gray praised him for handling conflicts well with his outstanding skills, noting that Randall would struggle a little. He was surprised by Gray's knowledge, and worried about what would happen if Randall found out. Gray reassured him, stating that he hadn't and wouldn't tell anyone about it. Gray believed that he had made the right choice to stay anonymous, and commended him for his amazing decision. Curious, he asked Gray how much he knew and why he was keeping quiet about it. In response, Gray asked him if he knew why the Cronin Empire was dangerous. Raul speculated that it was because of their military strength. Gray agreed but encouraged him to think deeper. Raul considered that although the Empire had a large amount of land, most of it was desolate, and their population was similar to one of the kingdoms due to the harsh climate. Gray said he think the only way the Empire can be a threat to them is their information. They are exposed to Empire but they don't know much about Empire. As you know, the Empire is behind the Monster Mountain and the Forbidden Barrier. The only way to get to the Empire is through the rift. We built a wall near the entrance, and have an army there to prevent an invasion, but the Empire still manages to send spies down here. This means that the Empire has a full advantage over them. If they invade them right now, they'll do it knowing that they have a good chance to win. Hearing this, Raul thinks frightening. It happened the same way in his previous life. The Empire used the players to start the war and were close to victory around the time when he died. Gray said they need more people like him. Young people like him are their wild cards against the Empire. Raul thinks was Gray related to Nakia's growth in his past life? If that's the case, his attention might be helpful. He don't need to struggle after declining his offer. He can accelerate his growth and defeat the Empire. Gray said he only have one thing to say. Something is happening out there. He need him to lay low and make smart decisions. Raul said he will make sure of that. Gray said good. It's getting late. Let's get up. He would like to give him a gift for listening to him for so long. Raul asked a gift? Gray said he will need this in the future. Instructions on how to use it are in the box as well, so read it carefully later. Raul thinks a ring. This looks really expensive, and he can feel mana from it. He asked is he sure that he can have this? Gray said please. This is a reward as well. Raul thinks a reward. He don't think he did anything to deserve a reward but it feels nice. He stands up and thank him for everything. In response, Gray also thank him for spending time with him. He hoped the rest of their academy life goes well. Leaving the room, he opened the box. He couldn't help but think he was nervous but it went better than he expected. He even got a gift. What is this ring? He could feel mana flowing through it. Examining the ring closely through the system, he was taken aback. The system window showed information about the ring gray's polymorph ring grade unique. The wearer undergoes a perfect body transformation into the designated form. However, while in a polymorph state, all stats decrease by 30%. He needed to be cautious as running out of mana would revert him to his original form. Additionally, the wearer could summon the creator Gray once. He thought to himself he got an overpowered item. This was crazy. It was exactly what he needed. There were many limitations due to his position having to bring guards everywhere and watch every move. He had been looking for an item that could hide his identity, but this ring not only hid his identity, but also his appearance. Only a few magicians could use polymorph spells because it was a sixth circle spell. Moreover, he could even summon the Grand Sage Gray. He felt pressured by Gray's expectations, but he didn't need to worry about that now. Gray would be helpful to him in every way. He would use this wisely. 2 weeks later, Raul thought his academy life was going pretty well. No one was hostile towards him because he was staying quiet. But this guy Dalton stuck to him 24/7. Dalton asked him, is he free today? He found a good armory. In response, Raul said he had already told him he was busy, so he should go by himself. Dalton asked, can't he just come with him? If he go back right now, he'll have to train with his teachers. Think of it as saving his friend, please. Raul thought he would have a quiet academy life, but an unexpected variable showed up. A guy appeared and started sitting next to him. He started bothering him 24/7, and this guy wasn't even looking for any other friends besides him. Raul initially found himself annoying, but he hadn't caused harm to anyone. Furthermore, no one else bothered Raul because he was next to him. Dalton inquired why Raul was so busy and suggested taking a break since he had trained and listened to lectures all day. Raul replied that he had things to do and was heading to the library, advising him to find someone else. Dalton expressed frustration with the library, regretting not securing the top spot to prevent him from going there and hoping he would encounter a ghost. Raul suggested that if he was bored he should read a book. Dalton retorted that he would rather swing a sword all day. Raul thinks that he had finally left. As he entered the library, he considered one of the benefits of being the first rank, which was admission to every floor in the library. However, realistically, he could only access the 4th floor at most. Only the royals and a few professors were allowed on the 5th floor, but the 4th floor was still impressive. There were only about 50 students who had access to the 3rd floor. He decided to go find some useful books. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the library, a fairy with green hair pondered that she had seen everyone there before and didn't notice any new students. She also noted the absence of new books, wondering if they were hidden inside the students' bags. The fairy touched a student's head and thought that this student was always trying her best. She found it nice to see hardworking students. Suddenly, the fairy noticed a student sleeping nearby and was outraged. She slapped the sleeping student head hard, causing him to wake up. Although the other students couldn't see her, the student became frightened and ran away, claiming that a ghost had hit him. The fairy warned the student not to sleep on the books again and threatened consequences. She declared that she wouldn't forgive such behavior in the sacred library. At the time, Raul thinks not bad. There are more useful skill books on the 2nd floor compared to the 1st floor. Then a conversation ensued between two students. The boy inquired, did she see what just happened? The girl replied, of course she did. That guy running away after getting slapped by the ghost? The boy expressed his concerns, saying he will have to watch himself so he don't get slapped. Meanwhile, Raul pondered, a ghost. There's a protection spell cast around the library, so there can't be anything like that here. Maybe it's just a ghost story. It doesn't matter to him. Let's just keep looking for skill books. The fairy, feeling overwhelmed by the number of students bothering her today, as her fairy wings started to disappear, she worried that it too soon. It's only been half a year since she moved. Let's check it out. This book can't relieve her fatigue anymore. Does she have to move to another book again? The Great Spell book could keep her for around 1,000 years. Does she need a book of a similar level to stay in? There are only low-quality books filling up the library. She can't survive a year with these. Is this her end? However, the fairy regained her composure and thought, no, she still have an unrequited, long-cherished wish. She can feel it. Something special is approaching her. She wish. Suddenly the fairy became surprised as she looked at the books that Raul are reading. She became a little nervous and exclaimed, what was that? It's over there. Please let it be the one she is searching for. Meanwhile, Raul sighed and said this isn't it either. He thinks finding a unique skill book is too hard. He can't use the unique skill book that he have already found. He wanted to find at least one psychokinetic skill book. He is trying to find it using the information he got from another psychokinetic user. It's still hard to find one. He should have asked more about it. He concentrated solely on searching for a skill book, putting aside his thoughts. He stumbled upon a rank C skill book titled as Acrobatic Horse Equitation, and it's a combat skill book. He found Artistic Brush Touch and Art skill before this, so this makes up for it. Let's register it to his dex. He knew that there were a set number of skill slots, so he would have to delete one of his skills to learn a new one. However, he could register the unused skills in his skill dex. He activated his dex to register, and placed the new skill book in front of dex. He was pleased to see it being absorbed. After being registered, a skill book became a normal book, just like when any other player obtained them. He decided to find as many skill books as he could while this one was registering. Simultaneously, the fairy from earlier observed Raul's actions and pondered strange human. He is taking multiple similarly titled books and reading the same part over and over. And the books he is reading are all weird author's will, The Power of Time, and unique handwriting. All of these are different from the other books. She can sense something special about him because he can differentiate between them. He seems somewhat good-looking, but it still doesn't interest her enough. Humans can help her anyway. They have to be at least a grand sage or arch-wizard to communicate with her, and they haven't been helpful either. Her existence right now is a result of many sacrifices, a harsh fate, and coincidences. It's getting hard to maintain her existence, and hoping that a human can help her is exhausting. And even if these books are special, they are not good enough for her to live in. She thought she felt something. Maybe she is losing her senses too. Why is he touching the book like that? Wait, that book seems ordinary on the surface, but the symbol engraved on it isn't. It feels like something under the cover is calling her. The power was transferred from one book to another. No, it's being absorbed, but she don't see a difference in the one that absorbed the power. She have never seen something like this before. She want to take a closer look. As Raul went to find another skill book, the fairy rushed towards the dex, thinking to herself, a book she haven't tried before. Maybe this is the one she have been looking for. As the fairy touched the dex, she became shocked, thinking nothing's happening. How did the great spell book and even the religious books tell her their story and allow her to stay? This is not possible. Let's try again. A little later, the fairy tried everything but did not succeed in her attempts. Disappointed, she sat on the dex. At that moment, Raul approached and inquired, what is she doing on top of his book? He wondered, who is this kid? A ghost? A fairy? Why is she translucent? It looks like she's about to disappear. The fairy asked how can he see her, and flew away from him. Raul thinks he is curious, but there's no need to chase after her. She seemed interested in the skill dex, so she should come back to him eventually. Finding skill books is more important. Suddenly a system window popped up showing information. Rank C skill Acrobatic Equitation has been registered to the skill dex. Skill enhancing efficiency has increased by 10.5%. Raul thinks it's done absorbing. Let's take a look. He have around 700 skills registered now. This looks pretty messy. Even in her past life there was no one who collected skills as much as he did. But his skill dex is still only rare grade. How many skill books do he need to collect to see its true power? His thoughts were interrupted as the fairy inquired, human, what is that book? Raul thinks she came back faster than he expected. He should be aggressive at first. He stated, shouldn't she apologize first for touching his stuff? And why do he have to answer her question? The fairy apologized for touching his book. She inquired, can he actually hear her? This is rare then. She will introduce herself. Her name is Ravelina Ariomerdian. He can call her Ravel. She is a forest fairy, one who cherishes harmony and order. In response, he introduces him as Raul. He enrolled into the academy this year. He stated she don't seem like a normal fairy. Ravel stated she actually more of a ghost. Humans call her the library ghost as well. He inquired, a ghost? Like a specter? She responded, excuse me, does she look like a monster to him? She is just a soul on the border between life and death, a being that defies the ordinary. He questioned, sure, why she is interested in this book. She explained this book is special. It's special even among the special ones. He inquired further, do she even know what book this is? She admitted no, she doesn't. This one didn't talk to her, but she is sure this book is special. So could Raul please let her take a look? He thinks, to be honest, he don't even know much about the skill dex. There wasn't much information about it in his past life either. Maybe she can upgrade the skill dex for him? The item is bound to him, so she can't run away with it. He agrees, but she have to promise to tell him everything she learned about this book. She reassured him and expressed gratitude. And he opened the decks as she said let's see and touched the decks. She noted there is a lot of energy flowing through her. She became surprised, quickly moving away from the decks. She exclaimed, "What? How is this possible? There's no way. Did he truly predict something like this?" But the appearance of this book now goes against the rules. He concerned inquired about her well-being. Excitedly she turned towards him and inquired, "Human, she mean Raul, where did he find this book?" He advised her to calm down, and she was the one who was supposed to tell him about the book. She explained to him this book contains the power of the Creator God, not just any god, an ancient Creator God who's known to have disappeared. This revelation made him nervous, and he stated, "Ancient Creator God?" He asked her if the power of the ancient Creator Divine is embedded in the book. He thinks that he is not sure what it is, but it doesn't really appeal to him. She responded by inquired if he is not very interested, stating that this is the problem with humans and the Creator Divine in the past. He interrupted her and expressed his lack of interest in divines, requesting her to tell him what he found out about the book. She sighed and admitted that she doesn't know much about the book's detailed contents either, as she only saw it briefly. However, she mentioned that the book is currently under a curse and lost its power after taking a shock. He inquired about how he can restore the book to its original state, to which she replied by asking how she would know, as the prickly kid refused to tell her. He stated was it of no use, and she questioned how she is supposed to figure that out so quickly. She then suggested making it possible for her to enter the book. Suddenly the system window popped up, displaying information about Ravel's request to reside in the tome as its librarian. The window explained that appointing a librarian can enhance the rank, functionality, and efficiency of the skill tome, and once appointed the librarian cannot be forcibly dismissed unless the contract is dissolved. The window asked if he would appoint her as the skill tome's librarian. He thinks that she is trying to sneak into the skill tome, and although the conditions don't seem bad at a glance, he can't let someone he hardly knows come in without any cost. She questioned about his expression, and he responded by saying that he doesn't need to hear more from her. He already knows that the skill tome is under a curse and believes he can handle it himself. As it was getting late, he decided to head back. She requested, "Don't go. Please listen to her story a bit more." He stated, "Well, he have urgent matters to attend to, so he need to go. Let's talk another time. He is not sure when he will come again." She inquired if she upset him. She is really sorry. It's just that it's been so long since she have talked to a human. He thinks, okay, let's get more serious for the negotiation. He stated he is busy too. He can't really listen to her situation right now. She stated she promised she will be helpful to him. She swear that book is really precious to her. Can't he listen to her story a bit more? He thinks this enough for now. Time to start negotiating. At the moment she started crying while stated it's true. Why won't he believe her? He stated, "No, it's not like that, just calm down." She exclaimed he too much. In response, he expressing regret for upsetting her and offering an apology. She reassured it's okay. However, Raul added, but still he can't give her the book yet. It holds great importance for him, so he'd like to hear her story first. Explain why she ended up like this and why she's interested in the book. He'll decide afterward. She agreed, mentioning that it might be a lengthy tale. She began by recounting a forgotten war that took place on the Connect continent involving various races and divine beings as well as demons. The war had brought the continent to the brink of destruction, and her own race, the forest fairies, faced extinction. In an attempt to save her, the fairies used a certain magic to trap her soul in the book while they themselves were scattered across different dimensions. She explained that he had fallen into a deep sleep, and upon awakening she found herself constantly moving from one special book to another, barely surviving. Each time he woke up he lost many memories, leaving her unsure of how long he had been living. Despite his situation, she had a purpose to find his scattered kin and pass on their tribal wisdom and essence. However, she was bound to the library by the book and struggled to find books that would accept her. She believed that the book in question held a similar aura to the great magic book that had initially accepted her, possibly even possessing a greater hidden power. She pleaded with him to allow her to enter the book, as she believed she would aid him in his quest. He considered her story and decided it was enough to grant her permission to reside in the book. However, in exchange she would have to become the book librarian and potentially be bound to him. He inquired if this arrangement was acceptable to her. She stated of course as long as he allow it, but before that may she ask what he want to do with the power in the book? He replied he want to protect his family and his homeland. She might think it's a modest reason, but it's really important to him. She responded that's a noble enough reason. Then she looked forward to working with him, but she won't be able to help him right away. She needs some time to adapt to her new home. She thinks she'll be asleep for about a month, but don't worry, the book functions won't change. He reassured no rush, he just hopes she wake up safely. She thanked him, and she stated when she wake up she will do her best to help him. See him in a month, and that's how Raul gained a little fairy girl as a companion. Time flew by after meeting her, and now there's only a week left until the update. He thinks there's so much to prepare, and it's gotten really tight. Dylan said to him, working hard as always. This brother is proud of him, and he was right. A real oracle came down from the temple, can he believe it? He is an amazing guy. He inquired what did the prophet say. Dylan replied, well, it's a bit vague. In a week what disappeared will return and what was severed will reconnect. 2. Prevent the rise of evil, one must open the door, enter, and pick the void fruit. Raul thinks it's definitely ambiguous as an oracle, but it's unsettling to ignore it. He inquired how did the temple respond. Dylan stated nothing special, just preparing the troops as much as possible in case of a major crisis. Raul inquired what about the reaction of the royal family and nobles. He can guess, but Dylan answered just as he expect, most of them are treating it as nonsense, or suspecting the oracle as a pretext to gain something. Well, he would have thought the same if he hadn't listened to him. There's precedent for it. Raul thinks that there are many precedents, such as the Holy Empire ruled by the Pope here in Connect. The Holy Empire consists of Garnelia, where the papacy is located, and several small and medium-sized cities. Although it is small in size, it holds the title of an empire, and is designated as a permanent non-aggression area due to its religious influence, delivering numerous oracles. Raul expresses his worry, stating that it will be too late if something happens. Dylan reassures him, telling him not to worry and to do what he can now. He mentions that he has already passed response methods to their domain, and hinted at their friendly families. He advises Raul to stop worrying like an old man and to use his strange power. Raul continues to think that their family never sits still when it comes to something mysterious, just like their father and brother. However, he acknowledges that because of this, when he presented the update information as divine revelation, he took it seriously instead of laughing it off. He also mentions that his brother discovered his telekinesis during the process, and now pesters him to show it every chance he gets. A little later at the training field, Dylan shouts, "Alright, next." Raul struggles to block the impact of the strike. Dylan reminds him that he had told him to focus on physical development, and not just rely on his strange power. Raul thinks no matter how many times he does this training, he never gets used to it. Although the training was initially started for his brother Dylan, it has also increased his strength, and he has managed to elevate his telekinesis enhancement to the level of his previous life. Dylan's only interest is in physical strength. Despite his superhuman body, he lacks in combat skills. If the world spirals into war, the enemies he will face will be formidable. To overcome that crisis, it's necessary to foster Dylan's growth. If he could just add proper combat skills to that incredible body, Dylan must be realizing that the gap between them is narrowing through their repeated sparring. Soon he'll understand that there are limits to overpowering him with just physical abilities. When that time comes, he will have to find the right skills for him. Once the dungeon opens, he can acquire more skill books, not only making himself stronger but also those around him. His plans for the future just got more interesting. After several days, Raul believed that the tasks leading up to the update were almost finished. It bothered him that nothing had changed despite the prophecy being announced, but he understood that it was expected. No lord would prepare for something that hadn't happened yet. However, he still found it regrettable. As the scenario progressed, the kingdom's power would become more necessary. There would be monster invasions through gates, chaos from the lifting of restrictions, wars with the Empire, and other scenarios requiring massive troops in the future. To prepare for these events, it was necessary to minimize the kingdom's damage and preserve their forces. But even with his future knowledge and being born into a prestigious family, he knew there were limits to what he could do. After all, he was just a 15-year-old from one of the many noble families without any special fame. So he decided to focus on what he could do. He attended classes at the academy and searched for skill books in the library. On days without classes, he used portals to visit the 4 other starting cities of the Ruben Kingdom: Mira in the south, Kezan in the east, and Bryant in the west, and in the north Jusek. He also proposed investments to the mayors of these cities, presenting a letter of introduction from Mira's mayor Reynaldo. Similar to Mira, the other cities welcomed the investment, and things proceeded smoothly. Raul initiated large-scale civil engineering works on prime lands in each city and established branches of the first guild. The total investment, including additional funds in Mira, amounted to around 3.5 million gold, but he believed it was worth it. He needed to advance the construction as much as possible before players started connecting in earnest. Additionally, he posted mercenary recruitment notices in the 4 free cities and the capital's mercenary guild, targeting individual mercenaries above C grade and small mercenary groups of less than 10 people. The contract offered twice the normal employment fee for a month from the update date, and a chance to be recruited into the guild, becoming a knight trainee for those who performed well. Thanks to the attractive terms, there were many applicants. Eventually, he was able to hire 50 B-grade mercenaries and 950 C-grade ones. The C-grade mercenaries were skilled soldiers from the domain, or those with over 3 years of experience. B-grade mercenaries were either solo sword users or captains of small mercenary groups, forming a fairly solid force. He acknowledging that hiring them would cost over 30,000 gold and maintaining them would require significant expenses. However, he believed it was worth it, as it would alleviate any worries in the event of a large-scale battle like a domain war. As people observed the guild members, they started conversing with each other. One person expressed disbelief, stating that Raul didn't have money to spare. Another questioned his intentions if nothing happened. Raul turned to Sir Philip and inquired about the gathering of the guild members. Philip informed him that all 45 members, excluding administrative staff, had arrived and were divided into 10 groups ready for group training. Philip also mentioned that he had just issued a summons order to the regular knights who arrived early. Raul commended Philip's work but reminded him not to let their guard down, as they had an operation scheduled for that night. Philip acknowledged his instructions. Raul reflected on the significant changes that had occurred, noting that all 6 trainee knights had reached the expert level and had been officially appointed. Additionally, 9 knights, including Philip, Jake and Pierce, had joined the first knight squad as regular members. The knight trainees and soldiers had also been affiliated with the first knight squad as trainee knights. With these developments, his guild, officially named the first knight squad, had been launched. The system window displayed information about the first guild, including its small 10-level grade, influential regional guild status, Raul as the guild master, Philip as the vice guild master, Bernard as the chief administrator, a total of 50 members consisting of 9 regular knights, 35 trainee knights and 5 administrators and guild buffs, providing a 10% increase in experience and skill proficiency. He contemplated reviewing the specifications of the guild members, acknowledging that he had only recruited those with at least a B-grade potential and expressing excitement for their future growth. With this, all preparations for the update are complete, so now he hoped things go as he planned as he observed the update countdown window. Then the scene shifted to the meeting room of Imperial Hound. Imperial Hound leader Silver Zero inquired for report. Number 8 reported the royal family has not taken action. All they did was increase their patrols. Number 9 added the Templeton family is in a similar position, and the McNeils are doing the same as well. Silver Zero turned to Number 6 and inquired, is Ashton County normally religious? Number 6 replied, no, they are not. They have a good relationship with the shrine, but they aren't religious. They were preparing even before the oracle was announced, so he is assuming they have a different source. Silver Zero then inquired about Alfredo Gray. Number 6 responded, nothing special. He's focused on the academy at the moment. Silver Zero turned to Number 8 and inquired, did he successfully infiltrate the mercenary squad? Number 8 admitted they tried, but everyone failed and apologized for that. Number 5 exclaimed, what? They were looking for 1,000 men, yet not even one of them could make it in. Number 8 explained they passed the pre-test but failed the main test. He think Raul has some sort of special ability. Do he think we have to worry about him? He has no benefits out of this. Number 5 agreed, that's true. Those nobles can't stop our grand plan. Silver Zero declared, right, let's just keep him under surveillance for now, and inquired about their agents. Number 8 reported everyone is in place already. Silver Zero concluded the grand plan is about to begin. The day when they kill all those pig nobles is almost here, so stay focused. Closing the meeting, they declared it's all for the emperor. At night the street was crowded with people. A child exclaimed, Mom, look at that, while pointing towards the sky. The child's mother inquired, what are those? Why are there so many meteors? Followed by an earthquake causing fear among the people. The mother hugged her child tightly and stated, hold on. Stay close. Just then a gate appeared in front of them, leaving the people confused. Goblins emerged from the gate and began attacking the people in front of them. However, Jake appeared and bravely fought off the goblins. He warned, this place is dangerous. Everyone, Evacuate to safety. Jake then reported this as Outer Wall 4 Area B Section 32. He have found a gate, engaging defense mechanisms. He urged evacuate the civilians and keep their guards up. Pierce reported this as Outer Wall 3 Area F Section 21. He found a gate. A few monsters have come out but there has been no damage to the civilians. Philip reported this as Outer Wall 1. A gate has appeared in the Noble Area, Section 3. We will control the area and hand it over to the guards. Raul acknowledged, stating good, keep reporting. Another report came in stating Outer Wall 4 Area B Section 32. A gate has appeared, requesting backup. Raul responded, understood. Everyone at Section 14 head over to Section 32 to support them. Another report message displayed information Outer Wall 3 Area F Section 21. A group of goblins came through the gate engaging right now. Raul thinks it has begun the update. He called out to Bernard, who responded with a yes. Raul instructed him to decide who to dispatch from the squad and send them out to each section. Bernard acknowledged that. Raul thinks he knew it was coming but he wasn't expecting it to happen everywhere. They had prepared as much as they could but this was still a close call. There wasn't enough information about this quest in the first place. The only thing he knew was that the kingdom was badly damaged in Connect Year 521 due to the appearance of gates. He didn't know the number, location, or rank of the gates. He wished he could just clear the gates by himself, but he was not alone now. He had to minimize civilian damage by using the force of his entire guild. If he knew the gate's ranks, he could place his troops more efficiently. A window popped up showing information about the limited quest Gate Rush. It was ranked as X and the objective was to clear as many gates as possible within 30 days. The description stated that unknown dimensional gates had taken over the world of Connect, and the goal was to calm the civilians by clearing as many gates as possible. The reward depended on the ranking and the number one guild or individual might receive a special gift. The gates refreshed every midnight. Raul saw the window and he grew angry and slammed his hand on the desk. He exclaimed, "What? Refresh?" He couldn't help but wonder if it was inevitable. He had his suspicions, but now it seemed like Connect's defensive system had implemented a special requirement for this quest. Usually it would give players a sudden quest or a follow-up quest, but this time it added a unique twist. No matter how many gates he cleared, it didn't matter. This wouldn't be easy, but he couldn't give up yet. He had to find a way to minimize the damage. A report window popped up showing information Outer Wall 2 Area 3 Section 17. Philip found the Golden Gate he mentioned. Philip added, nothing is happening at the moment, but the force is getting stronger. Raul shouted, do not engage, that gate can suck in anything. Be careful, deploy 3 rank B mercenaries. We will be putting that area under special watch. Philip grasped the situation. Raul thinks a rank D appeared, he can't just stay here and command anymore. He will have to deal with this himself. Then the scene shifted to a red-haired boy named Josh. He was a 21-year-old rank C mercenary who came from a small farm. He had started from rank F, and worked his way up to where he was. A noble who was looking for mercenaries offered him a chance to be a knight, along with a cozy house and an incredible meal that he had never experienced before. Josh thought he could enjoy a normal life by catering to the noble's mood, but he wasn't expecting something like this. As the monsters charged towards him, Josh swiftly assumed a combat stance and effortlessly dispatched 3 of them with his sword technique. Amidst the chaos he contemplated, this seems relentless. He might tire before they do. Suddenly a formidable boss monster emerged from the gate. Josh thinks there are so many and there's a big one now? He can't just push them off anymore. He have to gamble on this one. He will have to get the big one first to scare the small ones. In the heat of battle, as Josh charged and Raul joined the fray, he employed his psychokinesis trait to manipulate scattered weapons, swiftly eliminating all monsters except the boss. With a decisive swing, Raul beheaded the boss, ending the threat. Stunned, Josh marveled at Raul's power. Turning to Josh, Raul apologized and inquired, did he interrupt? He seemed familiar. Is he a part of the first guild? He replied, yes. He is a rank C mercenary, Josh. Raul stated he liked his ambition, but that was too risky. Ratmen aren't easily scared. He know he is a rank C mercenary, but rank D gates are too hard for him. Join them for now. Confused, Josh inquired, who is he? Jake replied, he guess you are new, but that doesn't excuse him from not recognizing their master's face. He is the master of First Guild, Raul Ashton. Josh was shocked at the revelation. Jake inquired if he had thought he would have an easy time because the guild was created by the son of a count. If that was what he was hoping for, he had come to the wrong place. Their guild was only for the qualified ones. He told him to stay awake and follow them. Raul shouted and told everyone to engage and wished them good luck. The knight agreed with Raul's statement. Josh thinks that it was a guild only for those who were qualified and started following them. Shortly after, a group of rat men approached the gate. One of them became confused and stopped when he saw Raul charging towards him. Raul swiftly dispatched 3 rat men and thinks that there were a lot of them, just as he had expected. He was glad he came himself because he didn't have enough time to clear every gate and needed to act quickly. Jake inquired if this was just an entrance, but there were a lot of rat men here. He wondered if their base was nearby. Raul responded saying that it was possible, and instructed him to send a scout to search. He emphasized the importance of prioritizing rescuing the civilians. Meanwhile, Josh rushed towards the rat men and effortlessly killed one monster after another with a single swing of his sword. Upon witnessing Josh's impressive sword technique, Jake remarked that he was special. Raul thinks was his name Josh, and while his sword skills were rough, he had good senses. He believed that Josh would be much better if he learned how to wield mana. One of the knights approached Raul and informed him that they had found the rat man base behind the forest. Raul expressed his appreciation. The knight added that they didn't see any civilians at the base, which was quite big, but there weren't any other monsters there either. Jake mentioned that they made sure there were no civilians near the gate, so there shouldn't be many civilians here. Raul insisted that they still search everywhere and emphasized the importance of not losing any civilians that day. Jake acknowledged Raul's instructions. Raul then stated that while clearing the gate was important, they should prioritize rescuing the civilians. He turned to Josh and told him to come to the base with him. Josh agreed. Raul announced that tonight was going to be a long night and told everyone to be ready. The following morning at the base, Dylan noticed that Raul looked exhausted after just one night. He asked him if he had been exhausted the previous night and suggested that they should work out together more. Raul, however, responded by saying that it wasn't a good time for jokes and asked what had happened. Dylan, puzzled by Raul's worry, questioned why he was so concerned and assured him that they had all the necessary information and were perfectly prepared. Raul then inquired about the number of gates that appeared at home, to which Dylan replied that there were about 100, with 10 of them being rank D, making it an easy task. Raul, shocked by the numbers, exclaimed that it was worse than they had expected. Dylan admitted that he had thought it was less. Raul, feeling the need to assist, suggested that he should come there. However, Dylan, confused, inquired what Raul was talking about it since all the gates had already been cleared. This made Raul nervously laugh. Dylan then mentioned that it took them only half a day, maybe that their father got to stretch a little. He also mentioned that Golden Bear High Master Trevor and Commander Ernest were all excited, as if it were a festival, and that they were bored with ordinary life. Raul continued to nervously laugh. Dylan remarked about how amusing it was to see all those old men running around excitedly. This made Raul realize that his family wasn't normal, and he thinks that he had forgotten about it. He then told Dylan that he knew it ended safely, but it was reckless. He had warned Dylan not to mess with the Ranky gates since they were too dangerous. Dylan, however, questioned why they should leave it and wait for Raul to come and solve it with his mysterious power. He emphasized that Ashton County was strong and that he and their father were not weak. They didn't need Raul's knights' help and were always ready for an enemy. The number of gates didn't matter to them. Dylan shouted Raul's name, causing him to tremble in confusion. Dylan continued by telling Raul not to worry about home and to do what he wanted, as he and their father would clean up after him. Raul breathed out a sigh of relief and admitted that Dylan was right. He had been too arrogant. Dylan inquired Raul if he understood now, stating that he was nowhere near being able to act strong in front of him. Dylan then mentioned that some of the gates hadn't disappeared after they cleared them. Raul inquired why that had happened, expressing a mixture of shock and confusion. Later in the meeting room, Raul informed the others that clearing the gates hadn't destroyed them. He mentioned that his brother had said the rank E and D gates that appeared at home hadn't disappeared either. Raul expressed concern about the situation, stating that what they had been worried about had actually happened. Jake inquired if that wasn't a huge problem and mentioned that they could keep an eye on the gates, but there was a limit to it. Philip stated that if they put more men on surveillance, their defense squad might fall short, so they needed to figure it out as soon as possible. Raul expressed his desire to find out why the gates weren't disappearing and see if there was any other way. Bernard inquired if he should prepare the men's, but Raul replied that they were only going with a few elites this time. He listed himself, Philip, Jake and Pierce as the chosen few for the party. Philip questioned if that was too few, but Raul explained that the retired old men back home were going crazy and they couldn't just sit and watch. He also mentioned the possibility of finding civilians, so they needed to prepare 10 men to scout the gate. Bernard understood, and Jake jokingly asked if he should prepare a lunch box, to which Pierce reminded him that it had only been 2 months since they started. Philip emphasized that it wasn't a picnic and they shouldn't let their guard down. Jake clarified that he was just joking. As they fought goblins and rat men at night, Raul asked if anyone was tired. Jake replied that he wasn't even warmed up yet. Raul stated that they didn't have much time to waste, so they needed to move quickly. As the monsters rushed to attack, Raul, Philip, and Jake started killing them. A little later, Jake inquired if those were all the monsters expressing boredom. Meanwhile, a goblin approached Jake from behind, attempting to sneak attack him. However, it was struck by 2 arrows, causing the goblin to crash to the ground and die, much to Jake's surprise. Pierce chimed in, saying no need to thank him. Jake shouted back he didn't need his help. He was doing fine. Pierce responded, of course. Jake then inquired, do he want to bet on who can get more? Philip intervened, saying stop it. They aren't here to play around. Raul thinks, is this it? There isn't anything special here except for the rough terrain. Just then Josh approached Raul, reporting. While Raul gave him permission to proceed, Josh reported the rough terrain is a bit troublesome, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It seems like there are no civilians here either. Raul thinks they are designed in a way that only players can approach them. He expected this, but a gate or dungeon can easily be cleared by the NPCs of Connect because they are significantly stronger than the players. However, the players would not be okay with that happening. That's why there are strong restrictions on gates and dungeons. The NPCs are not allowed to enter gate guardian or dungeon boss rooms. No matter how strong he is, if they aren't a player, they can't close the gate. He need to figure something out. Just then a window popped up displaying the message, gate clear, conditions have been met. Warning, hidden space discovered. Hidden quest guardian elimination has been triggered. If you do not accept the hidden quest, it will automatically expire after 30 minutes. Another window appeared showing the information for the hidden quest guardian elimination with a grade of D and the objective to eliminate the gate guardian. The description stated a powerful guardian is protecting the gate. Eliminate the guardian and neutralize the gate. The reward listed was experience, gold, and a low-tier random item box. Raul thinks a hidden quest? He would normally be happy to see this, but he don't have time to spare. He then asked the others, all of them saw it, right? Philip affirmed it, and questioned, do they have to find the gate guardian themselves? He don't believe there were any guardians between the ones we fought already. Josh responded, Master, is it possible that the guardian you were referring to is the one over there? At that moment all of them turned their attention towards the approaching ranky gate guardian, the dark corrupted goblin. Philip exclaimed, a giant goblin, looks like this one is the guardian of this place. Jake chimed in, saying he came to them himself, making their job easier. Philip responded, well, it's good that they don't have to search for it anymore. Josh confidently declared, leave it to him, he will handle this. Raul firmly stated, no, he will deal with this one alone. Nobody else interfere. Josh nervously sweated, and replied, understood. Curious, Jake inquired, why is he personally stepping in? Philip replied, what is he talking about? The young master always leads by example. Raul thinks, well, it's because you NPCs can't get any rewards even if they defeat a guardian. He can't expect great rewards from an E-grade gate, but well, this works out. He wanted to test if defeating the guardian with his own hands would caused the gate to disappear. Initiating an attack, the Guardian's strike was met by Raul, who effortlessly blocked and deflected it. Capitalizing on the Guardian's loss of balance, he seized the opportunity and eliminated the adversary. Impressed, Jake exclaimed, as expected, he handled it easily. Philip added, even if it's a Guardian, it's not a match for the young master. Surprised by Raul's skills, Josh thinks seriously impressive. Not only blocking a blow from such a massive figure, but also deflecting the impact to create an opening. Is this what a true guild master of a skillful guild looks like? Raul thinks, is this the level of an E-grade Gates Guardian? Definitely an inexperienced mercenary would struggle against it. Having defeated the Guardian, the gate should normally collapse. The message will pop up at any moment, and there it is. Several windows appeared. The first one declared Guardian of the gate defeated. As the Guardian dissipates, the gate will collapse, preparing for automatic return. The second window reported an error, compulsory power is activated. Gate collapse sequence is halted. The third window provided details. This gate is designated as a scenario gate. The Entrance will be closed and reset daily at midnight. While looking at the system windows, Raul became a little nervous. He exclaimed, "Take a good look. This is what's called a core stone. It's like the heart of a power armor." The window displayed information about the core stone, stating that it was a grade E stone that could only be found in gates and dungeons. It was described as a highly fusible metal that could be used to make power armor and other high-quality items after proper processing. Philip inquired, "Was this in the heart of the giant goblin?" Raul confirmed, "Yes, this is something they must definitely collect. Gather several and they can make an engine for the power armor." Jake commented, "So it's an expensive and strange item, right?" Pierce questioned, "What have he been listening to?" Raul turned around gazing at the gate, and thinks even if he personally take down the guardian, the gate doesn't collapse. It means they can't defy the scenario. Alright, he never planned to mess with the scenario anyway. Now that it's come to this, they will use this infinitely generating gate to become infinitely stronger. Raul declared, "Alright, the reconnaissance is over. From now on they will clear all the degrade gates that appeared in the capital of Turium. They will go non-stop, so everyone stay alert and follow." Jake responded enthusiastically, "Yes, they have been waiting for his command." Raul stated they need one more mercenary for the next gate. He turned to Josh and inquired, "Can he join them?" Josh inquired and surprised me, "Sir?" Raul explained since he took away his chance to shine, he should give him this opportunity. Josh replied, "Understood." Raul exclaimed, "Great, let's go." As they entered the gate, Raul thinks this place is a dungeon or just an ordinary underground cave. It would have been pitch black without the light from the gate, right? He didn't expect this situation, but he is glad he brought it along. Jake exclaimed, "Wow, it's dark," and inquired, "What is this place?" Raul replied, "Stay close and don't stray far from the gate, it's dangerous." Raul selected a magical lamp from his inventory and suggested, "Let's look around with this." Jake exclaimed again, "Wow, a magic lamp? Isn't this a rare item?" Philip admitted he have never actually seen one, but it really works well. Raul cautioned they can see around them now, but it's dangerous to stray far from the lamp. Be careful not to get separated and stick together when fighting. Got it? All of them agreed. Raul turned to Josh and stated it's his first mission. He is in charge of the lamp. Josh agreed and questioned, "Such a valuable item for him to handle?" Raul explained he is entrusting it to him because he is capable. Show them what he can do as a promising member of the guild. Josh wondered, "Master said he is a promising member?" And he replied, "Yes, understood. He will guard it with his life." Raul encouraged, "Good, give it his best." Raul thinks they might not realize it yet, but he is actually the lucky one here. Soon he will become an S-rank mercenary and be talked about as a candidate for King of Mercenaries. Josh's status window popped up displaying his information: name Josh, 21 years old, level 38, occupation freelance mercenary, temporary member first guild, stats potential grade A+, unique traits beast-like sensation grade A+, burning competitive spirit grade B, ambition to succeed grade C+. Raul inquired to Pierce, "How's it looking up there? Can he see anything?" Pierce replied, "There's movement in the darkness. All he can say for sure right now is that they also carry a chilly, murderous intent." In an instant, Pierce observed something and swiftly shot an arrow, which elicited a scream upon impact. Jake inquired, "What's that? Did he find something? Did he hit it?" Pierce replied, "Right now one could hit them even with their eyes closed. They're already spread out all around them." Suddenly a large number of giant bats rushed towards them. Raul shouted, "Giant bats! These creatures chase the light and attack. Everyone be careful." Josh nervously thinks about the light while looking at the lamp. Jake exclaimed, "Damn it, they're all swarming around the lamp." Raul instructed Josh to put the lamp down for now. It's too much for him alone. However, their conversation was interrupted as Josh shouted, "These damn irritating bats, daring to mess with this promising guy." He skillfully used his sword to eliminate the incoming bats and confidently stated the lamp won't even get a scratch from these guys. Jake stated he have overpraised the rookie and now he's lost his mind. Raul replied, "Well, being enthusiastic is a good thing. Consider it a kind of initiation test." Josh called out to the Jake and Philip saying, "Hey seniors, are they just going to watch?" Jake responded, "Rookie, you're too slow, way too slow." Philip sarcastically commented, "A promising member, he should be able to handle this much on their own." Meanwhile, a scorpion lurked around in the shadows. As they moved inside while checking the surroundings, after quite a while later, Jake stated they are in pretty deep, but he still don't see anything. He inquired, "Is this cave just full of bats?" Philip replied, "It's still a D rank gate. Don't let his guard down. Young master is also staying vigilant, so keep up." Josh looked at Raul nervously and turned to Philip inquiring, "Mr. Knight, their boss. Mean how strong is the master?" This made Philip a little confused, but he immediately regained his composure and stated it depends on what his definition of strong is. The young master is getting stronger every day, and he lacks nothing as a member of the Ashton family. But judging by just pure sword skills, he's probably weaker than Jake. Meanwhile, Jake shouted, disgusting. Why are these bugs so big? Philip continued, saying he may look stupid, but his sword skill is amazing. Noticing the incoming monster in the dark, Raul stopped in his place. Philip alarmed Raul, but Raul stated he was already aware of it and said, there you are. Meanwhile, the group of scorpions approached them. A window popped up showing information: armored scorpion level 45, rank D. Jake commented, they look so ugly. Philip warned, there are a lot of them, so be careful. Raul thinks there's no way giant bats are the main enemies in AD rank 8. Those scorpions only appear in gates and dungeons, so this must be their first time against this monster. Raul stated, whatever it is, if it's a quest, they have to get through it. Their armors are as hard as steel, so be aware. Make sure to avoid the poisonous stinger. Then shall they begin? A quest window popped up showing information about AD rank Dimension Gate. The objective was to eliminate 50 armored scorpions of grade D. There was no time limit. The reward was experience, gold, and a low-tier random material box. Raul thinks it's not a conquest but an elimination quest, and it's asking him to clear the quest, not destroy the gate. He suggests thinking about it after taking care of the monsters. Raul stated, let's go. Raul, Philip, and Jake embark on a scorpion killing spree, leaving Josh to guard the lamp. A swarm converges on Josh, attacking him from a blind spot, but he manages to block just in time. As another attack approaches, Josh thinks he can't dodge this. Suddenly several swords strike the scorpion, eliminating it. Perplexed, Josh questions, why are the swords floating? Raul stated, protecting a lamp and fighting is hard. He feel like he is stealing his chance to shine. He want to focus on protecting the lamp here, and directs the swords at the remaining monsters, killing almost all of them. Jake stated, young master took care of most of them. He thought he could stretch a little this time. Josh, shocked at witnessing Raul's power, thinks he is not real. He heard he's only 15 right now. This isn't just a noble role playing a knight. This is the master he will serve. Then Raul kills the last one of the scorpion, and thinks that's number 50. Now he have met the minimum requirement to clear the gate. Raul stated, let's go deeper. Jake chuckles and stating he thought the quest was over. Raul stated they have to make sure since they are here already. Jake exclaimed he thought they could finally get out of this cave. Philip stated, stop mumbling. Meanwhile, Raul thinks they met the requirement, yet the hidden quest to destroy the gate didn't pop up. This means they have to find the Guardian themselves. It's dangerous to leave the Guardian alone. He have to find it even if it takes time. In that moment, Pierce utilizes telepathy to transmit a message to Raul, asking if he can hear him. Raul inquired to Pierce, did he find anything? Pierce stated he had found the end of the cave, but he thinks it would be better if the others took a look at it themselves. He described a circular arena in the middle of the cave and found it to be a strange sight. A little later, Jake commented that he guessed the one in the middle was the Guardian. Raul replied with a simple probably. Jake then inquired why the Guardian was not moving, to which Raul responded that it appeared to be waiting for them. Suddenly a window popped up displaying information about the D rank gate Guardian Scorpion Champion, revealing its level and grade. Raul found it amusing and remarked that the Guardian was inviting them, so they had no choice but to accept the challenge. Raul descended into the arena while Jake cautioned him to be careful. Raul thinks that he felt sorry for the Guardian but acknowledged that it would be a tough opponent. He couldn't back down from this fight, not just for the reward but for other reasons as well. Raul apologized for making the Guardian wait and told it to come at him with everything it had. The battle between Raul and the Scorpion Champion commenced. The Scorpion Champion charged forward wielding a sword that Raul blocked. He swiftly evaded the poisonous stinger attack, jumping backward. To his surprise, when he attempted a counterattack, it was blocked by the Scorpion Champion, who then forcefully pushed him backward. With a roar, the intense battle raged on, each combatant gaining ground in a back-and-forth struggle. Philip observed the scene and stated that monster is doing well against the young master. Jake replied he guessed rank D gate Guardian champions aren't easy. Josh inquired shouldn't they help if the young master is struggling? Jake responded, what is he talking about? The young master has a definite advantage. That Guardian is using a sword, claws, and a poisonous tail. Yet the young master has only used a sword from the beginning, which means he's relaxed right now. He seems like he's enjoying the fight too. Meanwhile, Raul thinks it's been a while since I felt this. He finally got to get away from training, real estate, and guild management. He can solely focus on this fight, but he can't enjoy this forever. He enveloped his sword with mana and stated he is busy at the moment. So let's move on to the next phase. He did enjoy fighting him, but unfortunately, he is short on time. It's time to end this. The Scorpion Champion chuckled, revealing his mana blade to Raul, instilling a hint of nervousness. Without warning, he shot poison toward Raul, who narrowly dodged it. The poison splattered on the ground, melting the surface beneath. Raul, surprised, thinks he can shoot poison? He have to watch out for that too. The battle persisted as the Scorpion Champion rushed to attack Raul, who skillfully blocked the assault. The clashes of their mana swords generated a powerful wind, hindering Knight's visibility of the ongoing fight. Pierce shouted that monster can use a mana blade. That's unexpected. Josh stated he think it's an emergency now and inquired is he sure they don't have to help him? However, Raul thinks, how did he forget and live without this? The days when he used to live to fight and fight only. He forgot about the thrill of a life and death situation and the intensity of combat. He will use Crash as much as he can, the paramount solo player. This guy isn't easy at all. Mana blade and ranged attacks. He has high strength and agility, but his moves are simple and big. He can use that. Charging forward, Raul thinks, what's first this time? Sword, claw, or tail? The Scorpion Champion opted for the claw, but Raul agilely dodged by leaping backward. As the Scorpion Champion's claw stuck in the ground, Raul seized the opportunity, rushing forward to cut off the creature's tail, eliciting a roar of pain. Swiftly, Raul landed a lethal strike, eliminating the Scorpion Champion. Raul stated it was nice having a nostalgia trip through you. Farewell. Jake inquired, did young master just get stronger? Philip replied, right, it hasn't been long since he reached the expert stage, but he's already at the intermediate level. It's a matter of time until young master surpasses his level of skill with the sword. Jake shouted, young master, let's move on to the next gate. The next guardian is mine. He called dibs. Raul thinks, what's wrong with that guy? A window appeared showcasing details. Ashton's sword skill, Bear Crush, graded A+, has reached intermediate level 4. Class changed to Knight, intermediate sword expert. Elimination of Gate Guardian approved. Hidden quest complete. Raul finding it impressive. He then stated it took some time. He is sorry, it must have been boring to just watch. Josh quickly responded, not at all. That was amazing. Your combat just cleansed his eyes. Raul thanked him and acknowledged him. Philip inquired about their plans for the next gate, to which Raul replied, they are running late as per our schedule already. Let's get to it. He already told them that today is going to be a long day, so be ready. Jake expressed his excitement, stating exactly what he wanted. They cleared gates without rest, after spending 7 hours just clearing gates. They ended up clearing 4 rank D gates. Fully rested mercenary units were deployed on rank E gates under Bernard's command. They finished every mission safely, concluding every single gate that appeared in the capital Turium. There were approximately 500 casualties on the first day, and they rescued around 700. Most people think that this is it, but he know that this is just a little skirmish before the real war. On the street, one person asked another, did he see it? The gate or whatever? The second person confirmed of course he did. He even saw orcs coming out. At the bar, someone mentioned he heard some people were dragged into it. The bartender responded that's why he saw many mercenaries and knights. The person added they predicted this and were preparing for it. Girl mentioned she heard they were from the prestigious Ashton County. Another girl chimed in saying yes, she heard the youngest son was in command. A third girl exclaimed, for real? That's so cool. The second girl wondered what was his name, Raul or something. Meanwhile, at the Randall County mansion, the Count of Randall, Hudson D. Randall, read the newspaper aloud, reporting on the neutralization of gates in the capital Turium. The prestigious warrior family Ashton County had made a comeback and was selected by Turium citizens. One particular individual, Raul Ashton, was being hailed as the man of the hour. Hudson D. Randall wondered who this Raul Ashton was and contemplated the significance of Ashton County's progress, possibly indicating a need for involvement in politics. Hudson D. Randall expressed his disbelief, stating that everything they had prepared had been destroyed in just a week. He turned to Brian and questioned whether any of it made sense. Brian reassured his father, saying there was no need to worry. Using his mana, Hudson D. Randall exerted pressure on Brian, causing him to crash to the ground and kneel in pain. Hudson D. Randall lamented the fact that he had fathered over 30 sons until the age of 60, yet deemed them all useless. He couldn't help but compare them to the sons of Ashton County. After some time, Hudson D. Randall retracted his mana and criticized Brian, stating that he couldn't even withstand that much pressure, and questioned how he could call himself an expert knight. Brian apologized, asking for forgiveness. Hudson D. Randall ordered Brian to report everything that had occurred since he began training in seclusion for a month. Brian informed him that around 2 weeks ago, an official document had been sent out by the shrine. This angered Hudson D. Randall as he read the report. The report confirmed that there were 73 gates, of which around 40 had been cleared in a week, but the number was still increasing. The casualties included approximately 3,200 missing or deceased civilians, as well as 15 knights and around 1,300 troops. The knights' fear of entering the gates had led to a higher number of casualties among the troops. Currently the gates had been blocked and were under surveillance. Brian trembled as he witnessed his father's anger. Hudson D. Randall used his mana to push Brian backwards, causing him to crash to the ground. Brian pleaded for mercy. Hudson D. Randall angrily shouted, "Get the fuck out. There's no place for him in Randall anymore. Don't he ever think about stepping onto Randall territory until he call for him. If he see him again, he won't care about he being his son. He will kill him. Tell the third oldest to come here on the way out." As he was escorted out by a knight, Hudson D. Randall expressed his frustration, yelling, "Ashton!" At Kingdom Academy, one maid said to another, "Isn't that him? The young Master Raul of Ashton County." She heard he led his knights and made a great contribution. "He is so handsome." Another maid chimed in, "He's the youngest ever to have achieved the top rank." One of the fellow students added he heard his knights get paid well. A red-haired student dismissed their praise, saying stupid, praising the guy who didn't actually do anything. Another student speculated he bet his family did everything for him. The students continued discussing so loud for saving a few civilians from the gate, or whatever. Once reinforcement from his family gets here, he will show everyone that he is better than him. Raul thinks this is getting tiring. They're looking at him like he is some animal at the zoo. Why don't they just talk to him? Dalton commented he became a celebrity in just a week. He guess you did great. The entire capital is talking about him. He should know? Raul replied he don't want to know. Curious, Dalton inquired, really? But are the rumors true? That he is the real heir to the Ashton County? Raul questioned, what is he talking about? Dalton responded, that's what the rumor says. What family gives so many troops to a son who's not an heir? Raul exclaimed, cut the bullshit. Big brother is the heir, and he is not interested in being the heir at all. To clarify, he recruited his own knight order. He had no support from the family. Dalton inquired, how could that be? Raul replied, he have some money. Dalton responded, I see. That's great. Maybe he should visit that gate thing with him. Raul was surprised by his remarks and began staring at him. Dalton inquired what happened. Why is he staring at him? Raul thinks holy shit, caught one. Raul was surprised by his remarks and began staring at him. Dalton inquired what happened. Why is he staring at him? Raul thinks holy shit. His admission to the academy may have seemed like an excuse for him to get out of the house. Actually, he had another goal. That was to find skill books in the library and hidden prospects in the academy. Though the list of new students changed due to Gray's sudden appearance, candidates for recruitment had already been selected based on information he found on the Link Cafe. Brat Dalton was one of them. Realistically speaking, the strongest person in this kingdom is Swordmaster Marquis D. Dalton. World of Connect, where almost no contact could be made with high-ranking noble NPCs, an amazing chance to get his grandson Dalton. Currently, not just anyone is allowed to enter the gate. Must obtain official permission or have at least 50 troops and 3 official knights. It would be impossible for Dalton to enter the gate alone. Even if Dalton is at the level of an expert, he has never confirmed his skills himself. He must be desperate for a chance to get real battle experience like a gate. Subjugation. Thinking about all these things, a smile appears on his face. He inquired, do he want to do it together? It's an F-rank gate, there won't be any danger. Dalton laughed and questioned, really? Stated, but he has a few conditions. Dalton asked about his conditions. Raul stated first he is the only one he will be bringing into the gate. Take any servants or guards along. Got. Replied it doesn't matter to him. Contrary, it's nicer to have a less number of annoying people joining. Raul continued by saying second, keeps the fact that he is going into the gate with him a secret. Because he doesn't want anyone talking behind his back. Dalton replied that is acceptable as well. He hate getting involved in family matters too. Raul thinks, is this brat not worried? What would he have done if he had bad intentions? Then again, who in this kingdom would dare to turn a big noble family like the Templeton Duchy into their enemy? Stated lastly, he must get permission from the Duke. Dalton, surprised by his remark, asked why does he need to get that? Raul replied, isn't that obvious? What if something happens to him? They need someone to take care of the situation if something were to happen. He is not taking him there to have fun, he is taking him there on an official visit. He have a knight troop to take care of. He can't be bothered with his personal affairs. Dalton nervously replied, that's true. But his talk was interrupted as Raul walked away, commenting, "Let's talk again once he obtained permission from the Duke by then." Flustered Dalton said, "Hey, wait." And thought, how is he going to convince the old man? Seeing Raul's pale face, Bernard inquired, "Did anything happen at the academy?" Raul replied, "Well, all the attention is a bit tiring, but it's fine." He started doing this hoping for this to happen anyway. Bernard questioned, "Then shall they maintain the public opinion to the current level?" But Raul asked the report. "About how many people have been deployed so far?" Bernard reported, "In the past 2 days 100 soldiers have been deployed as decoys, and an additional 10 wandering mercenaries have been hired as well. There are around 20 active spies in the main branch who have completed their basic training." Raul considers the importance of the war of public opinion amidst the fierce political battle between the nobles. It is crucial work that must be done to solidify their position. The decision to seek out the voice of Reuben has proven to be a wise one. By providing information about the gates without any conditions, a friendly reputation has spread throughout the kingdom. Those who question how a single media outlet can wield such influence do not understand the significant role that the media plays. In Connect. The media in Connect is an elite organization primarily composed of magicians, with Jenna's White, one of the continent's 3 great sages, serving as the president of the Press Association. Status is esteemed even among the highest ranks of society, and the most influential media outlet among them is the voice of Reuben. They do not need to engage in wars with swords alone, they must utilize all available resources. Raul instructed double the number of wandering mercenaries with a good sense of humor to be on standby. Expected that individuals from various regions will come to keep them in check. Then Philip inquired what he meant by that. Bernard explained that greedy noblemen are likely to attempt to gain a foothold now that the gate situation has somewhat stabilized. Raul expressed that while he would welcome them for a simple gate subjugation, it is not feasible at the moment. Bernard suggested that they may try to find faults and tarnish Raul's reputation in order to claim a larger share of the rewards. Raul responded by stating that they can only strive for the rewards because only the chosen ones can close a gate. He emphasized the need to keep this information confidential for the time being to prevent other lords from pretending ignorance about the gates. Philip responded with the statement that he understood. Raul continued with his thoughts. Even if he had to use the lord's greed, he must get the soldiers to gather in the kingdom. That was the only way for them to deal with the crisis that was about to befall the kingdom. At night, a person with brownish hair and running from something in the back alley, while thinking, "Damn it, who would have thought that they did continue being hunted despite entering a gate? Just what is their deal?" For now he must lure as many of these bastards and buy time for his comrades to get away. His thoughts came to a halt when he was surprised to see people with robes blocking his way forward. One of the people with a mask stated guild leader of the information organization Wings of Freedom, alias Faceless. "It's nice to meet you this way." Alias stated, "So these bastards are the ones who have been hunting down underworld guilds for half a year." The masked person replied by saying, as expected from the head of the best information organization of the kingdom, he is quick-witted. Alias inquired, "So what brings him here? Is he trying to hunt him down this time?" The masked person responded that he was planning to do that at first, but he would make him an offer. Alias inquired about the offer. The masked person stated surrender. It'd be a waste to kill someone as powerful as he in the underworld. If he promised to join them, that is, they will spare his life. What does he say? Alias unsheathed his sword and rushed towards him to attack while asking stop saying nonsense. But his attack was blocked by the masked person with his power armor. As he looked at the armor, he immediately identified it, and then Alias stated, "You bastards." I was on the fence about it, but they really were bastards from the Empire? The masked individual declared, "What a refreshing deduction, or should he call it a dangerous suspicion? Now that it has come to this, he leave him no choice." He commanded his companions in blue robes to eliminate him. They all swiftly moved towards their target, his faces turning pale as he see their attacks. However, the target known as Alias vanished before their eyes. Confusion spread among the group as one questioned, "Is it stealth magic?" Another responded, "No, he used an artifact. Couldn't have gotten far. Search the surroundings." Meanwhile, Alias, who had teleported to the rooftop of a nearby house, pondered to think the mysterious organization that has been hunting guilds were bastards from the Empire. What the hell is going on in this kingdom? At the Ashton County Mansion, a guard captain named Bill informed Raul that the first night's rank F gate permit had been cancelled. Jake shouted in anger, questioning the decision, but Philip quickly silenced him. Raul calmly responded, acknowledging the news and inquiring about the status of the rank E and rank E gates. The guard captain assured him that those gates were still permitted for entry. Raul expressed relief at the news and asked who would be taking care of the rank F gates moving forward. The guard captain admitted he was unsure but mentioned that multiple families were expected to participate. Raul nodded in understanding, noting that rank F was less dangerous and could potentially be profitable. He made it clear that his team would be ready to handle any issues that arose. Pressed by Raul's sense of duty, guard captain remarked on his righteousness, expressed a wish that other nobles were like him. Raul reiterated the importance of protecting the city and its citizens, emphasizing the need for cooperation. Meanwhile, the guard captain whispered to Raul about a rumor linking Randall to the cancelled permit. He speculated that the Ministry of Finance may have been involved, noting the close ties between the department and the Randall family. After some contemplation, Raul thanked him for the information, showing his appreciation for the warning. As the guard captain departs, Raul inquired, "Did everyone hear the news?" anticipating this so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Jake replied, "But isn't this excessive?" To the revocation of their permit? Raul stated, "It's a direct order from the royal palace, so they must comply. There is no need to be despondent about it. They haven't lost anything." Jake inquired, "How so?" Raul explained rank F gates can be cleared with regular troops. Utilizing mercenaries they hired with their funds is inefficient. The rewards they provide are subpar. It would be more beneficial to focus on gates of rank E and higher. Jake agreed, saying he is correct. Philip asked what should they do with their men once they are withdrawn from the rank F gates. Raul replied, "Assign them to gates outside the wall for training. Let's utilize this opportunity to clear some remaining gates outside. Those who are indifferent to the rewards won't last long anyway. It may prove advantageous in the future. Managing the gates is a challenging task. What they require most at present is merit, renown, and personal growth. Let's disregard external affairs and concentrate on themselves. Please emphasize commanding the mercenaries and their personal development." All of them responded by saying understood. Raul contemplated a week from now the official knight investiture ceremony, which occurs annually, will take place. It is the prime opportunity for their knights to shine. They must strive diligently until the ceremony to garner attention and ensure their reputation reaches beyond the kingdom. The scene shifted to a gate where a guard inquired if he was sure they were coming. Guard Captain Bill replied that he didn't know, so the guard shouldn't ask him. Guard asked what they would do if something bad happened there. Captain Bill replied, asking what he meant by that, and stated that they would have to take care of it, as they were both worthless unless they obeyed the nobles. The knight told them to back off. At that moment, Austin D. Carrington, the fourth son of the Viscount Carrington, arrived at the gate with his knights. His knights shouted that the son of Carrington was there and ordered everyone to move out of the way. Captain Bill stepped forward and said it was an honor to meet him, introducing himself as Bill, the person currently in charge of controlling the gate. Austin D. Carrington asked if that was the gate, and Captain Bill confirmed that it was. Austin D. Carrington then ordered his men to get moving. Captain Bill asked if he was saying that he would be going in right away, but Austin D. Carrington didn't answer and told his knights to follow him inside. Captain Bill asked about their horses, and Austin D. Carrington became angry and kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. Austin D. Carrington then told Captain Bill to know his place and not to ask him to get off his horse. Captain Bill tried to explain, but Austin D. Carrington told him to shut up and called him a peasant before ordering his knights to go inside. Guard approached him and asked if he was okay. Captain Bill declared forget it. Clearly warned him. It's not his fault if their horses go crazy inside the gate. He thinks to himself that he knew horses were not allowed inside due to the high mana density. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would suffer greatly. He anticipated that they would be busy moving bodies that night. They emerged on the other side of the gate. Austin D. Carrington questioned, "Is this what's inside a gate?" "He doesn't see anything," his knight explained. That there were only orcs or goblins present, so there was no need to be nervous. Austin D. Carrington thought to himself, he thinks he would find some treasures. If only Raul Ashton, that fraud, hadn't shown off. He became a star in the capital for killing a monster using his wealth. He will clear every gate left open to bring him down. He ordered his knights to clear the gate, instructing them to eliminate every monster. He divided them into units and commanded them to eliminate the creatures. Mako Praetorian Guard expressed, "Sir, dividing the troops inside a gate is very dangerous. Let's keep their men together and use scouts to look around." In response, Asen D. Carrington questioned his fear and doubted their ability to clear all the gates in such a manner. Suddenly Marco heard a sound from behind and turned to see incoming monsters, causing him to tremble. He shouted, "Young master," to get behind him. Asen D. Carrington, noticing the monsters, also started trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Marco ordered the knights to stay calm, hold their positions and prepare for combat. Night Guard Captain Bill came to Raul's office and reported about the missing people. Raul asked what he was talking about, specifically mentioning the people who had entered the rank F gate. Captain Bill confirmed that yes, he was referring to those individuals, explaining that every team that had entered the gate had gone missing. Concerned, Raul asked how many teams had entered the gate in the past 2 days, to which Captain Bill replied that 10 teams had disappeared, all of whom met the requirements to clear the gate. Raul pondered the possibility of the gate transforming, phenomenon typically seen in higher-ranked gates. He wondered if there was something else inside the gate that was causing the teams to vanish. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Bernard approached him and called his name. Raul instructed Bernard to gather the high-rank knights, including Homer. Bernard questioned whether the training instructors should also be included and asked what was happening. Raul simply stated that they were heading to the gate for a rescue mission. A little while later, as they arrived at the gate, a frog monster rushed to attack Dalton, but he swiftly dealt and expressed frustration at the situation. He commented on the gate's boring and nasty nature, to which Raul reminded him that they couldn't predict the terrain inside a gate and that they were not there to play around. Philip approached Raul and informed him that the scouts had returned. Raul inquired about their findings, learning that monster sightings had decreased as expected. Raul exclaimed, "Right, they are well prepared," and he believed he already possessed information about the gate. The window popped up displaying information on the rank F dimension gate, with a maximum capacity of 300 and no concurrent access limit. The current occupancy was 132 out of 300, with a current stack of 0 out of 2, and the gate type was elimination. Raul continued his thoughts, suspecting that no one else should have entered besides the conquest teams, but the data indicated otherwise. He realized it was a trap, but he was confident that they were not expecting to be the ones trapped instead. After a brief moment, Raul questioned that here should be good. He believed it was a suitable spot and asked Homer for his opinion. Homer replied, "Yes, master. They can look down toward the flat area, facing the swamp." He also believed this is a good location. Raul stated, "Then let's start working. This place will be the base. Set everyone in their trained positions." Homer acknowledged his command. Upon hearing their conversation, Dalton asked, "What is he trying to do on this hill?" Raul responded, "They are going to build a fort." Confused, Dalton questioned, "A fort out of nowhere?" Raul advised him to keep his eyes open and learn from the process. Raul activated the magic formation and instructed Homer to begin. Homer then directed everyone to activate the artifact. The magic formation appeared in the sky, accompanied by strong winds and a multitude of stone bricks emerging from it. Dalton, puzzled by the events, and closed his eyes due to dust, as the stone walls formed in front of him. As he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see a fort standing before him. Meanwhile, Raul declared that the structure was made in a rush but would serve its purpose. He believed it was better than sleeping under a tent. The fort was 3 meters tall and 20 meters wide, providing enough space for at least 100 people. It was the ideal base to wait for enemies. Dalton inquired if Raul was planning a siege and if the gate was dangerous enough to warrant building a fort. Raul explained that gates were indeed dangerous places, but only this one required a fort. He had used a similar simple fortress method before and believed it was worth it, despite needing many artifacts to reduce the brick's weight and size. Raul had trained guild members to use artifacts for this moment, although he had not expected to use it so soon. Dalton expressed his curiosity but limited himself to one question, asking why Raul needed the fort when they were supposed to be rescuing missing people. Raul responded by stating that they needed the fort precisely for that reason. Dalton pointed out that forts were typically for defending against enemy attacks and questioned why Raul needed it for a rescue mission. Raul simply replied that he would see. Raul pondered that their opponents likely believed they were fully prepared for the mission, but he doubted they were anticipating any chance of failure. He concluded by stating, "Let's see whose preparation is more thorough." Meanwhile, Jack, the commander of the Imperial Hound from Ruben Kingdom District Team Number 8, sat comfortably on a chair while enjoying his meal. One of the members of the Imperial Hound reported that they had successfully held their hostages as he had requested. Jack inquired if the rescue team had arrived yet. The person replied affirmatively, stating that they had found a rescue team similar in size to the one they had captured, and that the scout team was closely monitoring them. Jack expressed his hope that they would be able to entertain him this time, as he had found the nobles of the kingdom to be weak and lacking in excitement. He decided that they would have to follow the captain's orders and go out for a hunt. At that moment, the person nervously shouted for Jack, reporting an urgent update. The scout who had been watching the rescue team had revealed that they were currently in a fortress doing nothing. Jack was surprised by this news and questioned the person about the fortress. Meanwhile, at the fortress, Dalton yawned and expressed his boredom, questioning whether they were certain that they were coming for them. Raul reassured Dalton not to get comfortable, as they would be arriving soon. Dalton asked Raul to at least inform him of who was coming for them, to which Raul suggested that Dalton ask them himself. Nervously, Dalton looked towards the approaching group of people led by Jack and asked Raul if they were the ones they had been waiting for. Raul confirmed that they were indeed the ones. In anger, Jack inquired, "What is that fortress? How did they build that?" Scout replied that he was not sure. Raul stated that they probably thought they had trapped them perfectly, and must be confused to realize they were the ones trapped. Philip ordered everyone to be ready and aim their arrows. Raul thought that they didn't expect a siege on the gate, and must not be prepared for it, causing frustration. He considered teasing Jack, who seemed short-tempered. He shouted, "Hey Empire's dogs! Why are you walking around without a leash? Is he lost by any chance?" Jack chuckled and called the young man arrogant, wondering if he was from Ashton. He admired his guts and vowed to personally kill him and take the fortress. He ordered his subordinates to charge. Raul believed that they had fallen for their plan. Confused, Dalton stated that he still didn't understand what was going on, but was sure they were from the Empire. Raul ordered the members of his guild to fire their arrows. The Imperial Hound did not back down and rushed to attack, proclaiming for the Emperor's glory. As two Imperial Hounds approached the fortress wall, Dalton swiftly dispatched them, calling them dirty Empire dogs. Jack observed and laughed, calling Dalton another arrogant youngster. He decided it was time to show some respect and signaled his subordinate to blow the whistle. Two dark red monsters appeared, surprising Raul. Jack remarked, "Let us observe how much longer he can continue to open his mouth." Dalton inquired, "What are those creatures?" Raul responded, "They are the Empire's mana soldiers." He noted they appear to have been enhanced since the last time he encountered, which is likely their peak performance. Therefore his strategy is flawless. As the Empire's mana soldiers began to move towards the fortress, the members of Raul's first guild became panicked. Philip instructed them to stay focused and reassured them that they could win this. As they saw the mana soldiers roaring and rushing towards them, Dalton inquired about the monstrous creatures the Empire had created. Philip ordered everyone to not let the soldiers get close to the fortress and to fire their arrows, but the arrows were deflected. Dalton commented on the soldiers' ability to deflect the arrows, and Raul confirmed that ordinary weapons would not harm them. Dalton asked Raul what he planned to do about the soldiers, to which Raul replied that he had a plan but needed some assistance. He asked Dalton if he was up for it, to which Dalton agreed. Raul then stated that they would proceed with the plan. Meanwhile, a mana soldier reached the fortress wall and punched it with great force, causing cracks to form. The guild members became frightened, but Philip urged them to stand their ground and ordered the spearmen to move forward. Jack laughed and exclaimed at the guild members' belief that they would be safe within the fortress. He vowed to show them the consequences of fighting against the Empire and to destroy the fortress. However, Jack was shocked when he saw Raul and Dalton jump down from the fortress wall to attack the mana soldier. Dalton expressed shock at the ineffectiveness of his sword against the soldier, and Raul acknowledged that the situation would not be easy. Jack mocked them for leaving the fortress undefended, praising their foolishness. Dalton turned to Raul and asked, his words getting more annoying than those monsters? Is he just going to listen to him talk trash? Raul replied, definitely not, as he enveloped his sword with mana and stated, "Let's shut him up." Dalton smiled and also enveloped his sword with mana, exclaiming, "He said he could do whatever he wants, right? That's all he needs." As mana soldiers rushed towards them to attack, both of them used their mana swords to dispatch the monsters immediately. They then rushed towards the remaining 2 mana soldiers, defeating them in an instant. This shocked Jack and grind his teeth in anger, while guild members became happy and started cheering for them. Dalton thought, "Damn it, that was close." Raul inquired, "He is quiet now. Was this all he had?" "They were saying for the Emperor or some bullshit. He guessed their loyalty depends on whether or not they have those mana soldiers." Jack laughed and exclaimed, "This is getting interesting. He will be able to have some fun. He will have to send his regards to his family since he have to face him." Dalton warned Raul he's a commander of the Empire, which means he's stronger than those monsters. Does he need help? Raul stated no, he can take care of him by himself, and he think he have his own opponent, while pointing towards an incoming mana soldier carrying a shield and a flail as a weapon. Raul exclaimed, "He's smaller but he's armed well. Can he do it?" Dalton replied, "Who does he think he is? Did he forget his family name? Don't worry about him and make sure to teach that guy a lesson." Raul thought he's Templeton's grandson after all. This is his first real combat experience, but he seems trustworthy. Raul moved towards Jack and stated, "His back's covered now. Shall they end this? He is sorry for making you wait. Bring it on." Jack exclaimed, "Ashton family's young master, what is his name?" He replied by stating his name is Raul. Jack mentioned that his family is well known throughout the Empire and he had heard that they use great swords, but he guessed that wasn't the case. Raul thought to himself that Jack talked too much and looked like a gorilla, but he couldn't underestimate him. Despite Raul's stats and level matching that of a typical advanced sword expert, Jack was still the strongest enemy he had faced so far. Jack's status window popped up, revealing information about him being 44 years old, level 81, a knight, advanced sword expert, affiliated with the Cronin Empire, Imperial Hound, and commander of District Team No. 8. His stats included potential talent, grade A, unique traits of narcissism, grade C+, bloodbath, grade A-, and quick-witted, grade B. Jack commented on finding 2 noble families' young masters, calling it a jackpot and expressing excitement to see what they had to offer. Raul thought about his stable stats with power armor, and knew he couldn't let his guard down. He had upgraded his stats with steady level ups and spent money on his gear, making him confident in his abilities. Jack mentioned Raul's skill with the mana blade, noting that he seemed good at it, and wasn't just a crybaby young master. Raul prepared himself in a fight stance, and used the mana blade to defend against Jack's attack. Meanwhile, Dalton struggled against the attack from the mana soldier, and realized that the soldier was kind of strong. Dalton rushed forward to attack with the mana blade, but the soldier blocked it with his shield, surprising Dalton. The soldier then swung a flail weapon to attack, which Dalton dodged by leaping into the air. Dalton acknowledged the soldier's intelligence, and knew the battle wouldn't be easy. However, if he were to run away instead of facing the Empire, the old man would not leave him alone. Is he doing fine? His fight seems more challenging than mine. Raul and Jack's swords clashed with each other, and Jack commented, "Not bad at all. You're quite good at imitating, aren't you?" "But that's it," Raul thought. "He's fast and strong. The moment he shows a gap, he is done for." Jack laughed. "Yes, this is way better than he had expected. He can feel it. It's almost a shame to kill him. Your kingdom folk are the best when you can't do anything but resist. Resist hard, little kid." Raul thought, he's still talking. It feels like he is getting mentally damaged. But that's not even the main problem. The longer and harsher the fight gets, the harder Regnitor keeps shaking. If he releases Regnitor, he can probably defeat him in a split second. But his allies might get hurt since he can't fully control it. He has to buy time and keep them here until the plan is completely executed. At that moment a message from Bernard popped up, saying, "Master, does he copy? The situation has been wrapped up. They have successfully reached them and defeated the enemy. The plan was a success." Hearing that, Raul smiled and said, "Nice." Jack commented, "He is smiling? Does he give up? What happened to his rescue plan? He only see him and his guys hiding behind that fort." But his words were interrupted as Raul released more of his power, making him surprised. Raul replied, "Rescue plan? Hiding behind the fort?" The rescue plan was ongoing the whole time. Since the rescue plan has succeeded, Shall we fight for real now? Try again, Empire's idiot. The scene then transitioned to a moment just before when Marco was gasping for breath. The member of Imperial Hound stated that he heard the kingdom's nobles were cowards except for a few families, and he guessed it was true. He was shaking like a rat despite being surrounded by his knights, which he found to be quite a view. Marco suggested that the young master please calm down and stay focused. In moments like this, Austin D. Carrington thought to himself that he didn't know the Empire was a part of this, and that they had fallen into their trap, realizing they may not survive. The person exclaimed that they wouldn't kill them if they didn't resist, yet they still chose to. He ordered to capture the noble and kill the rest. Following the order, his subordinates rushed to attack Austin D. Carrington's knights, but they were surprised when they were hit by arrows. As they turned around to see who had shot the arrows, they found the members of the First Knight Guild rushing towards them. Jake exclaimed, "How dare they step into their kingdom," referring to them as the Empire's dogs. Pierce, Bernard and Josh took care of the Imperial Hound members while Jake eliminated the Mana Soldier. The masked person observed that they easily took down the Mana Soldier without even using a Mana Blade. His thoughts were interrupted as Jake approached him and stated that he had overheated and didn't mean to kill all of them, suggesting that one was enough for them to extract information from. Marco identified Jake as a member of the Bear Knights and guessed that the First Knights had come to save them. Austin D. Carrington questioned if they were members of the First Knights. Josh exclaimed about Austin D. Carrington's weak knees and inability to stand his ground in a situation like this, finding it pathetic, and added that not every young master was like theirs, and Pierce suggested comparing it to something worth comparing. Austin D. Carrington thought only with a few soldiers. They took down these monsters and the Empire's elites armed with power armor. Are these Raul Ashton's First Knights? Then Bernard reported to Raul asking if he copied. The situation had been wrapped up. They had successfully rescued them and defeated the enemy. The plan was a success. At the present, Jack inquired what did he say. Raul replied that the hostages had been rescued already. It was easy since he brought all his men there. He caught the hostages but then focused on attacking the fortress. Did he forget what he was there for? He really thought he had it all perfectly planned out, didn't he? The truth is he is the one that fell into the trap. Jack laughed and struck his sword in the ground, stating he sees. Planning things out isn't his style anyway. What's so fun about hiding and planning? They're traps? He should just stick to his style. What does he think, kiddo? He has nothing to care about now. Let's do this for real now. Raul thinks there it is. Shadow Clipper. He saw it a few times as Crash, the great sword skill that the Imperial Knights use. It was a bizarre sword technique with an ominous blade unpredictably slashing in irregular patterns. He had been waiting for him to use that. Jack commented, "Let's begin." Launched mana slashes towards Raul, causing him to push backwards by the impact as he blocked them. Jack questioned, "He is busy blocking. Where did all his ego go?" Meanwhile, Raul looked towards him with focused eyes, and the system showing information 40% complete, 50%, now 70%, and 100% completed. Another window popped up showing information copycat activation complete. Then Raul stated, "Let's try this out," and used Shadow Clipper to attack him. Seeing that, he became confused and blocked the Raul attack. And he asked, "What is this?" Raul stated, "This seems useful. He will use it well." The fight between Dalton and the Mana Soldier raged on. Dalton deflected the Mana Soldier's attack and countered, but his attack was shallow and didn't inflict much damage on the Mana Soldier. As the Mana Soldier responded with a heavy strike using a flail weapon, Dalton dodged by leaping backward. Dalton thinks he is fast and has enough intelligence to strategize, but his attack pattern is simple. There's some mana around his mace, which makes it dangerous. He is at a disadvantage since he can't use a mana blade. There must be a way. So let's try using the landform. As he looks toward the fort. Seeing Dalton from the fort, Homer noted, "This isn't easy for him at all," and asked, "Is he sure they can just watch? They can still help them." Philip stated they have been ordered to not interfere unless they ask. Stay put and wait. They rescued the hostages, which was the most important part. Let's believe in their young master and wait. But his talk was interrupted by Dalton saying, "Hey you, knight, over there, your name's Philip, right?" "Yes, that his name," Dalton stated. "He has a favor to ask of him. Can he tell his men to hold on to whatever surround them? He is going to use the fort now. It will shake a bit." Surprised, he asked, "The fort's going to shake?" And immediately ordered, "Everyone, Get away from the wall, get low and prepare for impact. Hold on to something so they don't fall off. Dalton thought, he's fast. He understands why Raul trusts his men so much. Let's go again. Try parrying this one, and rush forward, jumping into Mana Soldier Shield to leap backward into the fort wall. As the Mana Soldier attacked the wall, causing it to shake, Philip ordered the knights to hold on. Using the wall, Dalton jumped into the air and landed a critical hit on the Mana Soldier, that defeating it. He think that was risky. Thank God it worked. The wall was damaged a little. He hope he's okay with that. Surprisingly, Homer noted, first real combat experience, yet he's confident. Philip stated, yeah, almost to the point of arrogance. Homer remarked, he's the Swordmaster's grandson, Templeton's wolf, after all. Seeing Dalton defeated the Mana Soldier, Raul stated, they are done. It's about time they conclude their fight too. Standing here is getting annoying. Jack exclaimed, that's what he wanted, but it won't end the way he think. He copied it pretty well. But a replica is only a replica. He will show him the difference between them, and rushed to attack while covering his sword in dark red mana. In response, Raul easily blocked his sword attack and pushed him back, then used a charged-up attack that Jack barely evaded. Then he asked, how about now? The replica doesn't seem bad at all. Jack stated, you arrogant kid. However, Raul think it's actually not bad. It's strong and easy to use. It's been a while since he has obtained a decent skill. At that moment, a red system window popped up showing information error and explained, the Regnator has detected prohibited traits. By the covenant with the Regnator, the skill Shadow Clipper, A, will be discarded, which confused Raul as he saw it. Raul think, what does this mean? Prohibited traits? Is he saying he can't use the copied skill? Another window pops up, showing information, searching for an alternate skill. He thought he found a decent skill, and now he is losing it without even having used it once. It seems like he can use it until an alternate skill is found. He has to end this fight before that. Whatever, he will use it as much as he can. He immediately rushes forward and launches an attack that he blocks. Then Jack asks why is he being aggressive all of a sudden? Is he in a hurry now? As he is pushed backward due to Raul's attack, and he's about to counterattack. But Raul uses the psychokinesis trait to fling a sword towards him, which narrowly misses. Jack asks, what is this? A sword flew? Where did it come from? To his surprise, multiple swords are floating in the air. He asks how is this possible? But Raul states he didn't notice? Does he have tunnel vision? He said he wanted him to do his best, right? He will show him his best. And he uses the sword to attack him. Jake asks what is this ridiculous trick? He called this his best, as he blocks them one after another. How disappointing! Stop these tricks and face him. He doesn't have time to play with him. Come at him for real, kid! Then he uses the psychokinesis trait on multiple swords, to attack him from the front and on two large axes to try to attack him from behind. Jake easily blocks the swords, but he struggles to block the axes. At that moment, Raul uses more of his psychokinesis trait power to push Jack back towards him, and Raul also covers his sword in golden mana to strike him from behind. Raul thinks he knew it. He can't break his power armor with improvised sword skills, but that doesn't mean there's no way to win. He uses psychokinesis power on his sword and also employs the Regnator power armor that covers his arm. He distracts him with that sword and closes the distance between them, and he stated he is strong, but he talked too much. Time to shut it, Empire Dog. Then he lands a powerful attack that causes an explosion on impact. As the dust settles, Jack is lying on the ground defeated. Raul thinks finally at finish, he was a tough one. Considering how hard the fight was, he can expect some level ups. Then a system window pops up, and he thinks, did it finally find an alternate skill? That was close. Let's see. And the window shows information. Alternate skill found. Acquired skill. Radiant Aura, grade A+. Seeing that, he becomes surprised and notes, how did he get this skill? Radiant Aura, the top-tier active skill used by the strongest Holy Knight. The OP skill that casts 80 cleanse, blessing, and healing. He rarely saw this skill even when he was Crash. He got that skill. He chuckled and stated this is a jackpot. Raul think ambushing a conquest team by hiding inside the gate. He didn't expect this. They were well prepared too. There must be a strategist behind this. He needs to be vigilant. His thoughts were interrupted by Dalton, saying, he really went crazy there. He punched him in the face because he couldn't slash through his power armor. Raul replied it's nothing compared to him using the wall. Dalton stated whatever, they took care of the rest as well. This mission is a success, right? Raul appreciated his help. Dalton stated he came along to have fun, but he couldn't let his family name down. The old man would have killed him if he just sat here and watched. Raul thinks he also performed beyond his expectations. He can't believe this was his first real fight. If he becomes a part of the First Knights, he will be massive. Noticing the rescue team, Philip immediately informs him. Jake laughs and says, "Young master, they are back." Pierce notes he told him not to call him that during a mission. Raul states, "Nice work. Everything is good?" Jake chuckles and exclaims there can't be a problem when he is here. Everything went flawlessly. Bernard reports there were no wounded, but there are a few casualties. They might need some help to move the bodies. Raul says he understands. They can ask the guards for help. Meanwhile, seeing Raul R&D, Carrington thinks he was iffy about it, but Raul is actually a master. Did he really make this knighthood by himself? However, his thoughts were interrupted by Dalton asking, isn't he arson? He was one of the captured hostages. He didn't know that the Carrington Viscounty was a part of this. And arson thinks Templeton's Dalton? He's also part of Raul's Knights. This guy, how much influence does he have? Raul stated the hostages have been rescued, and they have gotten rid of the Empire's dogs. The mission's over. And he thinks he got an insane skill too. What satisfying results. And he orders them, let's head back. The next day, at Ashton County Mansion, Raul asks what did they do with the Empire's soldiers that were held hostage. Philip replied they secretly handed them over to President Gray like he asked. Raul inquires about their condition. Bernard replied still the same. It seems like the Empire cast a spell on them that makes them lose their intelligence upon capture. It'll be hard to get any information out of them without President Gray's help. Raul states President Gray might not have a solution for this either. Damned Empire. And he asks what about their motive? Philip exclaims, they only know they disguised themselves as guards to get into the city. There will be a massive internal inspection due to this. They don't have any other information about them, so it'll be hard to figure out their motive. He wished they had an actual information organization. And he thinks the way they're operating is very precise and dangerous. They will need better information to prepare for the next attack. He will have to do something about it. And Raul said they will leave that to the kingdom and President Gray. Tomorrow's the night ceremony, right? Philip affirmed. Certainly. The capital is a bit chaotic right now, so the ceremony will be small and quiet. Raul guessed there will only be an actual review instead of a ceremony to show off. That's better for him. Raul stated the ceremony still means a lot. Make sure to prepare for it. Both of them exclaimed, they comprehend, Master. Raul continues with his thoughts. The ceremony will be a gathering of the kingdom's most renowned families and knights. It'll be their first knight's first time on an official stage. He has to make an impression of their first knight's strength. Past the kingdom, all the way to the empire. They will show them. The majesty of the first knights will reign over the entire continent. The following day, as they traversed the capital, Raul and his first knights order drew astonished gazes. Citizens praised him as the guardian of Turium's capital. Excited girls called out, Young Master Raul, please glance this way. Raul acknowledged them with a greeting. However, Josh seemed uncomfortable. As the girls shouted, Red-haired knight, he looks splendid. Please look this way. Homer asked he never experienced this as a mercenary, did he? Josh replied affirmatively. Homer remarked, get used to it. As long as he's under the First Knight's flag, he will always get such a welcome. Answer them. He deserves it. Nervously, Josh greeted the girls, thinking, he is glad he joined the First Knights. The crowd cheered as they walked through the capital. Upon reaching their destination, Raul commented, there are more here than he did thought. Philip added he thinks some free knights are here as well. Some knights began discussing among themselves. The knight on the left asked, look over there, aren't they the first knights? The knight on the right remarked, yeah, they are the new knighthood who resolved the gate incident. The knight on the left stated, there are so many of them. Is every member of the knighthood here? The knight with the flag noted, what's so great about them? They are show-offs. The knight on the left remarked, he heard there aren't many regular knights. Raul thinks, they seem to have attracted some attention. Nothing wrong with it. They are only here to show them what they are capable of. It's great that they are aware of them. The person approached Raul and said, so this is how he meet the esteemed guardian of Turium. And Raul asks, about him. The person stated, nice to meet him, young master. He is the kingdom's financial director, Jerry D. Plank. He heard that he played a big part in the gate incident. Could they have a private chat? Raul thinks. The kingdom's finance director, Jerry D. Plank. What is he planning? As Josh struck a victory pose, the audience erupted in cheers, exclaiming that the first knight had won and defeated Randall's shooting star. They expressed amazement at his performance, noting that Randall had lost to a newcomer mercenary. They proclaimed the first knight as the best knighthood in the ceremony. The black-haired boy expressed astonishment at the new knighthood's impressive strength. The brown-haired boy acknowledged that the rumors were true, believing the knighthood's master to be Ashton's son, and mentioned his intention to write Ashton a congratulatory letter. The black-haired boy added that he would also search for other Ashtons in the capital. Hudson D. Randall, Count of Randall, angrily thought about how his knight lost to a mercenary despite being allowed to use lethal force. He was frustrated that even extreme measures to disable his opponent were ineffective. Randall questioned if Raul Ashton had truly gathered such a powerful people without his family's assistance. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he resolved to take swift action. Hudson told his knight captain there was nothing more to see and instructed him to leave. When the knight captain questioned the sudden departure, Hudson ordered him to leave the knights to someone else and return, taking only a few followers. The knight captain then asked where Hudson was going, and Hudson replied that he needed to visit the financial department to see Plank. After they leave, the duel continued. This time, an expert knight advanced to face Philip in combat. The knight initiated an aggressive attack, only to have Philip skillfully block it, leaving the knight visibly stunned. Sweating profusely from the unexpected turn, the knight's distraction allowed Philip to maneuver behind him. With a swift leap, Philip launched a decisive sword strike from the air. However, at the last moment, just before his blade would have connected, Philip skillfully halted his attack. The knight, taken aback by Philip's rapid movements, showed signs of confusion. Despite this, Philip complimented the knight, acknowledging the intensity and quality of their fight by saying, "It was a nice fight." Acknowledging defeat, the knight conceded, and the referee declared the first knight the victor. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the first knight's continued winning streak. Jake commented that Philip's victory seemed effortless for him. Meanwhile, Josh expressed his admiration for Philip's win. Another observer remarked that Philip had decisively defeated a fellow advanced expert, emphasizing the dominance displayed in the match. A person with reddish-brown hair noted that Philip's performance confirmed that who is the main knighthood of the ceremony. Meanwhile, a bold individual named Jaden D. Ashton, Viscount of the Jaden Viscounty, observed the scene from a distance and questioned if it was the first knight. Mentioning the knighthood Raul formed, the observer recognized familiar faces among them. Turning to Titus for insights, the discussion shifted to Raul's character. Titus described Raul as someone who had been calm and composed from a young age. He speculated that Raul had likely matured further since the gate incident. Jaden remarked on the Ashton family's transformation, noting their previous satisfaction with rural swordplay. However, impressed by their recent developments. Meanwhile, Medeiros, commander of the kingdom's holy knights, expressed his interest in the first knight and their knighthood. He mentioned hearing from the capital that they were considered the finest in the kingdom, attributing this reputation to their exceptional performance. Medeiros likened their prowess to that seen in pre-war ceremonies. Sitting beside Medeiros was Carson, commander of the Royal Guards and president of the Reuben Kingdom Knights Association. Carson questioned the validity of crowning the best knighthood through a ceremony where prominent families like Templeton, Greer, and Ashton's Golden Bear did not participate. He expressed skepticism about the ceremony's ability to truly determine the kingdom's finest knights under these circumstances. Medeiros responded, acknowledging Carson's point but also highlighting the surprise that a new knighthood had managed to defeat Randall, one of the 5 renowned warrior families. Seeking his opinion on the matter, Carson interjected with an intriguing detail, mentioning that he had heard the master of the first knight was a student at the academy. Noting that they had met a few times before, Carson inquired about Raul Ashton's character, prompting Gray to humorously request permission to pose his own question first. Gray then asked Carson and Medeiros whether they believed the kingdom currently enjoyed peace. In response, Carson conveyed his belief that there are no peaceful times for knights, emphasizing the constant need for vigilance and readiness against potential threats. Gray acknowledged Carson's perspective and admitted his limited knowledge of Raul. He refrained from making definitive statements about the kingdom's safety compared to Carson and Medeiros, but speculated that Raul might emerge as a savior should an evil force threaten the kingdom in the future. However, he emphasized that these were simply his personal thoughts, and not certainties. Medeiros chuckled at Gray's praise for Raul, jokingly suggesting that Raul must be Gray's favorite student given the admiration expressed. Carson, however, maintained a serious tone and expressed his desire to test Raul himself. He emphasized that true greatness in a knight isn't defined solely by honor or reputation but by strength and demonstrated ability. Carson was determined to ascertain whether Raul's reputation was grounded in reality or merely an illusion, indicating his intent to evaluate Raul's true mettle firsthand. A little later, amidst the anticipation of the kingdom's official knight induction ceremony, a knight announced the commencement. He called for Sir Raul Ashton, the representative and master of the first knight, to step forward. The crowd erupted in cheers, expressing their admiration for the young master. Before proceeding, the knight turned to Carson and asked if they should begin. However, Carson paused and addressed Raul directly. He expressed a request to Raul, asking him to humor him. Before they officially started the ceremony, Raul contemplated Carson's words carefully, reflecting on the current president of the Knights Association's intentions. Carson acknowledged the exceptional performance displayed by the first knight during the ceremony but expressed disappointment that only one of the esteemed warrior families had participated. He continued, stating that as the president of the Knights Association, he desired to personally gauge the strength of the first knight. Carson then turned to Raul directly, seeking his opinion and asking if he agreed with the assessment. Raul pondered the significance of Carson's challenge, recognizing the immense reputation and skill of the Viscount. Carson was not only the president of the Reuben Kingdom's Knight Association, but also a captain of the Royal Knights and a beginner sword master. The gap between a sword master and a high expert was vast, making Carson the strongest opponent Raul had ever faced. As Raul weighed his options, Carson addressed him again, noting Raul's hesitation. He expressed surprise, expecting the master of the first knight to accept the challenge without delay. Raul knew that accepting Carson's request would test his limits and possibly redefine his standing as a knight. Pierce turned to Philip and asked, "What's going on? Why is he trying to fight Master?" Philip responded, "He wants to test us for himself, and think this one is a lot different from before. Young Master can't beat a sword master yet, but if he avoids him here, the work we did to bolster our reputation will amount to nothing at all. An unavoidable fight with no chance of winning. What will young Master do?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Raul agreed, saying sure. This response confused Carson. Raul clarified, "A duel with the respected president of the Knight Association. He can't miss out on such an honor." He wished to learn a lot from this president. Both Raul and the president unsheathed their swords, preparing for the fight. Carson remarked, "Since many people are watching them, this duel should do justice to the name of the Knights of the Reuben Kingdom." Raul respectfully acknowledged the president, saying of course, thank him for this opportunity. The audience erupted in excitement, shouting, "Wow, President versus Sir Raul? This is amazing. This is the actual highlight of this ceremony." Meanwhile, Josh asked Philip, "What is going on?" "This duel wasn't planned," Philip replied, "and it shouldn't happen. Not in a normal ceremony, at least," Pierce added. "However, this ceremony has undergone significant changes in both schedule and scale, which means there's no point in sticking to the previous standards." Jack commented, "That just means they have to prove themselves twice." Homer noted, "President Carson is a strict person, so he wants to be certain." Philip concluded, "Master must have accepted the duel because he's got something. They just have to trust his judgment." Gray laughed and remarked, "He think he put Raul in an awkward position by talking too much." Medeiros asked awkward, and added he think this is better for him. A duel with the president of the Knight Association isn't something he can experience anywhere. He has known Sir Carson for a long time, but it's been a while since he last saw him like this, with such enthusiasm. Raul then asked, "Shall they begin?" and rushed towards Carson, who took a defensive stance. Raul launched a forceful attack with his sword, which Carson blocked. Raul leaped into the air and attacked again with more force, and Carson blocked this attack with some effort. Carson then swung his sword at Raul for the first time, and Raul blocked it with his own sword. Raul thought he can't give him any space. He will counterattack if he stops for even a split second. He has to keep up. To his surprise, Carson's sword was about to hit him, but Raul immediately swung his sword to deflect Carson's strike. Raul realized that was close. Carson was one step faster than him. He tried taking control of this duel by striking over and over, but Carson came at him with an even faster move. Is this what a sword master is capable of? He can't give up already. Determined, Raul launched one attack after another, which Carson blocked. Carson then counterattacked with sharper and more forceful strikes. The audience stood up from their seats, shouting, "This is another level. They can't even tell what's going on because they're so fast." Josh exclaimed, "Holy shit, that's a sword master." Raul thought as expected. "He's strong. He can't find any gaps. He can only trade blows with him." Carson then said, "Good. He has seen his sword skill now. However, there's something more important than that." But then a cube of deep blue hue, surrounded by swirling black energy, appeared above Carson's left hand, and he continued by saying, "If he is going to lead the new generation, he will need more than just sword skill. Let's move on to the next part." Carson asked Raul if he was ready, prompting Raul to notice a strange energy emanating from a cube artifact. Raul questioned Carson's intentions with the artifact. Madero's questioning why Carson was using the artifact. Gray expressed concern about the artifact's abnormal behavior. Madero's identified it as a hybrid core, a significant artifact of the High Holy Knights designed to detect dark mana, primarily used by the Empire's soldiers. Originally intended to uncover spies during the ceremony, its deployment was cancelled due to stability concerns. Carson's unexpected use of the artifact raised eyebrows, with Madero's questioning the extent of Carson's actions in the arena, urging him not to be suspicious despite the first knight's contributions to the kingdom. Carson emphasized his need for certainty and requested Raul's cooperation. He then activated the hybrid core, causing dark mana to emanate from it and envelop Raul. Meanwhile, at the Reuben Kingdom's Department of the Interior, Plank expressed surprise at Count Randall's presence, noting rumors of his knight's participation in the ceremony. Hudson confronted Plank, questioning his apparent lack of concern for the ceremony's importance. He couldn't understand why Plank remained relaxed and suggested that Plank might be underestimating the significance of the events unfolding. Plank responded by acknowledging the First Knight's impressive performance during the ceremony, implying that he was aware of its impact. Hudson continued, expressing certainty that the First Knights would become obstacles, emphasizing that it was Plank's responsibility to prevent such interference. Plank reassured Hudson, dismissing the potential challenges as minor issues that wouldn't affect their larger plans. Hudson challenged Plank's dismissal of the Ashton kids as a small problem. Plank clarified that while Ashton County posed a threat if united against them, he viewed Raul individually, without the support of his county, as manageable. Hudson fell silent briefly, then elaborated on Raul's growing influence and popularity within the kingdom, suggesting that the First Knight could potentially become a more significant threat than even the Golden Bear Knights. He pressed Plank on whether he still considered them a minor concern. Led by a relatively inexperienced knight, were indeed causing trouble for their plans. He expressed confidence that Raul Ashton was unaware of the true conflict brewing, implying that Raul might not yet comprehend the scale of the impending conflict. In the arena, a dramatic scene unfolded as black mana engulfed the surroundings, causing concern among the audience who questioned the safety of the duel. The First Knight Order anxiously watched over their master Raul. Meanwhile, Carson observed the increasing intensity of the divine power being unleashed, bewildered by its unexpected strength. Raul, undeterred by the chaos, reflected on the unending vigilance and readiness required of a knight, influenced by the teachings instilled by the kingdom's president. Despite the turmoil, Raul questioned whether he should still commit to the duel, embodying the dedication expected of a knight sworn to protect the kingdom. Carson was astonished when Raul not only passed the dark mana test of the hybrid core but also utilized the divine power emanating from it. Carson speculated whether Raul possessed a higher caliber of divine power than expected for someone of his rank. Subsequently, a sight that shocked Carson, Gray, and the assembled crowd. Raul then concentrated the gathered divine energy into his arm and unleashed a powerful blast toward the sky. Witnessing these displays of prowess, Carson and others remained in stunned silence. Raul, confident in his abilities, sought confirmation, addressing the president directly, asking if he had proven himself. In the midst of the commotion at the arena, a person with red hair enthusiastically shouted that Master Raul was God's apostle, pointing out the awe-inspiring manifestation of the wings of light. The crowd, caught up in the fervor, echoed this sentiment, proclaiming Raul to be the chosen apostle capable of controlling divine power. They revered the First Knights as God's own knights, guardians of Turium. Amidst the chants and declarations, Jaden turned around and remarked that they had seen enough. Titus expressed surprise at Jaden's readiness to leave so soon. Jaden explained that he now understood why Randall was cautious of Raul, despite his young age. He reflected on the unexpected emergence of such a formidable figure from their lineage and anticipated the unfolding events with excitement. Shortly thereafter, a knight proclaimed the announcement, heralding Raul d'Ashton as the leader of the Order of Knights, the first knight, and the head of the Knight Order. The audience erupted in cheers, calling out. Meanwhile, Raul knelt before Carson, positioning himself before the solemn ceremony. Carson initiated the oath-taking ritual by placing his blade on Raul's shoulder, representing the Knights Association of the Reuben Kingdom. Carson posed the question, asking Raul, now the master of the first knight, if he swore allegiance to the kingdom and its ruler, the king. Raul, with unwavering determination, solemnly declared, he swear. Carson asked Raul if he and his knights pledged to protect the royal family and the kingdom's people with their lives, and to take the lead in eliminating any threats to the kingdom. Raul responded with a resolute that he swear. Carson then inquired if Raul vowed to always train himself with humility and diligence, and to follow the code of chivalry while upholding the honor of the kingdom's knights. Again, Raul affirmed with conviction, saying he swear. Continuing the oath, Carson emphasized that Raul and his knights must embody strength, honor, and loyalty, ensuring the kingdom's prosperity, upholding the knights' honor, and maintaining justice. Carson officially recognized Raul and his knights as integral knights of the great Reuben Kingdom. After the ceremony concluded, Medeiros approached Carson and inquired about his feelings regarding Raul Ashton. Carson initially feigned ignorance, prompting Medeiros to clarify that he was asking about Carson's impressions after dueling against Raul. Carson, somewhat dismissively, asked if Medeiros had not witnessed the duel, noting that Raul displayed all the qualities expected of a knight of the kingdom. However, Medeiros persisted, indicating that he wasn't interested in Carson's assessment of Raul's combat skills. Carson then questioned what is then he wants to know. He saw from Raul Ashton during the duel. After a moment of silence, Carson revealed his motives behind testing Raul Ashton. He explained that he wanted to understand the meaning behind President Gray's statements, which had left him troubled. Carson outlined 3 particular points that had unsettled him. First, Gray's warning about an impending threat to the kingdom. Second, Gray's suggestion that Raul Ashton might be the savior of all. And third, the fact that these statements came from President Gray himself. Carson questioned Medeiros about whether President Gray had ever mentioned such concerns about a threat to the kingdom, or singled out someone as a potential savior. He mentioned that while Gray had attributed these remarks to personal thoughts, as a knight of the kingdom, Carson couldn't dismiss them lightly without seeking deeper understanding and clarity. Asking if Carson believed President Gray. Stating that Gray had indeed sensed an imminent threat that necessitated a savior. Medeiros then questioned Carson further, asking if he saw Raul Ashton in the same light as President Gray did now. Carson admitted uncertainty but asserted one certainty. If Raul remained loyal to their cause, he could potentially fulfill the role of the kingdom's savior. However, should Raul turn against them, Carson warned that he could become their worst nightmare. Medeiros brought up Raul's successful passing of the hybrid cores test, but Carson reminded him that the test only verified the use of dark mana, not allegiance or true intentions. Carson emphasized the ambiguity surrounding Raul's relentless actions, suggesting it was prudent to approach him with caution until his true motivations became clearer. Medeiros reflected on Carson's character, noting how unchanged and steadfast he had remained over the years. At the Ashton County mansion the next day, the first knights were engaged in training. Josh sparred with Jake, rushing in with a vigorous attack. However, Jake effortlessly countered Josh's assault with a single move, sending Josh crashing to the ground. Frustrated, Josh questioned Jake about his ability to consistently block his attacks. Jake explained that while Josh's attacks were swift and forceful, they were predictable and lacked subtlety. He pointed out that while such tactics might be effective against some opponents, they wouldn't suffice against adversaries who had real combat experience. Jake advised Josh to adapt his fighting style according to different types of opponents, emphasizing the need to recognize and adjust to the strengths and weaknesses of each adversary. Acknowledging Jake's advice, Josh accepted the need to modify his approach in combat. Jake remarked to Josh that many new recruits had joined after witnessing the ceremony, largely inspired by Josh's performance. Flustered, Josh asked after watching him. He emphasized that Josh now bore a responsibility to serve as a role model for these newcomers. Jake expressed concern that this situation would likely lead to significant trouble. Josh sought clarification, asking Jake to explain what he meant by his ominous statement. Meanwhile, Raul observed the exchange between Josh and Jake from his window, sighing at the situation unfolding. At that moment, Bernard approached Raul, informing him that the initiation test for the new recruits he had mentioned earlier was all prepared and ready to commence. Raul expressed gratitude to Bernard for preparing the initiation test, noting that their efforts during the ceremony had proven fruitful. He anticipated that their previously quiet knighthood would now become bustling with new recruits. Curious about Raul's sudden push for expansion, Bernard questioned whether there was a specific reason for the urgency. Raul pondered Bernard's concern and then questioned whether Bernard truly believed the kingdom was currently peaceful. Bernard sought clarification, prompting Raul to acknowledge that while minor issues might occur, the kingdom was currently enjoying a period of peace as it always had. However, Raul ominously predicted that this peace would soon be shattered by an incident 5 days hence. He stressed the urgency of their preparations, emphasizing their responsibility to prevent the impending crisis and maintain peace. Then the scene shifted to a conversation between Gerald D. Reuben, the sixth prince of the Reuben kingdom, and Carson. Gerald thanked Carson for overseeing the ceremony on behalf of the royal family. Carson humbly responded that he had simply carried out his duty. Gerald explained that due to recent incidents at the gate, the royal family couldn't participate in events and hoped Carson understood their position. Carson acknowledged the uncertain times and stressed the importance of prioritizing the safety of the royal family, a sentiment he believed all knights shared. Gerald expressed his gratitude and mentioned hearing that a new knighthood had performed exceptionally well at the ceremony, specifically inquiring about the first knight. Carson confirmed that only one warrior family had participated. The first knight remained undefeated, distinguishing himself in the competition. Gerald expressed admiration for Raul Ashton and that he also sensed something from him when he saw him at the academy, and that recalling he and his knights, they had stood at the forefront during the appearance of the gates in the capital. They bravely protected the city and even defeated Empire scouts inside one of the gates. Impressed by their valor and dedication, Gerald suggested that they deserved recognition from the royal family, possibly even a medal. He mentioned currently, they are stationed at the gates, vigilantly watching to prevent any monsters from escaping, and his intention to visit them personally to offer his appreciation and rewards, and asked for Carson's suggestion. Carson, however, regretfully informed Gerald that the first knight was not permitted to enter any of the gates in the capital. Gerald was incredulous upon hearing that the knighthood responsible for defending the city during the gate incidents was barred from entering any of the gates in the capital. He questioned who had issued such an order. Carson explained that the restriction was imposed by Randall, who managed the capital's defenses. The rationale given was to optimize their forces effectively. Carson clarified that they were only allowed entry into one specific gate where Empire scouts were located, due to the presence of hostages. Gerald expressed frustration, emphasizing that this wasn't the time for internal conflicts among noble families. Determined to address the issue directly, he declared his intention to meet with Count Randall personally to resolve the matter, and ensure that the knighthood received the recognition and access they deserved. Inside one of the gates, a system window displayed information about the monsters in that gate, including an armored boar at level 55, rank D, with mutated molars and arm traits. Meanwhile, Raul entered the gate and swiftly defeated several armored boars near the entrance. Reflecting on the situation, Raul noted the abundance of armored boars inside the gate and realized the potential chaos that would ensue in the capital if these creatures escaped. Determined to prevent disaster, Raul resolved to handle the threat within the gate. However, as he strategized, the armored boars regrouped and launched a coordinated attack from all directions. Inside the gate, after Raul had encountered the armored boars and faced their coordinated attack, members of the First Knight arrived to assist. Philip, Josh, Pierce, and Jake swiftly engaged the armored boars, joining forces to defeat the creatures that had threatened Raul. Assessing the situation, Philip remarked that dealing with the armored boars would take considerable time. Jake emphasized that they were only at the entrance of the gate, and that this was just the beginning of their task. Pierce stressed the importance of halting the armored boars within the gate to prevent them from escaping into the capital. Josh expressed concern about their ability to achieve this daunting task. In response, Raul assured them not to worry, stating that they were not the central figures in this gate's scenario. As he said that alchemist Nakia arrived on the scene, apologizing for her tardiness due to the time needed to brew a potion. Raul reassured her, emphasizing her crucial role in the mission. Encouraged by Raul's words, Nakia unleashed her alchemical power, creating a massive explosion. The brightness of the explosion surprised Josh, while Jake marveled at its display, questioning if it was indeed magic. Philip recognized that what they witnessed was not just ordinary magic but a potent blend of alchemy and magic. While battling inside the gate, Nakia unleashed her alchemical magic once more, blasting the monsters with powerful force. Observing Nakia's prowess, Raul reflected on her resilience, noting that despite the recent ordeal with her sister, she hadn't weakened. In fact, her abilities had surpassed his expectations. Impressed by Nakia's display of alchemy and magic, Raul acknowledged the significant boost she brought to their forces. After finishing the monsters, she turned to his comrades, asking was that too much. But they were awestruck by Nakia's abilities. Philip praised Nakia's use of potions to amplify mana as brilliant, emphasizing its effectiveness in combat. Raul agreed, recognizing Nakia as a formidable asset and the strongest wildcard they possessed. He acknowledged that their current success was largely due to Nakia's contributions but reminded everyone that they still faced the challenge of defeating the guardian of a C-rank gate.
After some time, Gerald D. Reuben, the sixth prince of the Reuben Kingdom, paid a visit to Randall County. Upon his arrival, Hudson D. Randall, the Count of Randall, greeted him with an apology, explaining that he had not been informed of the prince's visit in advance and therefore could not prepare accordingly. Prince Gerald reassured Count Randall that it was unnecessary to apologize, as he did not expect any special preparations for his visit. The Count expressed his gratitude for the prince's understanding. The prince then shifted the conversation to a pressing matter, stating his desire to discuss it immediately despite his wish for a more relaxed conversation. He mentioned that he had heard about a ban on gate entry requested by the Randall family, specifically affecting the first night, and asked for clarification on the situation. Count Randall explained that the gate entry ban was a strategic decision aimed at efficiently managing the gates and the capital. He clarified that this measure was taken in consultation with the capital guard and was not exclusive to the first night but applied to all knighthoods. Prince Gerald D. Reuben acknowledged Count Randall's dedication to the capital's security but emphasized the critical nature of the current situation, where every soldier's contribution is vital. He declared that the gate entry ban would be completely lifted, allowing all knighthoods and mercenary groups to defend the capital. Gerald assured that he would personally inform the Capital Guard commander and instructed Count Randall to leave gate control to the Capital Guard. Count Randall complied with the prince's orders. However, as Prince Gerald departed, Count Randall's frustration and anger surfaced. He felt disrespected by the sixth prince and internally fumed, vowing that Prince Gerald, the first knight Ashton, and others would soon regret their actions. Meanwhile, the first knight's party, having entered the gate, was engaged in combat with monsters. Jake expressed frustration over the narrow terrain hindering his ability to wield his sword freely, while Philip noted that at least they couldn't be surrounded. Pierce encouraged his team to stay focused, reminding them that the terrain would remain challenging for a while. Jake commented on how well Nakia was managing in the narrow space despite the challenging terrain. As Nakia stumbled, Josh quickly caught her, advising her to be careful. Nakia thanked him, and Josh offered his help whenever needed. Observing this, Jake remarked that Josh needed to get himself together. Raul noted the difficulty of traversing the C-rank gates terrain, which consumed a lot of stamina. He mentioned that he was able to enter the gate due to his favor with the Capital Guard but, since the operation was unofficial, he couldn't bring many members. He acknowledged Nakia's valuable contribution to their forces, but worried that everyone would be exhausted before the raid even began. Raul was uncertain about the usefulness of taking a break due to the terrain. At that moment, Nakia suggested taking a short break to help everyone recover. Philip asked for clarification on how she intended to help them recover. Nakia revealed that she had brought a stamina recovery potion she made, explaining that while it might not be as effective as those from the monastery, it would still be beneficial. She handed the potion to Jake, who, before she could stop him, drank the entire bottle in one go. Jake immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power. Nokia explained that the potion was concentrated and could have been shared among them. Fortunately, she had brought an extra bottle. Pierce remarked that Jake often acted impulsively due to his muscular, less thoughtful nature. Raul was impressed that Nokia had made a potion typically requiring divine power from a certified priest using only alchemy. He realized that bringing Nokia along had been a wise choice, as they could now move forward without concerns. With their energy restored, Raul suggested they continue their mission. Jake enthusiastically agreed, ready to face any guardian or challenge ahead. Philip asked Nokia if she had a potion to silence someone. Nokia replied that she did not have such a potion. Meanwhile, a D-ranked gate guardian, the Lion Mane Borman champion, level 77, rank B, with traits such as being armed, having deformed molars, and a mane, observed the group from a distance. At one of Reuben Kingdom's prisons, Vice President Gray approached the guards on duty, thanked them for their hard work, and requested to interrogate the prisoner alone. The guards complied and left. Gray then approached the cell holding an Imperial Hound and questioned the prisoner's loyalty to the Empire. The Imperial Hound mocked Gray, suggesting his acting was poor and challenged him to reveal his true self. Gray's appearance began to change, revealing himself to be Kane, the faceless master of the Information Guild. Acknowledging the Imperial Hound's skills, Kane admitted understanding why his guild had crumbled before them and prepared to start the interrogation. The Imperial Hound mocked Kane, dismissing his intention to conduct an interview and calling it a farce. He taunted Kane, suggesting that interrogation through threats or torture wouldn't yield any useful information. Kane sighed, acknowledging that while those methods might be tempting, he couldn't use them. He explained that he was no longer part of the Information Guild Wing of Freedom but had joined the First Knight, which followed strict rules against torture. The Imperial Hound laughed at the irony, ridiculing Kane for becoming a dog of a nobleman playing knight. He sarcastically encouraged Kane to try extracting information using the First Knight's methods, doubting their effectiveness and challenging him to follow through. Kane smiled and explained his approach, highlighting that First Knights do not use threats, torture, or coercion during interrogations. Instead, they use artifacts. He revealed an artifact that paralyzes the mind, compelling the subject to divulge information. With slight adjustments, it can also erase memories of the past few hours, ensuring the subject forgets the interrogation and their betrayal. Kane proposed this method as fair, as he would obtain the information without the Imperial Hound feeling guilty about betraying the Empire. He then asked the Imperial Hound about their final goal. The scene then shifted back to the gate, where Jake expressed frustration upon encountering a dungeon immediately after barely passing through the gorge. Confused by the gate's challenges, Nokia sought clarification from Raul. Raul explained that the dungeon had formed from the mana of the gate, and it appeared to still be in the process of forming. He warned that if the gate's rank rose to C, the terrain itself would undergo significant changes. Therefore, they needed to act swiftly. If they didn't defeat the Guardians soon, it could pose a serious threat. Josh raised concerns about the dungeon potentially engulfing the gate's terrain, which could lead to monsters of a much higher level pouring into the capital. Jake, understanding the urgency of the situation, urged Raul to proceed quickly, addressing him as master. Raul, however, found the timing and circumstances suspicious. He noted that such a challenging gate had appeared shortly before that incident. He reflected that gates of C rank or higher typically required significant time to conquer and that this dungeon seemed particularly formidable. He suspected that someone might be deliberately trying to tie down their knighthood to this gate, possibly as a distraction or trap. As Raul contemplated the suspicious timing of the gate's appearance, Jake interrupted his thoughts, addressing him as master and asking if there was a problem. Raul brushed it off, reassuring the group to take their time to scout the area and prepare thoroughly before entering. He emphasized the uncertainty of the unfolding situation and the need for ample preparation. All the members acknowledged Raul's instructions, expressing their understanding. Raul questioned himself, wondering if he was overthinking things. Despite his suspicions, he acknowledged that they couldn't leave the gate and decided to focus on breaking through it as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, from a distance, two figures observed them, who are Imperial hounds. As the first knights entered the dungeon, Josh held onto the magic lamp, while Jake remarking on the dungeon's size and eerie silence, speculating it might be due to its incomplete state. Pierce cautioned against dropping their guard, sensing a latent danger despite the apparent quietness. Josh asked Philip if dungeons typically looked like this and marveled at how such structures could form naturally. Philip explained that dungeons come in various types, with rune-type dungeons like the current one being larger. He described dungeons as formations created by a concentration of mana, allowing their shapes to change and potentially spawn monsters. Philip emphasized the unpredictability of dungeons and urged everyone to stay vigilant. Nokia, observing the environment, was fascinated by the pillars and the magical moss growing on them. She asked if she could collect samples, noting the moss's reputed magical properties. Josh remarked on Nokia's calm demeanor, contrasting it with their own nerves. Philip commented that Nokia's composure stemmed from her strength. Raul, meanwhile, noted the dungeon's unusual aspects. Despite its size and potential rank C growth, the perceived danger level was surprisingly low. He sensed an unnaturally rigid flow of mana, suggesting someone had artificially suppressed the dungeon's magical power. Josh then spotted something on the wall and alerted Raul. Raul swiftly turned down as Josh pointed out a magic circle engraved on the dungeon wall. Josh asked if dungeons naturally formed such things, prompting Nokia to identify it as a magic suppression spell. Raul wondered why such a spell would be present in this dungeon. Sensing something amiss, he immediately warned his knights to be cautious, suspecting a trap. Suddenly, a group of attackers descended upon them with swords drawn, forcing the first knights to dodge explosions. Jake voiced confusion over the sudden attack. Meanwhile, Imperial hounds blocked their path, with their leader acknowledging the knights' unexpected arrival and thanking them for making their infiltration easier. Seeing the Imperial hounds, Raul realized they had infiltrated the dungeon and likely suppressed its mana flow. He questioned their motives and swiftly drew his sword from his inventory, preparing to confront them and determined to uncover their plans. Gerald D. Reuben returned to Reuben Kingdom Palace and encountered his older brother, Herdian D. Reuben, the kingdom's third prince. Herdian reminded Gerald about the order to stay within the palace, questioning why he had ventured outside. Gerald explained that he had to discuss urgent matters with Count Randall regarding the gates, apologizing for not following the order. He acknowledged the necessity of facing the consequences and promised to inform the king himself. Herdian reassured Gerald that there was no need for immediate consequences, expressing confidence that their father, the king, would understand the urgency of the situation. However, he advised Gerald to use messengers or call meetings in the future, emphasizing the king's absolute orders. Gerald respectfully accepted his brother's advice, affirming that he understood and would comply with proper protocol moving forward. As Herdian D. Reuben walked away, he pondered when Gerald had started concerning himself with the gates, wondering if the king or another brother had influenced him. A girl accompanying him clarified that Gerald acted on his own, likely inspired by his classmate Raul Ashton's achievements. She asked if they should take any action. Herdian instructed her to secretly summon Viscount Plank for a discussion. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the Imperial Hound group leader taunted the First Knights, mocking them for falling into the trap and confirming the rumors about Raul's fascination with gates. The First Knights, now aware of their opponent's identity, became nervous. Jake angrily called the Imperial Hounds weirdos for hiding in the dungeon, while Philip questioned if their plan was to lure the Conquest Squad. The leader smugly replied that regardless of their thoughts, the knights had indeed walked into his trap. Raul felt something was off, questioning why the Imperial Hounds had set a trap with only a few members and no high-ranking personnel. He nervously considered a possibility and turned to Nokia, asking about the effectiveness of the magic circle for mana restriction. Nokia confirmed that it was a powerful high-class restriction spell, further enhanced by a dagger artifact in the center. Raul deduced that the magic circle had restricted the mana within the gate, causing the condensed mana to enhance the gate's rank. Nokia agreed with his assessment. Raul pondered whether the Imperial Hounds had manipulated the gate's rank to lure them in and if there was another purpose behind it, given the small number of enemies present. Jake taunted the Imperial Hounds, questioning their confidence in defeating the First Knights. The Imperial Hound group leader retorted, asserting that they were stronger than the kingdom's forces and that their bait had successfully lured the First Knights into the trap. Hearing the Imperial Hound leader refer to themselves as bait, Raul nervously pondered the implications. Jake, Philip, and Josh charged at the Imperial Hounds, with Jake sarcastically hoping they weren't trapped just for a conversation. Philip swiftly defeated 2 Imperial Hounds, Jake took down another 2, and Pierce eliminated 2 more. Josh defeated the group leader, who dropped to his knees, and his sword falls to the ground, and admitted he expected defeat but hoped for a better outcome. Philip questioned why the leader had planned such a stupid trap if he anticipated failure. The leader cryptically replied that everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Nokia approached the magic circle and noticed another spell cast on the artifact, realizing there was more to the trap. As Nokia recognized the spell cast on the artifact, she started trembling. The Imperial Hound leader declared that they were not weak and that death was part of their plan, proclaiming their success for the Emperor. He then began to tremble and foam at the mouth. At that moment, the magic circle activated. Jake turned to Raul, asking what was happening, while Raul looked toward Nokia. Nokia explained that the artifact had a self-destruct spell chain. When the caster died, the restricted mana would be released, causing the condensed mana in the dungeon to go berserk. A loud noise echoed through the dungeon, causing everyone to turn towards it. Jake asked Raul about the noise and Raul, feeling nervous, sensed something approaching from deep within the dungeon. Soon, they saw a large number of armored boars rushing toward them. Philip remarked on the gravity of the situation. Raul shouted that there were too many boars and ordered everyone to run and escape the gate. They followed Raul as he led them, urging them to run faster towards the gate's entrance, which he indicated was just past a set of stairs. Meanwhile, the gate guardian stood before the dungeon entrance, weapon in hand, blocking their escape route. At Ruben Kingdom Palace, Herdian D. Ruben, the kingdom's 3rd prince, apologized to Viscount Jerry D. Plank for the short notice and the difficulty of entering the palace secretly due to the king's order to restrict entry and exit. He emphasized the necessity of the meeting to prevent their plan from falling apart. Plank, the kingdom's financial director, reassured Herdian that it was his fault for causing concern. Herdian dismissed the formalities and directly asked about the execution of Plank's plan. Plank reminded Herdian of his initial advice about the need for patience to achieve his ambitions. Frustrated, Herdian expressed his unwillingness to wait any longer, having risked everything for the plan. Plank then shared that he was pleased to bring good news, finally delivering results that justified Herdian's patience. Herdian asked Plank what he meant by good news. Plank cryptically replied that Herdian would see the results of patience after tonight. Meanwhile, as Raul and his team ran towards the exit, Raul announced that the exit was visible but abruptly stopped as he noticed a monster blocking their path. Jake exclaimed in shock, asking what the monster was, while Philip speculated it might be the gate guardian. Raul, feeling nervous, wondered why the guardian was in that place. His thoughts were interrupted by a system window displaying an urgent quest: eliminate the gate guardian. Rank B objective: eliminate the gate guardian that appeared with the monster wave. Reward: 28,000 experience coins and a random B rank material box. Raul continued to think anxiously, lamenting the timing and realizing that if they could reach the valley, they could use the narrow path to escape the gate. He pondered if facing the gate guardian at the dungeon entrance was part of a larger plan, regretting his earlier arrogance. As they heard the approaching footsteps of armored boars from behind, Jake informed the group that they had caught up to them. Philip expressed concern to Raul, noting that they were likely to be surrounded soon. Raul, feeling the pressure, considered the elite guardian as a formidable raid monster that couldn't be quickly eliminated. He wondered about his options, realizing that using Regnator's power could potentially eradicate both the monsters and the guardian, but he was unsure about his ability to control it fully, which could endanger his companions. Noticing Raul's unease, Nokia took action by retrieving something from her pocket and bravely stepping forward to confront the armored boars. This unexpected move puzzled everyone, prompting Josh to inquire about her intentions. Meanwhile, Nokia revealed a bottle of potion and assured Raul that she would handle the monsters. She then commanded the knights to assist Raul in clearing a path forward. Raul, alarmed at Nokia's bold move to confront the approaching armored boars alone, shouted out to her, expressing concern that she couldn't handle them by herself. However, his surprise grew as he noticed the potion she carried. Reacting quickly, Raul instructed his knights to stay clear of Nokia and prevent the guardian from reaching her, emphasizing that while it might not be the safest approach, they needed to trust Nokia's judgment. As Nokia began to use the potion, a mixture of potion and mana started to emit from the bottle. The armored boars closed in on her, poised to attack. Undeterred, Nokia began chanting in a language unfamiliar to the others. Soon, a powerful magic began to manifest, freezing the armored boars in their tracks. The knights and Raul alike were stunned by this display of magic. Raul realized that Nokia had already attained a remarkable level of skill, employing a form of magic known as the Dragon's Tongue. This ancient magic was considered the highest form below that of a god's, allowing her to wield draconic magic with incredible proficiency. Meanwhile at the dungeon gate, two soldiers were stationed at a gate. One soldier inquired about the time and expressed frustration over the delay caused by the Randalls, a group known for their tardiness. The second soldier, dismissing concerns about the absence of the Randall standby team, implied they were likely just neglecting their duties. When the first soldier questioned why the Randalls were in charge of the gate, the second soldier noticed them arriving and called out for their tardiness. At that moment, both soldiers were attacked by an individual they assumed was from the Randall, but who was actually from the Imperial Hound. Additional members of the Imperial Hound arrived, confirming there were no more witnesses and preparing to initiate chaos by disrupting the gate's control. The scene then moved to a prison where Kane was taken aback by the information from a captured member of the Imperial Hound. In disbelief, Kane asked the prisoner to repeat what he had said. The prisoner revealed that the Imperial Hounds had already infiltrated the entire kingdom and that their plan was in motion. When Kane questioned if the recent attacks on the gates and guilds were merely provocations, the prisoner clarified that these actions were not intended to provoke but were preparations for a war. He ominously stated that the war would commence that night, targeting the heart of Reborn. Upon learning the imminent threat from the Imperial Hound, Kane without disguised himself as Alfredo Gray and rushed out of the prison cell. The guards, surprised and trying to stop him, were unable to catch up as he fled. Kane's thoughts were filled with dread as he realized that everything had been orchestrated for war and that Reborn Kingdom was on the brink of falling that night. Meanwhile, within the gate, Nokia, using a potion and wielding draconic magic, advanced towards the armored boar. Josh, witnessing the unfolding situation, remarked on the unusual and alarming events. Raul, observing Nokia's formidable power and the tremors shaking the dungeon, speculated that her strength might be enough to defeat the boss in a single blow. Raul, turning around, saw the boss monster laughing off his attack, which he had blocked with his sword. Realizing that the boss monster was targeting Nokia, Raul instructed his team to prevent the monster from disrupting her efforts, urging them to deny the boss any opportunities. As his team prepared to engage the boss monster, Nokia unleashed a draconic magic attack. Her powerful spell decimated all the armored boars in front of her and created a tunnel through her magic. Her team members were stunned by the sheer magnitude and effectiveness of her attack. Raul, impressed by Nokia's overwhelming power, thought to himself that she had exceeded his expectations by annihilating the wild boars with a single spell. He noted that the boss monster's attempt to stop her indicated it was threatened by her magic. Exhausted from her powerful spell, Nokia was about to collapse, but Josh caught her, expressing concern for her well-being. Jake remarked on Nokia's solo achievement, and Philip was astonished. Raul instructed Josh to look after Nokia, which Josh confirmed he would do. Raul then praised Nokia for saving them all. As the boss monster charged for another attack, Raul and his team readied themselves in formation. Raul assured her, "Leave the rest to them," signaling their readiness to confront the boss monster. At the western border of Ruben Kingdom, Dylan, after defeating the last orc, inquired about the situation. The Knight Captain reported that there were no significant threats, with no monsters or wild animals present. Dylan expressed confusion, noting that they had been warned about a massive wave of monsters approaching the border, but had only encountered a few orcs and goblins. He also questioned the location of the Templeton Knights, who were said to be at the northern border. The Knight Captain confirmed that the Templeton Knights had received an urgent order from the Royal Intelligence. Dylan noted that the presence of the Swordmaster and his knights at the northern border suggested the possibility of a significant threat, like a dragon. He expressed a feeling that something was amiss despite the apparent calm. The Knight Captain agreed that something felt off, explaining that while knights are typically dispatched to handle monsters, it was unusual for elite knight orders to be sent to the borders. This unusual deployment of main forces could leave the capital vulnerable. Although the McNeil and Randall Knights remained in the capital, the situation still posed a potential danger. Dylan pondered the situation and decided they would continue searching until sunrise. He instructed the Knight Captain to form two scout teams, one to inform his father and the other to head to the capital. When the Knight Captain questioned the need to send a team to the capital, Dylan explained that they should secretly investigate the situation there due to his uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, inside the gate, the boss monster launched a ranged attack that Raul had blocked with his sword. The boss then commanded his team to launch their attack. Philip and Jake leaped into the air, launching sword attacks at the boss monster, but their strikes were blocked and they were pushed back. Pierce seized the opportunity to slide in and shoot arrows at the boss, only for the boss to catch them, surprising Pierce before kicking him away. The boss then pushed Philip and Jake aside, but they quickly repositioned to attack again. However, the boss monster swiftly targeted Jake with a powerful attack, sending him flying back. Philip, concerned for Jake, turned to check on him, but was attacked by the boss monster, causing him to fall to the ground. Raul then charged forward and landed a sword attack on the boss, but the injury was minor. In response, the boss monster roared and struck the ground with a powerful hit, creating an explosion that blasted everyone backward due to the force of the air pressure. As the dust cleared, Pierce asked Jake if he could move, to which Jake confidently replied that he was fine and that it was nothing. Pierce noted the battle was more challenging than anticipated, with the boss monster's agility despite its size making it difficult to handle. He remarked that this monster was likely the strongest they had encountered inside the gates. Meanwhile, Raul checked on Philip's condition and asked if he could continue fighting. Philip confirmed he could and warned Raul that this monster was different from previous guardians they had faced. Raul explained that the monster's increased strength was due to a sudden release of restricted mana, making it technically a rank C guardian. He encouraged his team not to give up, emphasizing that facing stronger opponents presents opportunities for growth and that overcoming this monster was part of their path as First Knights. Raul gave the order for Jake and Pierce to wait for his signal before attacking, aiming to defeat the monster swiftly. Both Jake and Pierce confirmed their readiness. Philip warned Raul that the monster's quick reflexes made it difficult to find an opening. Raul, confident and eager to utilize a particular strategy, reassured his team. He then instructed the system to activate Radiant Aura, preparing to use this ability to gain an advantage in the fight. When Raul activated Radiant Aura, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back, stunning the boss monster. Philip observed the display of radiance, while Pierce and Jake felt their bodies healing, recognizing it as the skill Raul had used. Jose reflected on how impressive Raul was, recalling that this skill was demonstrated during a ceremony. Raul, acknowledging it was his first time using this skill in combat, expressed his need for his subordinates' assistance. He thanked them for their bravery and dedication, declaring it was the least he could do in return. He urged them to finish the fight, noting they had spent too much time in the gate. As the boss monster charged at Raul, he evaded the attack by jumping into the air and then launched his own attack, which the boss monster blocked with its axe. The boss monster quickly pushed Raul back with a fast axe attack. Raul noted the monster's speed, recognizing it as a raid-level threat, but resolved to hold it down until it made a mistake. He focused on blocking the monster's attacks. Meanwhile, Josh placed Nokia by a rock to support her as she sat. He asked if she was awake, and she confirmed she was. Seeing Raul fighting the boss monster, Nokia grew concerned for him. Jake, noticing that Raul was fighting alone, questioned if they should assist. Pierce reminded Jake of Raul's orders to wait for a signal and emphasized the need to trust their master. As Raul continued to fight the boss monster, he blocked its attacks while thinking he needed just a bit more time. He considered using his psychokinesis on the boss's weapon. Raul then applied psychokinesis to the boss monster's weapon, creating intense pressure that forced the monster to the ground. Realizing the threat, the boss monster threw away its axe. Seizing the opportunity, Raul gave the order for everyone to attack. Pierce fired an arrow that struck the boss monster, making it scream in pain. Philip and Jake then rushed in and delivered a powerful combined attack that severely injured the monster. Raul followed up with a final strike, finishing the boss and causing it to collapse. Exhausted, Raul sat down and stored his sword in his inventory, remarking that it had been a close fight. Philip checked on him, asking if he was okay. Raul responded that he was fine, but needed a brief rest. Jake expressed concern that Raul had overexerted himself, noting that Raul had even used an area of effect healing skill to aid them. Raul replied that he couldn't have defeated the raid monster alone and emphasized the importance of his team's support. He also mentioned that he felt the need to contribute significantly, especially since Nokia had done so much for them. At that moment, Bernard contacted Raul through the guild platform, asking if he could hear him. Raul recognized Bernard's voice and inquired about the issue. Bernard informed Raul that there was a problem. The capital and the royal palace were under attack. At the Ruben Kingdom Palace, the scene was grim with soldiers' dead bodies scattered around. The king confronted his son, Herdian D. Ruben, who was threatening him and had killed his brothers. The king asked why Herdian was doing this, questioning his sanity. Herdian explained that his actions were for the future of the kingdom. He argued that the king's worsening illness made him unfit to rule, and that his brothers were inadequate successors. Herdian believed someone had to take drastic measures to save the kingdom. The king, trembling and sweating, questioned whether Herdian's idea of saving the kingdom involved aligning with the empire. Herdian declared that it was time to end the conflict with the empire and promised peace between the kingdom and the empire under his rule. At that moment, Carson arrived at the palace and launched a surprise attack on the empire's soldiers, killing them before they could react. He then turned his attention to Herdian, but Herdian blocked Carson's attack. Herdian acknowledged Carson, referring to him as the president of the Knights Association. Carson, enraged, shouted at Herdian, calling him a traitor. Herdian remarked that he had been informed that all obstacles in the capital obstructing the revolution had been dealt with, implying that Carson was not among those obstacles. Meanwhile, Carson ordered the soldiers to bring the injured king to safety. The soldiers began evacuating the king. Herdian dismissed the effort as futile, stating there was no safe place left in the palace or the capital. Carson countered that while the situation might seem dire now, Herdian would ultimately lose if they could just hold out. Herdian scoffed at the idea of holding out, dismissing the possibility of reinforcements from Templeton or Ashton arriving, claiming they would not come. Carson retorted that Herdian was mistaken and that Templeton and Ashton were already en route as the kingdom's saviors. Meanwhile, at the gate, 2 Imperial hounds were on guard. The first Imperial hound questioned why they were stationed there, confident that no one would escape that night. The second Imperial hound agreed, believing their plan was flawless. The first hound then expressed curiosity about the situation in the capital, suggesting it was likely more interesting. Raul emerged from the gate and swiftly attacked the Imperial hounds, killing them before they could respond. He realized that the presence of Imperial hounds at the gate indicated Bernard's warning was accurate. If the borders were under such threat, the capital itself was likely in grave danger. He concluded they needed to act quickly. Jacques, also coming out of the gate, questioned why the Imperial hounds were present instead of the Randalls. Philip speculated that the Randalls had been defeated. Pierce disagreed, noting that if the Randalls had been taken out, there would be visible signs of it, and the area was too clean. Josh then suggested that the Randalls might have fled. Kane arrived at the gate and reassured them that the Randalls hadn't fled. They didn't need to. He expressed relief at Raul's safe return. Raul then inquired about the situation, seeking more information. Kane explained that the situation was dire, revealing that the Imperial hounds, who had been hiding in the capital, had launched an attack. He confirmed that the Randalls were leading the Imperial hounds in the assault on the capital, verifying that the Randalls were indeed collaborating with them. The revelation that the Randalls were collaborating with the Imperial hounds shocked everyone. Raul reflected on the situation, recalling the Reuben Kingdom Rebellion, a historical incident where key factions within the kingdom conspired with the Empire to stage a rebellion and seize the throne, leading to the ruin of Ashton County. He questioned whether his own actions had accelerated the Empire's plans. Raul then asked about Bernard and the Knights. Kane reported that Bernard and Harmer had led their forces out, but it was challenging to approach the palace due to the absence of the kingdom's main forces in the capital. Raul acknowledged that the Randalls' significant role in the rebellion made sense given the circumstances. Jack, infuriated, demanded that they take action against the rebels, expressing his frustration over their alliance with the Empire. Pierce advised him to remain calm, noting that they were low on stamina and mana, and would be ineffective if they rushed in immediately. While they were discussing their next steps, Josh helped Nokia by setting her down nearby and told her to rest. Nokia thanked him. Meanwhile, Jake was visibly distressed by their depleted stamina and mana, worrying about their ability to continue. Philip asked Nokia if she had any potions remaining. Nokia responded that she did, but they would be ineffective as everyone had already reached their daily dose limit. Taking more could even cause side effects. Kane speculated that the rebels had planned the situation to eliminate any obstacles that could interfere with their plans. Raul, realizing that he couldn't use Radiant Aura due to their exhaustion and the energy spent in the gate, was concerned about their next steps and what they should do. A system window appeared, showing a request from librarian Raul to use a rank D mana stone from the inventory, asking Raul for approval. Raul was surprised by this and wondered about its significance. At that moment, a book materialized in front of him. Raul emerged from the book and greeted Raul, acknowledging that he seemed to be in trouble and noting that it had been a while since they last met. Raul, recognizing her, responded with surprise and asked how she was. In the capital, soldiers' lifeless bodies were scattered on the ground as one person worked to save a woman and her child from the Imperial hounds. One Imperial hound member, surprised to see someone still resisting, asked if the person's knighthood affiliation was known. Another member dismissed the inquiry, suggesting they should simply eliminate him. The third member revealed that the person had been part of Carrington County's nobility's personal guard, but had quit after the gate incident. He remarked that if the person had stayed, he could have been part of the ongoing revolution. Marco, reflecting on the situation, questioned whether Carrington was involved in the rebellion and collaborating with the Empire. With Templeton and Ashton at the border and McNeil and Greer's whereabouts unknown, he feared that the only force left to oppose the rebellion were the Guards. Contemplating whether this was the end, the Imperial Hound member threatened the person, assuming he would have rejected any offer to join the rebellion and promising a quick end. At that moment, Dalton arrived from behind and confronted the Imperial Hounds, questioning their audacity. He then swiftly defeated all the Imperial Hound members with a single, efficient sword attack before they could react. Dalton's swift defeat of the Imperial Hounds astonished everyone. Dalton expressed regret for killing all the hounds, wishing he had spared one for interrogation. Turning to Marco, Dalton recognized him as a knight from Carrington and asked if he was indeed Marco. Marco confirmed his identity and expressed surprise that Dalton was still in the capital, given that he thought the Templeton Knights were stationed at the northern border. Dalton explained that he had sneaked out of the northern border, noting how difficult it had been to avoid detection and expressing surprise at the turn of events in the capital. Marco agreed with Dalton's assessment. The woman expressed her gratitude to Marco for saving them. Marco redirected her thanks to Dalton, indicating that Dalton was the one who had truly helped. The woman's child asked if the Templeton knighthood would protect them. Marco, feeling anxious, did not respond. Dalton, however, explained that the Templeton Knights could not provide protection as they were far from the capital. He reassured them by mentioning that Raul, the guardian of Turium, was present, implying that he would provide the necessary protection. Meanwhile, at the gate, Raul greeted Raul, questioning whether he had forgotten about her. Raul responded by asking if Raul was now okay. Raul assured Raul that she was fine, her mana overflowing due to Raul's earlier assistance, and expressed her gratitude. Raul expressed his relief and happiness that she has recovered and is feeling better. Raul, noticing how tired everyone was and recognizing their predicament, requested to borrow the mana stone to help them. Jake, puzzled by Raul's conversation with seemingly no one, asked if Raul was okay. Raul realized that Jake couldn't see Raul, but chose not to explain. Instead, he turned back to Raul and asked if she could help them with their current situation. Raul confirmed that Raul could trust her. Josh, confused by Raul's use of the guild comm and who he was talking to, voiced his concerns. Nokia noticed Raul and speculated that Raul might be communicating with someone important, suggesting they wait and let him sort things out. Jake agreed to wait. Raul explained to Raul that she could use the mana stone to temporarily heal everyone with her spirit spell, which would bypass their potion immunity. She clarified that temporarily meant she would forcefully increase their maximum stamina, emphasizing the need to finish their mission before sunrise. Raul asked Raul if she could indeed use the mana stone to help them. He then addressed his party members, stressing the urgency due to the capital's dire situation. He acknowledged their exhaustion but assured them he had a way to boost everyone's stamina. Raul promised to explain further later but warned that the upcoming fight would be different and that their safety couldn't be guaranteed. He asked if they were still willing to fight with him. All party members, despite their fatigue, agreed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, in the capital, guards were engaged in combat with the Imperial Hounds. One guard urged another not to retreat, emphasizing the need to protect the civilians behind them and to hold the line. One Imperial Hound member questioned the recklessness of their enemies, wondering why they were fighting so hard when their fate seemed doomed. Another Hound commented that there was no one left to assist them, asserting that the kingdom was already under the Empire's control. Meanwhile, Raul used his psychokinesis to attack the Imperial Hounds from behind with multiple swords. This unexpected intervention surprised the guards. Raul then rallied the defenders by shouting, "Awaken their dormant bravery, warriors of the Ruben Kingdom. The first night is here."
Raul, displaying impressive combat skills, struck down two members of the Imperial Hound, sending them crashing to the ground. This act inspired relief and joy among the guards nearby, who cheered, recognizing Raul as young Master Raul and acknowledging the presence of the first knight, also referred to as the Guardian of Turium. Motivated, they rallied together, shouting, "Follow the first knight," as Raul and his knights made their way towards the palace. Amid this movement, Philip voiced his concern to Raul, pointing out that the rebels had likely already infiltrated the palace, suggesting they regroup their forces to reclaim it. Frustrated by the situation, Jake angrily cursed the predicament, specifically targeting the Randall rebels, exclaiming that it was absurd they had to fight to retake their own palace. Raul decided to proceed with a solo infiltration of the palace, instructing his companions to search for Bernard and Homer while defending the capital. Philip, surprised by this decision, questioned whether Raul should go alone. Forest Fairy Ravel expressed concern about the dangers of facing an entire army by himself. Raul countered that he didn't need to confront the entire enemy force. Instead, he aimed to create a disturbance that would unnerve the rebels. He emphasized that their priority should be to eliminate the rebels within the capital. Philip agreed to this plan, wishing Raul a safe return, while Jake encouraged Raul with confidence, saying that today the First Knight will demonstrate their strength to the Empire. Pierce informed Raul that they would join him at the palace after securing the capital. Raul then turned to Forest Fairy Ravel, confirming that she was ready. Both of them quickly made their way towards the palace. At the palace, Reuben Kingdom's sixth prince, Gerald D. Reuben, had just defeated a member of the Imperial Hound. Royal Guard Captain Jose, impressed, remarked on Gerald's hidden prowess and his success against the Empire's power armor users, attributing his skills to his academy training. Gerald confronted Jose about his allegiance to the Empire, questioning his shame given his family's historical service to the royal family. Jose responded defensively, suggesting that Gerald was not fully grasping the situation and that he had shown Gerald leniency as a final courtesy. As the tension escalated, Reuben Kingdom's third prince, Herdian D. Reuben, arrived and intervened, instructing Jose to guard the back of the palace with his unit, while he personally dealt with Gerald. Gerald was shocked to discover that his brother, Herdian, was aligned with the Empire. Jose, surprised by Herdian's presence, noted that he had expected Herdian to be with Sir Carson. Herdian explained that a report indicated the kingdom's guards had regrouped at the rear of the palace, and he needed to handle things there, urging Jose to move quickly. Jose complied, leading his troops away. Once they were out of sight, Gerald confronted Herdian, accusing him of betraying Reuben by joining the rebellion. In response, Herdian revealed his true identity as Cain of the First Knight, showing that he had been undercover. He assured Gerald that they were safe for the moment and apologized, explaining that he was there on Raul's orders to rescue him. Cain also mentioned that Raul was on his way to the palace, surprising Gerald. When Raul and Ravel arrived at the front gate of the palace, Ravel observed with surprise that only a small number of soldiers were stationed there. Raul attributed this to Cain's effective diversion and prepared to proceed inside. Ravel questioned how Raul would overcome the wall, noting that jumping it was impossible. Raul responded confidently, saying he would create his own path. He then used his psychokinesis to manipulate the scattered stones near the wall, forming a set of stairs that allowed him to scale the wall. Raul's sudden appearance over the wall startled both the royal guards and Imperial Hound members stationed at the front gate. Before they could react, Raul quickly drew his sword and dispatched them efficiently, leaving their bodies on the ground. As he surveyed the scene, Raul realized that the royal guards were allied with the Imperial Hound, suggesting that the rebellion was more widespread than he had anticipated. He recognized the urgency of the situation and turned to Ravel, acknowledging the difficult fight ahead and asking if she was prepared. Ravel affirmed her readiness, and together they rushed into the palace. While the First Guild soldiers were actively evacuating civilians from a fire zone, a soldier reported to Vice Captain Homer that the entire village was at risk of being consumed by the fire. Homer prioritized the safety of the civilians, instructing his team to ensure that no one was left behind. Bernard then arrived and informed Homer that the rebels had started the fire and that they lacked enough manpower to control it. Homer inquired if Bernard could use his wind skill to extinguish the flames, but Bernard explained that the fire was too large and that his wind would only exacerbate the situation. Nakia arrived on the scene and took charge, apologizing for her late arrival. Bernard, surprised, inquired about her condition, noting her earlier difficulties at the gate. Nakia emphasized the urgency of stopping the fire and suggested that if controlling the arson was not feasible, creating conditions that made control unnecessary was the solution. She then cast a spell that conjured a large magic circle in the sky, astonishing both Bernard and Homer. The spell caused clouds to form and rain to begin falling. The soldiers, seeing the rain, celebrated and resumed evacuating civilians. Nakia expressed relief that her magic had been effective, while Homer admired the rain magic's power. Bernard agreed that the rain would prevent further issues with the fire. At that moment, Jake, Philip, and Pierce arrived on horseback. Jake asked Bernard if the rain was Nakia's doing, to which Bernard confirmed, expressing relief that everyone was safe. Jose inquired about the master's location, and Pierce informed him that the master had infiltrated the palace alone. Jose was taken aback by this, and Bernard expressed concern to Philip, questioning if it was too risky even for the master to be alone in a palace controlled by rebels. Philip reassured Bernard, suggesting that the master must have a plan and that they should trust him. Nakia then mentioned that the young master was not alone but was accompanied by a reliable ally, which confused Philip. Meanwhile, inside the palace, after a prolonged battle, Herdian, exhausted, complimented Carson on his swordmaster title. Carson responded by instructing Herdian to drop his weapon and surrender, offering him a chance to defend himself in court. Herdian, with a hint of irony in his laughter, declined Carson's offer to surrender. He conveyed that his past actions, his treatment of his brothers, and his defiance of his father were too consequential for him to retreat at this point. He made it clear that if Carson wished to stop him, he would have to act decisively. Carson, enraged, declared that he would end the rebellion in the name of the president of the Reuben Kingdom's Knights Association, threatening the rebellion's leader, Herdian, with execution. Just as he was about to strike, Jerry D. Plank, the kingdom's financial director, intervened, attacking Carson and sending him crashing into a wall. Plank then apologized to Prince Herdian for the delay, explaining that he had faced complications. Herdian, relieved by Plank's arrival, questioned why Carson hadn't been removed from the capital. Plank explained President Carson had too many doubts and might interfere with their plan, but now Carson was powerless to act on his own. Carson, struggling to stand, wondered if Plank and the Randalls had orchestrated the rebellion together, and questioned Plank's true nature due to his unusual mana. Plank then advised Prince Herdian to move quickly, as his survival amid the royal family's fall could cause future complications. Herdian agreed, acknowledging that being branded a traitor would complicate his succession. He asked about Carson, and Plank coldly responded that Carson's knowledge and resolve made him a liability. Plank then attacked Carson, but Raul intervened, blocking the attack with his sword. Plank was taken aback by Raul's unexpected appearance, and Raul greeted Plank with a smile, expressing pleasure at seeing him again. As the king sat on his throne, his anxiety was palpable. 2 guards stood at the ready, their presence a reminder of the danger surrounding him. The king lamented the dire state of his kingdom, expressing his despair at having to flee from his own son, who was leading a rebellion. He questioned the value of his life and his ability to rule under these circumstances. One of the guards urged the king to remain resolute, stressing that surrender would lead to the kingdom's downfall. The king, however, was deeply troubled. With the crown prince and second prince dead and the third prince now leading the insurrection, he considered surrendering as a possible means to avoid further bloodshed. Just then, Cain and Gerald entered the room. The king was taken aback by Gerald's presence. Gerald approached the king with relief, expressing his gladness at seeing his father safe. The king, visibly relieved to see Gerald, expressed his deep concern over the madness of his son Herdian, who had not only killed his brothers but now threatened the king himself. Gerald reassured his father that his safety was their priority. When the king questioned how they could possibly overcome the rebels who had already taken control of the palace, Gerald confidently mentioned that there was still one person who could save the kingdom. Meanwhile, Raul encountered Plank, greeting him with a hint of sarcasm about his apparent promotion from the financial department to rebellion leader and his new interest in dark mana weapons. Plank was taken aback by Raul's unexpected presence. Raul then pushed Plank, commenting on the pain it caused, further surprising Plank. Carson, observing Raul, asked how he had managed to arrive at the palace. Raul responded that he was still familiarizing himself with the palace layout, but had evidently arrived at an opportune moment. Carson was surprised, remembering that Raul had been stationed at a high-ranked gate controlled by rebels. He recalled Alfredo Gray's words about Raul potentially becoming the savior in the face of a great threat, and he realized what President Gray meant back then. Plank, now recovering from Raul's shove, expressed his surprise at Raul's arrival, admitting he had underestimated him. Raul responded with a chuckle, noting that he hadn't anticipated such meticulously executed revolution. He praised Plank's strategy, which involved using the Randalls to spark internal rebellion, manipulating the guard captain to introduce the Imperial Hounds into the palace, and removing potential threats from the capital. Raul acknowledged that if he had been delayed at the gate, there would have been no one left in the capital to counteract Plank's plan, highlighting the complexity and boldness of the scheme. As the conversation unfolded, Herdian abruptly interrupted, noting Raul's perceptiveness and accusing him of a grave mistake by returning. Raul's demeanor turned menacing as he narrowed his eyes and told Herdian to be silent. Startled, Herdian asked for clarification. Raul's response was filled with contempt. He rebuked Herdian for his audacity to speak back, emphasizing his disdain for Herdian's actions, particularly what he did to his own brothers. Raul firmly warned Herdian that he would not hesitate to take decisive action against him, asserting that Herdian was no longer recognized as a prince, but rather as a rebel and a pawn. Herdian, visibly enraged and clenching his teeth in anger, was further provoked by the confrontation. Plank, observing the escalating tension, advised Herdian to remain calm and not be swayed by Raul's taunts. He urged Herdian to leave, suggesting that staying would only worsen the situation. Raul, smirking at the exchange, echoed Plank's sentiment, urging Herdian to exit. Infuriated, Herdian remarked that it was unfortunate he couldn't address Raul himself. He vowed that once he ascended to the throne, he would ensure that no member of the Ashton family remained. With his threat made, Herdian stormed out. Raul observed Herdian's intense anger and reflected on his situation, thinking to himself that Herdian was oblivious to the fact that he was being used by the Empire. Raul then addressed Plank, noting the extent of Plank's manipulation. He pointed out that Herdian was fully convinced he would become the next king as a result of the revolution. Plank, with a satisfied grin, confirmed Raul's assessment. He acknowledged that while he hadn't lied about Herdian's future, the reality was that Herdian would be a puppet ruler. He would hold the throne, but only as a figurehead until the Empire consolidated its full control. Raul, reflecting on the situation, thought to himself that the Empire's manipulation was predictable but still infuriating. Carson, concerned for Raul's safety, warned him about Plank's possession of an unknown and potentially dangerous power. Raul, intrigued, asked for more details about this mysterious power. Carson explained that it appeared to be dark mana, but its nature was unusual and not fully understood. He described it as extremely dangerous. Raul, unfazed, smiled at the mention of the unknown power and commented on his own experience with such powers. His statement puzzled both Carson and Plank, suggesting that Raul was well acquainted with dealing with unfamiliar and perilous abilities. In the capital, the First Night Order was locked in a fierce battle with the Imperial Hounds. Jake, demonstrating his combat prowess, quickly defeated 3 hounds with a single decisive strike from his sword. After dispatching his foes, Jake turned to Pierce, questioning if this was all the Imperial Hounds had to offer, given their only advantage seemed to be their numbers. Pierce cautioned Jake to remain vigilant, suggesting that more enemies might still be present. Jake then addressed Josh, inquiring about his progress. Josh reported that he had successfully restrained Roy D. Randall, ensuring that Roy would no longer be a threat. Surprised to see Jake, Roy, bound and sneering, taunted Josh. He questioned whether Josh still perceived them as equals, reminiscing about their past interactions during the ceremony. Josh retorted sharply to Roy, criticizing his continued sense of nobility despite his involvement in the rebellion. He told Roy that he had lost his place and should not have joined the rebellion if he valued his status so highly. Josh emphasized that the Knights of the Kingdom would show no mercy to rebels like Roy. Roy responded with a mocking laugh, taunting Josh by pointing out that the palace had already fallen to the rebels. He questioned the value of their honor now that the king was gone and made a derisive comment about preparing for Raul Ashton's funeral, implying that Raul had foolishly gone to the palace alone. Jake, frustrated by Roy's provocations, proposed dealing with Roy immediately. Philip stepped in, recommending against it and suggesting that keeping Roy as a hostage might be strategically advantageous. At that moment, Count Hudson made a dramatic entrance, praising Philip for his tactical insight. His unexpected arrival left Jake, Philip, and Josh stunned, while Roy laughed hysterically at the unfolding situation. Count Hudson addressed the group, acknowledging their success in defeating the Empire's elite forces and even managing to elevate the value of his son, Roy. He expressed respect for their achievements, which left Philip flustered and questioning why Count Hudson, the head of the Randall family and a formidable swordmaster, was present. Roy, relieved and hopeful, called out to his father, believing he had come to rescue him. Meanwhile, the First Night Order members quickly took defensive positions to confront Count Hudson. Jake, frustrated by the turn of events, muttered that he had hoped to avoid this confrontation. Philip, recognizing the gravity of the situation, noted that without their master present, they stood little chance against Hudson, one of the kingdom's strongest figures. Count Hudson, surveying the scene, remarked on Raul Ashton's absence and inferred that Raul had indeed entered the palace alone. He decided there was no reason for him to stay longer, but saw an opportunity to deal with the First Knights by showing their corpses to their master, Raul Ashton, which he thought would be a fitting form of retribution. The group prepared to attack Count Hudson. Meanwhile, Roy, noticing the distraction, pushed Josh aside and taunted the First Knight about not being able to hold him hostage forever. In the next moment, Count Hudson's aura blade struck Roy, leading to his immediate defeat. The First Knights watched in shock as Roy fell to the ground. Count Hudson dismissed Roy's death with a scoff, calling him a shameless insect and turning his attention back to the Knights. Jake, in disbelief, remarked that Hudson had managed to deal with his own son effortlessly, displaying a concerning level of detachment. Pierce echoed this sentiment, suggesting that Hudson was even worse than the Empire's forces. Bernard, observing the cold-blooded nature of Hudson, was taken aback by his ruthlessness, which exceeded his expectations. Count Hudson, smirking and noting that he had spoken too much, signaled the start of the battle, urging that they should not prolong the confrontation. Meanwhile, in the palace, Plank faced off against Raul with a smirk, intrigued by the clash of their unknown forces. Raul agreed to start the fight and charged at Plank, landing a direct hit. However, Plank remained unharmed and began to laugh, expressing that Raul's attack had been worth the wait. Ravel, witnessing the exchange, asked what was happening. Plank, unperturbed, suggested that the current location was unsuitable for a real battle and proposed moving to a more appropriate place. With a powerful strike, Plank sent Raul crashing backward through a window. Carson and Ravel expressed concern for Raul, while Plank's maniacal laughter signaled the beginning of the true battle. Raul burst through the window and landed in the chapel below. As he steadied himself, he reflected on how close he had come to disaster, realizing the situation was more challenging than anticipated. Ravel quickly approached, asking if Raul was okay. Raul reassured him that he was fine, brushing off Ravel's concern. Ravel warned Raul to be cautious, noting Plank's skill with dark mana. Raul sighed, acknowledging that normal attacks were ineffective against Plank and expressing frustration over his limited options. Plank's voice echoed through the chapel, indicating that the space should now be adequate for their confrontation. Confused, Raul inquired about Plank's comment. Plank explained that he had chosen the chapel to give Raul more room to maneuver, recognizing that the previous confined space had restricted his abilities. Plank asked Raul how he felt about the new setting. Raul, frowning at the unexpected venue, admitted he hadn't planned to fight in a chapel, but realized he had no choice. Plank smirked, eager to see what Raul would bring to the fight. As Raul and Plank faced off in the chapel, the clash began with a small piece of shattered glass falling to the ground. Both combatants charged at each other, Raul with his sword drawn and Plank's arms enveloped in dark mana. Plank swung his arm, but Raul successfully blocked the strike with his sword. Plank quickly countered with his other arm, grazing Raul and tearing his shirt while scratching his skin. Plank laughed and launched another attack. Raul blocked it, but the force of the blow pushed him back. Plank taunted Raul, questioning whether he thought a mere sword could defeat him, and rushed at Raul again. In response, Raul steadied himself and used his psychokinesis to summon multiple mana swords, which he sent flying towards Plank. The swords struck Plank squarely in the back, but he remained unfazed and continued to laugh, asking Raul if he didn't understand. Plank unleashed a surge of dark mana, easily shattering the mana swords Raul had summoned. He taunted Raul, declaring that his sword could not reach him. Ravel, observing the scene, was astonished and questioned who Plank was, noting their inability to counter him effectively. Raul, analyzing the situation, realized that Plank was not only skilled in dark mana, but was employing it in a unique and advanced manner, identifying him as a high-circle dark magician. Raul used his appraisal skill to examine Plank's status window, revealing that Plank was a level 88, six-circle dark magician and the head of finance for the Reuben Kingdom. His affiliations included the Reuben Kingdom, Plank County, Cranen Empire, and the Imperial Hound. Plank held the title of Number 8, the Prince of Society, with notable stats in intelligence 79, willpower 77, and mana 78, and unique traits including Mad Wizard A and Fanatic B. Realizing that physical attacks were ineffective and that using Regnator would be too risky, Raul considered his remaining options. He turned to Ravel and inquired whether earlier Ravel had used a mana stone to convert mana into divine power to heal his men. Ravel was taken aback by Raul's request, but confirmed that he had indeed used a mana stone to convert mana into divine power, a process known only to a few fairies. Raul asked if Ravel could also convert divine power into physical force capable of countering dark mana. Ravel agreed to give it a try. As Raul and Ravel discussed this, Plank sneered, mocking Raul for either talking to himself or casting a spell. Raul then launched another sword attack, which Plank effortlessly blocked with his dark mana-covered arms. Plank taunted Raul, reiterating that his sword could not harm him. However, as Plank spoke, Raul's sword began to glow with divine power. Realizing the change, Plank was startled and shoved Raul back, surprised that Raul could harness divine power. Raul thanked Ravel, acknowledging that the divine power had allowed his sword to finally reach Plank. He then activated his radiant aura, offensive mode. Ravel cautioned that using divine power was a complex technique requiring 10 mana stones and asked if Raul was sure about proceeding. Raul confidently reassured him, stating that the cost was not a concern. In response, Plank, now serious, conjured 2 short swords made of dark mana and prepared to focus on the battle. He noted that Raul's resilience meant he would need to take the fight seriously, and, with a grin, acknowledged their growing familiarity. Raul smirked and invited Plank to continue, signaling that he was ready for the next phase of their duel. Both combatants charged forward, their swords clashing in a fierce encounter. Plank's blade, infused with dark mana, met Raul's glowing sword. Plank attempted to exploit an opening by swinging a second sword, but Raul successfully blocked both strikes. As Raul struggled to maintain his defense, he used his psychokinesis ability to push Plank back, causing him to crash to the ground. Plank quickly recovered and smirked, complimenting Raul's skills. The two charged at each other again, their swords clashing in a rapid exchange of strikes. During this intense melee, Plank activated a magic circle he had secretly drawn when he fell earlier. Shadowy hands emerged from the ground, seizing Raul's feet and immobilizing him. Plank, taking advantage of Raul's predicament, grinned triumphantly and taunted him, declaring that Raul had fallen for his trap. With Raul restrained, Plank launched another attack that Raul barely managed to block. Trapped by the spell and struggling to keep up, Raul found himself at a significant disadvantage. Plank taunted Raul, expressing disappointment and implying that Raul's power was insufficient against his magic. He ridiculed Raul's efforts, suggesting that despite his abilities, he couldn't counter Plank's spell. In response, Raul used his psychokinesis to lift the ground beneath him, shattering the magic circle and freeing himself from the shadowy hands. Plank, clearly entertained by Raul's unique power, laughed and praised his creative use of object manipulation. He released even more dark mana, eager to continue the fight and enjoy the challenge. Raul, reflecting on the close call, thought to himself that he had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation and felt uncertain about his chances of winning. Meanwhile, at the back of the palace, 2 Imperial Hounds stood guard. Let us refer to them as Imperial Hound 1 and Imperial Hound 2. Imperial Hound 1 noticed the rain and wondered if it was magical, impressed by the apparent advanced magic of the kingdom. Imperial Hound 2 shrugged and questioned the significance of the rain, considering that they had already taken control of the palace. They discussed their guard duties when Imperial Hound 2 noticed someone approaching. Imperial Hound 1 turned to see a man arriving, and the person who had just arrived addressed them, requesting that they open the gate because he was carrying a noble. Imperial Hound 2, intrigued, questioned if there was still a noble remaining in the capital. Imperial Hound 1, puzzled by the stranger's identity, asked for more information. The man introduced himself, saying he was escorting Dalton D. Templeton, the grandson of the Swordmaster of Templeton, and emphasized that Dalton was too important to be left behind. Imperial Hound 2 was surprised by the mention of a Swordmaster's grandson and wondered why someone from Templeton was still in the capital. Imperial Hound 1 decided to investigate further and instructed Imperial Hound 2 to open the gate. After the gate was opened, Imperial Hound 1 inquired about the man's origins, asking if he was a citizen of the kingdom. The man identified himself as the vice-captain of the Carrington Knights. Imperial Hound 2, clearly impressed, acknowledged the significance of this revelation, remarking on the high status and potential value of Dalton. Imperial Hound 2 then approached Dalton, who was unconscious on horseback. He expressed surprise at Dalton's reputed skill, referencing the Swordmaster's grandson, and commented on Dalton's impressive appearance, suggesting that the rumors about his abilities might be true. Dalton suddenly woke up and surprised Imperial Hound 2 by responding to his comments with a single word. Really? Before Imperial Hound 2 could react, Dalton quickly incapacitated him and offered a light-hearted apology for his unexpected arrival. Marco, Dalton's companion, then turned to face Imperial Hound 1, drawing his sword. He told Dalton that their association with the Carrington name had allowed them to avoid suspicion and suggested they could now proceed as rebels. Dalton expressed hesitation, feeling that their actions might be morally wrong, but agreed that if the palace had indeed fallen, their mission might no longer be relevant. Marco inquired about their plan after infiltrating, but Dalton admitted he hadn't planned beyond that. At that moment, a man named Jose arrived and commented sarcastically about the lack of activity at the palace's rear, implying that the prince's request for help was misguided. Marco recognized Jose as Viscount Jose, the captain of the royal guard. Dalton was dismayed to learn that even the royal guard had betrayed the kingdom. Jose, with a smirk, taunted Dalton, mentioning that the swordmaster had given up on him and that Dalton had defied orders by staying in the capital. Dalton retorted by disparaging Jose's abilities, suggesting that despite his title, he hadn't achieved the rank of swordmaster and was relegated to mundane duties. Jose responded with a sneer, indicating he could easily kill Dalton but preferred to have some fun first. Dalton laughed off the threat, and Jose, still smiling, said he planned to deliver Dalton's head to the swordmaster upon his return. Dalton, unfazed, challenged Jose with a mockingly casual tone, calling him Captain Yapmaster.
Inside the palace, the scene unfolds with intensity as Plank charges toward Raul. Raul, fully aware of the danger, adopts a defensive fighting stance, gripping his sword with both hands and pointing it forward, prepared for the clash. The atmosphere is thick with tension as Plank, his aura formidable, confronts Raul. Plank acknowledges Raul's strength, admitting that Raul has surpassed his expectations. However, he asserts that this encounter will mark the end of Raul's efforts. Plank reveals that the power he wields rivals the might of the kingdom's greatest swordmasters, but it comes with a cost that Raul, in his current state, cannot hope to match. As Raul listens, he reflects on Plank's overwhelming abilities. Despite not having particularly remarkable swordsmanship, Plank possesses an extraordinary command of both mana and dark mana, utilizing them seamlessly. Raul recognizes that this isn't the full extent of Plank's power. There is something even more formidable within him. The realization unsettles Raul, and he silently contemplates how dire the situation truly is. Plank, sensing Raul's hesitation, questions his silence and wonders if Raul has already conceded defeat. In response, Raul gathers his resolve and counters with a remark that hints at Plank's earlier determination, suggesting that it's Plank who shouldn't be backing down. With a hint of resignation, Raul releases his left hand from his sword, almost as if acknowledging his precarious position, and admits that perhaps Plank is right. Maybe this is the end. Plank, perceiving this action as a sign of surrender, smirks and asks Raul if he's truly giving up. But Raul has one pressing question. He wants to know the nature of the extraordinary power Plank wields, the power that enables him to contend with the kingdom's swordmasters. Plank, intrigued by Raul's curiosity, considers the question and decides to share his insight. He explains that his power isn't something he simply acquired. Rather, it is the result of an enlightenment process. He describes a profound experience where his body, mind, and mana became one with the world. It wasn't about gaining power, but rather achieving a state where he felt completely interconnected with the universe. Plank poses the concept to Raul, asking if he has ever experienced such an overwhelming sense of unity, where he felt as though he was the world itself. Raul was engulfed by anxiety as he tried to comprehend Plank's implications. Plank elaborated on the nature of sword masters, the elite warriors of the Reuben Kingdom, who epitomize the highest level of swordsmanship and are considered superhuman, with only a select few existing throughout the realm. He mentioned that some individuals, though not officially recognized as sword masters, possess abilities that rival those of the masters. Plank expressed his ambition to usurp power from these formidable figures and admitted that relying solely on dark mana and magic would be insufficient for his goals. His quest for more led him to conduct numerous experiments that required great sacrifices, for which he felt immense gratitude toward those who suffered in the process. Raul's mind raced as he pieced together Plank's words, suspecting that Plank's comments about sacrifices might be linked to the lab he had previously discovered. Plank then disclosed that his insatiable hunger for power had culminated in a moment of enlightenment, revealing to him his profound connection to the world. This newfound awareness, he claimed, was the source of his extraordinary strength. With a wave of his hand, Plank unleashed a powerful spell, creating several magic circles that enveloped Raul, lifting him off the ground and immobilizing him while inflicting pain. Plank took pride in his abilities, boasting that he can wield dark magic to an extent he never could have imagined. Isn't that amazing? In the midst that, Raul struggling to escape that confined him both physically and magically. His frustration was palpable as he lamented his inability to use psychokinesis, a key aspect of his abilities that was now suppressed by the dark magic ensnaring him. Plank then capitalized on Raul's vulnerability, manifesting a sword from his dark mana and charging at Raul with fervor. His declaration of surpassing his limits and approaching a state of unity with the world conveyed an ambitious vision of transcendence. Plank's belief that he could operate without boundaries. In a tense moment, Raul found himself under pressure as he prepared for Plank's attack, his anxiety mounting. Just as the situation seemed dire, Ravel, the forest fairy contracted to Raul, intervened by creating a magical shield that blocked Plank's strike, catching Plank off guard and momentarily bewildering him. Empowered by a surge of mana, Ravel pushed Plank back, leading Plank to question Raul. How does he still possess this much power? However, the strain was too much for Ravel, who soon collapsed and disappeared back into Raul's book. Concerned for Ravel's well-being, Raul anxiously looked at the book, Plank asserting that his magic had clearly hit its target. He inquired how Raul had managed to defend against it. In response, Raul rushed to the book and called for Ravel, asking if he was all right. Ravel reassured him from within the book that she was fine, but needed to return to recharge his mana. Relieved, Raul responded, "Then that's fine." But Ravel expressed concern about his next steps, noting that she couldn't assist while she was recharging. Raul comforted Ravel, stating that she had already provided enough help. Plank remarked on Raul's unexpected use of a powerful shield and declared that he had underestimated Raul. Growing tired of the standoff, Plank decided to end the fight and charged at Raul with a sinister grin. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the king heard the commotion and asked what was happening. Gerald informed him that it was likely Sir Raul, the captain of the First Knights, engaged in combat against a strong adversary. Kane, feeling the urgency of the situation, announced his intent to leave. When Gerald inquired about his destination, Kane explained that he could not remain idle while his master faced danger alone in a palace overtaken by rebels. As a loyal member of the First Knights, he was prepared to fight alongside his master, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Gerald, with a serious expression, called out to Kane to wait. He then resolved to accompany Kane, unsheathing his sword and preparing to join the fight. The scene unfolds within the city, where Hudson D. Randall, the Count of Randall, facing off against the members of the First Knight. Despite their determination, they are clearly outmatched and became injured in their clash. Hudson comments on the cessation of the rain, suggesting that fighting will now be easier, but he also implies that the outcome of the battle is already decided, as all members of the First Knight are on their knees, defeated, while he stands unscathed. Jake, one of the knights, expresses his frustration at Hudson's overwhelming strength. Philip, positioned beside him, also struggles with his anger as both knights kneel in defeat. Hudson mocks their resolve, expressing disbelief at their continued efforts. He dismisses their pursuits as foolish, suggesting that the Ashtons are consistently driven by an outdated ideal of knighthood and glory, emphasizing their inability to thwart his plans. He singles out Nakia, an alchemist, as a potential future threat and indicates that her refusal to surrender would lead to her demise. Nakia, filled with anxiety and devoid of strength, remains on her knees, unable to act or respond. As Hudson raises his sword, promising a painless end for Nakia, Josh attempts a surprise attack from behind. However, Hudson senses the movement almost instantly and effortlessly deflects Josh's strike. He then turns to Josh, acknowledging his strength, but dismissing it as inconsequential. With a forceful swing of his sword, Hudson overpowers Josh, sending him crashing to the ground. As Hudson closed in on Josh, recalling that this Josh had previously defeated Roy during a ceremony, he accuses Josh of bringing disgrace to the Randall name and declares that they will now face consequences for his actions, and consider it an honor to die by Hudson's sword. Hudson readied himself to strike, his intent clear. Meanwhile, Josh remained on the ground, struggling to gather his strength and find a way to dodge Hudson's attack. Just as Hudson launched his blow, a knight intervened, blocking the strike with ease and surprising Hudson. This knight was Grand Paladin Medeiros, who greeted Randall while saying it's been a while, acknowledging their past encounter at the last Foundation Day ceremony. He noted the unexpected nature of their meeting, with swords drawn against each other. Hudson, taken aback, questioned Medeiros' presence, reminding him that he and his holy knights were supposed to be stationed at the northern border. Medeiros confirmed this, explaining that he was on his way back when he received an ominous prophecy that compelled him to turn back. Both their swords clashing powerfully and forcing them both to step back momentarily. Hudson commented on Medeiros' return, noting that even Plank had not predicted the prophecy's emergence. Medeiros expresses concern about a sudden surge of undead near the northern border, noting that it's unusual enough to warrant a prophecy. Hudson comments on Medeiros' return to the capital, suggesting that only a Grand Paladin could accomplish such a feat. Medeiros then shifted his focus to Philip, who was still kneeling nearby. He addressed him directly, confirming his identity as Philip, the vice-captain of the First Knights. Philip nodded in response, affirming Medeiros' assumption. Then Medeiros announced that the Holy Knights were en route and urged the First Knight Order to join them, expressing his determination to manage the current situation. He surrounding his with his aura, signaling his readiness to engage. Hudson responded with a mocking laugh, challenging Medeiros' assurance. He pointed out the catastrophic consequences of a duel between two sword masters in the capital, unleashing his own sword aura, which radiated dark red with even more ferocity. He warned that their clash would annihilate the surrounding area, suggesting that he would welcome such destruction. Just then, Alfredo Gray made his entrance, stating firmly, "No, that's not what they want." Hudson's demeanor shifted as he sensed Gray's authority and presence, feeling a flicker of apprehension. Bernard, recognizing Gray, informed the members of the First Knight Order. "It's Sage Gray." Hudson acknowledged Gray, noting his return to the capital and implying that the failure of Plank's scheme. Gray, however, took responsibility for the situation, admitting he is the one who failed. He expressed remorse over the casualties that had occurred due to his inability to avert the crisis. Gray reiterated that if two sword masters fought in the capital, the destruction would be catastrophic, leading to even greater loss of life, and insisted that this conflict was futile. He urged Hudson to withdraw and regroup for a future attempt. Hudson pondered Gray's perspective and concluded soon the other knights will return. There's no point in him staying any longer. He sheathed his sword and began to withdraw, while stating he has great respect for him. He has managed to derail what was intended to be a perfect plan. Yet, as he turned to leave, Hudson's thoughts lingered on the possibility that not everything had gone awry. Then the sea shifted to Raul, who lay on the ground, unconscious and injured. Ravel, confined within the book, calls out to Raul, urging him to wake up and check if he's okay, but he remains unconscious, unresponsive to her pleas. Meanwhile, Plank floats menacingly above, taunting Raul by stating he has been the most significant obstacle in his path. Without him, his plan would have succeeded flawlessly. He must acknowledge his impressive insight and effort, but ultimately, he is merely the youngest son of an outer county. His limitations are clear, and whatever actions he takes are futile against him. He is a being that evolves continually, intertwined with this world, and his resistance is meaningless. As Ravel struggles to break free from her confinement, she urgently reassures Raul, expressing determination to find a way out of his predicament. Her frustration is evident as he questions why her escape out of book is taking so long. Plank, filled with malice and a sense of superiority, is poised to unleash a powerful spell against Raul. His sneer conveys both disdain and a twisted sense of respect. Plank's words reveal his belief that if circumstances were different, if Raul were not his enemy, he could have been celebrated within the Empire. By stating that he will leave no trace of Raul behind, Plank emphasizes his intent not just to defeat Raul but to obliterate his very existence. With that, he releases his spell, creating 3 enormous serpents that race toward Raul. Ravel, in a panic, calls out Raul's name, fear gripping her heart. The serpents strike where Raul lies, generating a massive cloud of dust and debris. The sound of the explosion echoes throughout the palace, catching the attention of Kane and Gerald, who turn to investigate the source of the disturbance. Gerald, concerned, inquired, "Is this also a result of Sir Raul's battle?" Kane stated he assumed so. Some immense magic must have been unleashed. He reflects on the intense battle Raul must be facing, questioning what kind of opponent is he engaged in over there. As the dust from the earlier attack settles, there is no trace of Raul's body, which causes Plank to laugh in triumph. He declares, "Not even a speck of dust remains. This is far better than." However, his amusement is short-lived. Suddenly sensing Raul's presence behind him, he turns just in time to be struck in the face by Raul's punch, sending him staggering backward and causing him to spit out blood in shock. Plank gasps, asked how is he still alive? At the same time, at the palace's back gate, Dalton charges forward and attempts a sword strike, which is blocked by Viscount Jose, the captain of the Royal Guard. Jose pushes Dalton away with considerable force, but Dalton quickly regains his composure and lunges again, catching Jose by surprise with a swift counterattack. Dalton delivers a double sword strike, forcing Jose to retreat and creating significant space between them. Frustrated by Dalton's tenacity, Jose shouts, "You arrogant fool!" as both combatants take their fighting stances and rush at each other once more. Dalton continues to press the attack, pushing Jose backward with relentless blows. Members of the Imperial Hound observe the fight and comment on Jose's struggle. One remarks, "He's really having a hard time against that kid," while another adds, "What a pity. No wonder it was so easy to take over the kingdom." Marco notes, Captain Jose earned his title through his family, but he's still a high expert. Sir Dalton, he is much stronger than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Jose, feeling the pressure and growing increasingly flustered, mutters under his breath, "This is getting annoying." Dalton reflects inwardly, realizing he has been talking a big game, but this is harder than he anticipated. Jose earned his title for a reason. He can't back down. He needs to keep him busy to distract the others. Jose's demeanor becomes serious as he tightens his grip on his sword and states firmly, "Enough of these childish tricks. He is done playing around. It's time to end this," releasing his sword aura to envelop his blade. Suddenly, an explosion echoes behind him, causing him to turn around in alarm. He demands to know what was that noise. A knight rushes in, panting heavily, and called out to Captain Jose, shouting they have a problem. The Holy Knights have returned to the capital and are charging toward the front gate. Most of their troops are stationed on the opposite side. The front gate won't hold for long. Jose's anxiety grows as he absorbs the news about the Holy Knight's arrival. Marco interjects, "So Paladin Medeiros is here." Dalton adds, "Thank goodness he noticed something was wrong." Jose's subordinate knight looks to him for guidance. Jose urgently instructs the knight to abandon the palace and retreat, emphasizing the need to relay the same orders to the Empire's soldiers. Jose tells Dalton that they will settle their conflict later, and remarks that Dalton is fortunate to escape this encounter. In response, Dalton taunts him, warning him to be careful as he makes his escape. Meanwhile, Jose shifts his focus back to the urgent situation, commanding his subordinate knight to ensure everyone evacuates immediately, emphasizing the need for swift action. As Dalton takes in the unfolding situation and thinks, with the Holy Knights here, reclaiming the palace should be straightforward. But he wonders how Raul is holding up inside. Raul and Plank stand in a tense standoff, with Raul's serious demeanor accentuated by the golden mana shimmering in his eyes as he regards Plank. Plank, clearly irritated, inquires how is he still moving? He is annoyingly relentless. As he prepares to launch an attack, he adds, "Well, it doesn't matter. He can have a bit more fun with him." He then challenges Raul, asking, isn't he going to grab his sword? And offers he will let him pick it up. However, before he can finish, Raul abruptly closes the distance, ready to deliver a punch. In a swift reaction, Plank conjures a shield of dark mana to protect himself from the blow. The impact pushes him back, prompting him to swiftly create a sword and shout how could he have the audacity to attack. He swings at Raul, who skillfully dodges the attack using his psychokinesis to alter his trajectory midair. Plank, caught off guard, realizes the extent of Raul's abilities. Raul then positions himself to deliver a punch charged with Regnita power. Plank attempts to block it with his dark mana shield, but it shatters on contact, forcing him further back. Flustered and confused, Plank questions what is that power? How does he still have this much strength left? He was nearly dead. How can he push him back now? Shortly after, Plank rushes forward with dual swords, but Raul successfully blocks one by grabbing it, leaving Plank stunned and wondering, how is this possible? In that moment, Ravel finally charges her mana and escapes from the confines of the book, thinking, finally she's out. She turns to see Raul fiercely countering Plank's attacks, which makes her nervous. She wonders is that really the Raul she knows? As Raul launches another punch that Plank barely manages to block, yet the force of it still sends him staggering backward. Raul stands firm and confident in the face of Plank's disbelief as he questions how Raul retains such power despite being on the brink of death. Plank is baffled, suggesting that Raul's strength should be impossible, and he is on the verge of accusing him of using some trick to gain this advantage. As the conversation unfolds, Plank's attention shifts to his dark mana sword, which is beginning to fade. This prompts a change in his demeanor. A smile appears on his face as he suddenly understands the nature of Raul's strength. He expresses a realization that he has found someone similar to himself, someone who possesses an extraordinary connection to power. Confusion washes over Raul at Plank's claims. Plank elaborates, asserting that they are alike in their abilities, both capable of sensing and harnessing power from the world around them. He describes a profound bond with the world that grants them strength, emphasizing a sense of unity and shared experience. Raul, however, dismisses Planck's interpretation, attributing his power to a high sync rate with the system, which measures the alignment of one's senses with their abilities. This technical explanation leaves Planck puzzled, prompting him to seek clarification on what Raul means by connect. Raul steps closer, explaining that Planck may mistakenly believe his sensations are linked to the world itself, but he argues that as an NPC, non-player character, it's unusual for Planck to experience such a connection at all. Planck, growing increasingly frustrated, demands to know what Raul is talking about regarding the system and NPCs. Raul acknowledges Planck's role in his epiphany, revealing that he has maintained a 100% sync rate since awakening in this world, but has not fully utilized it until now. Planck's confusion turns to irritation as he urges Raul to stop rambling. In a decisive moment, Raul activates his psychokinesis, immobilizing Planck and lifting him off the ground. As Planck's anxiety escalates, he grapples with the sudden turn of events and questions what is happening. Raul then asserts that he has chosen to embrace this world as his new reality rather than viewing it merely as a game. However, he emphasizes that this doesn't mean he has to abandon the advantages he can gain from it. He reflects on the dangers of over-immersion in any reality, whether in games or real life, and expresses gratitude to Planck for reminding him of his true identity and potential. Planck struggles against Raul's psychokinesis, but finds himself powerless to escape its grip. In a moment of explosive aggression, Raul delivers a powerful punch that sends Planck crashing backward, resulting in a hard fall that leaves him coughing up blood. Before Planck can mount a defense or recover, Raul uses his psychokinesis again to pull him closer, seizing his face and slamming him into the ground with tremendous force, demonstrating Raul's dominance in the confrontation. Still trembling from the impact, Planck desperately unleashes dark mana around his body in an attempt to regain control over the situation. Sensing the surge of power, Raul instinctively jumps back, avoiding Planck's grasp and creating space between them. Regaining his composure, Planck defiantly declares that Raul, a mere child, cannot thwart their perfect plan. He dismisses Raul's efforts as futile, proclaiming that the kingdom is doomed to fall to the Empire and dark mana, with Raul's family and knights destined to be remembered as failures. He savors the thought that Raul will die without witnessing the downfall of everything he holds dear. Raul interrupts Planck's monologue with annoyance, criticizing the lengthy dialogue typical of NPCs, and asserts that he is already aware of the quest details. Expressing his boredom, Raul demands to skip the chatter and finish the fight. The battle reignites as Planck attempts to restrain Raul by conjuring several massive hands, but Raul anticipates the attack and skillfully evades them using his psychokinesis. In a retaliatory move, Planck summons a gigantic serpent, boasting that Raul cannot escape him. However, Raul counters with a single, powerful swing of his Regnita punch, effortlessly obliterating Planck's serpents and leaving him in shock at the display of strength. Capitalizing on Planck's momentary confusion, Raul targets the ground beneath him, using psychokinesis to pull both the earth and Planck towards him. As Planck comes within striking distance, Raul delivers a devastating punch directly to Planck's face, sending him crashing down and breaking the floor beneath him. Raul lands beside Planck, who lies sprawled on the ground, visibly defeated. Planck emits a laugh tinged with disbelief and resignation as he reflects on the failure of his meticulous plans. He expresses frustration that his grand design, aimed at dismantling the kingdom and replacing it with the Empire's flag, has been undone by some random kid, as he grapples with the reality of his situation. Unfazed, Raul questions Planck's motivations for wanting to hand the kingdom over to the Empire. This unexpected inquiry surprises Planck, prompting him to turn and seek clarification. As Raul presses for answers, Planck's bravado begins to falter. His initial confidence slips away as he stammers, struggling to articulate a justification for his actions. Raul challenges Planck further, suggesting that the entire scenario was designed without genuine emotion, as it was created for the beta version of the game. He criticizes the programming of one-time use NPCs like Planck, who are devoid of feelings or meaningful motivations. Planck responds with a comment that hints at an understanding of his own emptiness. Yet Raul's anger flares as he confronts Planck with the real consequences of his actions. Raul points out the death of innocent people, the pain endured by families, and the fear that has gripped the kingdom, underscoring the gravity of Planck's failures and his responsibility for the chaos unleashed. As the tension escalates, Raul emphasizes his commitment to accepting this world as his new reality, making it clear that he cannot forgive Planck for his attempts to destroy it. In a moment of defiance, Plank questions Raul's identity. Raul, standing firm and ready to strike, responds with clarity, declaring himself the player. He then delivers a powerful punch to Plank's face, rendering him unconscious and ending their confrontation decisively. Exhausted but resolute, Raul stands over Plank's fallen form and remarks, "This was a tough quest," reflecting on the challenges he faced and the weight of the battle he just endured. Raul lets out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of finality as he reflects on the conclusion of the rebellion. He had expected unrest, but had not anticipated the specific events that unfolded, which proved to be perilous in many ways. As he contemplates the situation, he questions whether his actions were shaping the scenarios within the world of Connect. Despite the challenges, Raul acknowledges that he cannot afford to stop. He must prepare better and grow stronger for what lies ahead, realizing that this is only the beginning of his journey. At this moment, Ravel speaks up, expressing her relief that Raul has won. She admits her fear that everything was over when he fell during the battle and questions why he had hidden his power until that moment. Raul begins to explain, stating that he had not been intentionally hiding his abilities, hinting at his true identity, but he does not get the chance to finish his thought before collapsing from exhaustion. Ravel rushes to him in concern, asking if he is okay. As she approaches, she realizes that he has merely fallen asleep from sheer fatigue. Despite her worry, she reassures him, acknowledging his efforts, and resolves to save her many questions for later. As dawn breaks, the chaotic night of rebellion fades into memory, transforming the events of the D+ rank gate, the Imperial Hounds, and the uprising into a distant past. It symbolizes the end of a long and tumultuous day. As Ravel had predicted, Raul passed out immediately after the fight. He was later found by Kane and Prince Gerald, who discovered him unconscious. He was not alone in his exhaustion. Philip, Jake, Pierce, Josh, and Nakia were all in a similar state. They had all pushed themselves beyond their limits, necessitating 3 days of sleep to recover from their intense efforts during the battle. Meanwhile, the king has survived the upheaval, but remains unconscious. His health further deteriorated due to the stresses of the rebellion. He is taken aback to learn that the third prince orchestrated the uprising, a revelation that adds layers of complexity to the political landscape. As the Holy Knights and Brother Dylan arrive in the capital, they find that the rebels have already fled, leaving the nobles scrambling to distance themselves from the insurrection. They busy themselves with providing endless supplies to demonstrate their innocence, revealing their self-serving nature amidst the chaos. In the aftermath of the unprecedented chaos that had swept through the kingdom, particularly in its capital, Turium, recovery began to take shape. A few days later, a significant ceremony was held at the king's palace, where the sixth prince, Gerald, addressed a gathering of knights, those defended the kingdom during rebellion. He praised Sir Raul D. Ashton, the third son of Ashton County and the acting guildmaster of the First Knights, for his pivotal role in quelling the rebellion. Gerald acknowledged Raul's bravery in protecting the royal family and the people, as well as upholding the honor of the knights. In recognition of his valor and service, Gerald, on behalf of the ailing king, bestowed upon Raul the title of Viscount, along with land and a residence in the capital, encouraging him to continue his loyal service to the kingdom. As Raul reflected on this moment, he thought about his journey over the past 6 months. He recognized that since leaving Ashton to enroll in the academy, he had finally established a solid foundation for himself within the kingdom. On the same day, another significant meeting took place, with Prince Gerald explaining the absence of his father due to illness and that he would be representing him in the discussions. This set the stage for a deeper examination of the circumstances surrounding the rebellion. Melvin D. Ashton, Raul's father and Count of Ashton, voiced his discontent at the proceedings, lamenting, "What is there for them to say? They weren't even present during the rebellion. It's a shame." His sentiment was echoed by the silent Marquis D. Templeton, the Duke of Templeton, who shared in Melvin's disappointment. However, Pidel D. Greer, the Marquis of Greer, raised a critical question. How could a single individual orchestrate this rebellion? How did no one in his department notice? Carson interjected to clarify the complexities of the situation, stating he didn't act alone. The third prince, Randall, and other nobles aligned with him collaborated with the empire. Medeiros contributed to the discussion by reframing the event, suggesting some might refer to it as a rebellion, but it was essentially an invasion by the empire. This situation should be viewed as war, not merely as civil conflict. Clifford D. McNeil, the Marquis of McNeil, mocked the situation, laughing derisively and calling the empire of warrior families foolish. Meanwhile, Dylan, who chose to remain silent and not partake in the mockery. Alfredo Gray, on the other hand, expressed grave concerns, noting the significant damage inflicted upon the capital and the considerable losses suffered by the Academy, particularly as many scholars had participated in the rebellion. He recognized the irony that the individual who ultimately stopped the rebels was also from the Academy. In this tense atmosphere, Prince Gerald turned to Raul, seeking his insights as the one who had brought an end to the rebellion. Raul responded humbly, emphasizing that he had not achieved this victory alone. He credited the unwavering resolve and persistence of the first knights and other knighthoods, urging the assembly to focus on the strengths they still possessed rather than lamenting their losses as they prepared for the future. Count Melvin Ashton, Raul's father, felt a surge of pride as he listened to his son's words. Supporting Raul's sentiment, Prince Gerald asserted the need for unity among the warrior families, declaring that while the empire may currently be silent, a state of war had effectively been declared. He stressed the precarious position of the kingdom due to their losses and the importance of collaboration to protect their realm. Meanwhile, Raul's internal reflections acknowledged the empire as a legitimate threat. However, he sensed that an even more significant challenge loomed ahead, realizing that the true troubles had only just begun. The scene then shifted to introduce a young man with blue hair, Kim Il-woo, who expressed excitement about the situation, exclaiming, "Wow, this is awesome. This is actually a game?" This character was identified as a 25-year-old player who had just entered the Connect world. In that moment, a system window appeared, announcing the completion of a significant update, stating Connect's open beta update has been completed. Kim Il-woo marveled at the immersive experience of the game he had entered, stating this game is amazing. It feels just like the real world. Reflecting on his life, he thought about how his unremarkable existence had taken a fortunate turn when he was selected as a beta tester for a virtual reality game called the Connect system. He recalled the skepticism surrounding the game, which was often labeled as a scam or a human experiment, yet he approached it with low expectations. To his astonishment, upon activation, an interface window appeared before him, welcoming him to the world of Connect and asking, "Would he like to log in? Please select yes or no." He pressed yes, and instantly found himself transported into a vibrant new world, filled with possibilities. He was amazed to discover that it was not a scam or an experiment, but rather a genuine virtual reality experience that promised much more. As he took in his surroundings, he marveled at the vivid sensations. He could smell the fresh air, feel the wind on his skin, and observed that even the NPCs, non-player characters, appeared lifelike. However, he had a fleeting concern, wondering if the pain in this world would also be as real, which he found somewhat frightening. At that moment, the mayor of the Free City, Mira Ronaldo, greeted the gathered crowd of newcomers. Kim Il-woo noted the excitement in the air and thought to himself, "An event already? This doesn't seem like a tutorial." The mayor continued his address, acknowledging the recent rebellion at the capital. Intrigued, Kim wondered if this was how the game began, already setting the stage for conflict. Ronaldo reassured the crowd, stating, "He knows that many of you were scared by this unprecedented situation, but he is here to tell them that the kingdom still stands strong. The reason is the pride of their city, a hero among heroes who quelled the rebellion. Raul Ashton and his First Knight Guild are here. Please don't be afraid to tour around the Free City." As Ronaldo spoke, he felt a wave of nostalgia and satisfaction, thinking to himself, how long has it been since he last received such a cheer for a speech? Thank God he sided with Sir Raul. As Kim Il-woo contemplated the significance of the First Knights, realizing they were likely a major faction within this virtual world, he pondered about Raul Ashton, wondering what kind of person he might be as the hero of the recent rebellion. Meanwhile, in the palace, Count Melvin Ashton, Raul's father, affectionately pulled at Raul's cheeks, filled with pride. He exclaimed joyfully, "It feels like just yesterday he was begging to be sent to the academy. He has already accomplished so much and brought great honor to their family." Raul, modestly downplaying his achievements, stating he was just lucky. At this moment, Dylan, Raul's older brother, interjected, asking about the fate of Randall, the instigator of the rebellion. He mentioned that all members of the Randall family, including those from the branch families, had been captured. Count Melvin responded, "Given the nature of the matter, the decision lies with His Majesty, but he believed most will receive minor sentences." Dylan then elaborated on the situation, stating that factions from the main Randall house who supported the rebellion had fled to the Empire, while the remaining family members likely had little involvement. He proposed a strategy of maintaining a state of house arrest on the captured members to ensure minimal oversight and prevent further rebellion. Count Melvin agreed with Dylan's assessment. However, Raul interjected with a warning about another potential threat, that Jaden County should be put in watch list. Confused, Count Melvin asked Jaden Viscounty, "Does he mean his uncle's family?" Raul explained that his uncle had maintained indirect contact with the Randall family through Baron Gender's family and had been frequently seen with the Minister of the Interior, who had instigated the rebellion. He expressed concern that, while it may not be apparent, Jaden County likely had a deeper involvement in the rebellion. Dylan supported Raul's claim, asserting that youngest is not wrong. They've been quiet for years, but he think it would be wise to be cautious. Count Melvin nodded in agreement, instructing his sons to keep a close watch on the families associated with the rebellion. He then reflected on Raul's growth, saying he used to think he was just a child, but he has matured so much. This father has no more regrets. The kingdom will need him even more now, and he believed Raul will do his job. Raul affirmed his father's confidence with a simple yes. At that moment, a butler approached Raul from behind and informed him that the prince was looking for him. Acknowledging the message, Raul responded that he would be there shortly. Turning to his father, Count Melvin Ashton, Raul expressed his farewell, urging his father to return safely. The Count wished Raul well, encouraging him to stay healthy, as Raul moved away to follow the butler. Count Melvin Ashton watched his son walk away and observed how mature Raul appeared from behind, even though his face still carried the innocence of youth. Dylan, who was nearby, agreed with a smile, recalling how Raul had warned them to be wary of their uncle. Dylan marveled at how much Raul had changed, considering he had once been frail both in body and spirit. Count Melvin Ashton then remarked that they could not leave everything to Raul, acknowledging that Dylan drew too much attention to discreetly monitor their uncle. With Raul burdened by many responsibilities, there was only one viable option left. Dylan, sensing the implication, sought confirmation from his father. The Count affirmed, instructing Dylan to find his sister, Lawrence. Later, Gerald expressed frustration about dealing with 4 warrior families, noting how intimidating it felt just being in the same room as them. Raul attempted to reassure him, insisting that they all served Gerald loyally and that he should not feel so pressured. Gerald, however, asked Raul to drop the formal tone, reminding him that he had requested to meet as a friend and fellow academy classmate rather than in an official capacity. Raul acknowledged Gerald's struggles and empathized, noting how much Gerald seemed to have endured. Gerald then admitted feeling ashamed for having relied so heavily on Raul despite his position as the prince. Raul was quick to reassure him, pointing out Gerald's significant contributions, including his efforts in fighting the rebels and doing his best for the kingdom. Yet, Gerald was troubled by the perception of the people in the capital, fearing that they blamed the royal family for the suffering caused by the rebellion. He expressed his belief that the citizens probably harbored resentment, perhaps even wishing to throw rocks at him, given that some of the instigators were members of the royal family. In response, Raul smiled, stood up, and suggested they go out together to discover firsthand how the people truly felt. The scene unfolds in the imposing Templeton mansion, where Dalton finds himself face-to-face with his stern grandfather, D. Templeton. The elder Templeton, addressing Dalton with a mix of disappointment and incredulity, criticizes his grandson's recklessness, expressing shock that Dalton had the audacity to avoid a mission personally requested by the king. Dalton, unfazed by his grandfather's words, casually responds that the king's order was directed at the family, not him, dismissively adding that his involvement wouldn't have made much of a difference. This flippant remark earns him an intense glare from his grandfather, who clearly disapproves of Dalton's attitude. Unwilling to meet his grandfather's piercing gaze, Dalton looks away, his demeanor betraying a hint of discomfort. Breaking the tense silence, his grandfather sighs deeply, his frustration evident as he reprimands Dalton. He reminds his grandson of the values he hoped to instill by sending him to the academy: discipline, honor, and a sense of responsibility, fitting for a Templeton. He emphasizes that Dalton needed to establish his own identity, not live in the shadow of his grandfather, the renowned swordmaster. Dalton, now visibly uneasy, drops his gaze further, avoiding his grandfather's judgment. Sensing his grandson's discomfort, D. Templeton speaks again, this time with a faint smirk. He remarks that despite Dalton's behavior, his efforts to guide him haven't been entirely futile. This unexpected comment catches Dalton off guard. He looks up at his grandfather, confusion written across his face, uncertain of the meaning behind those words. D. Templeton expressed his surprise upon learning that Dalton had joined the Gate mission and fought against rebels to protect the people, a stark contrast to Dalton's usual indifference and lack of initiative. Dalton, amused, asked, "Really?" D. Templeton, acknowledging Dalton's defiance of his advice, praised him for bringing honor to the Templeton name through his actions. Dalton briefly smiled at the unexpected praise, but it quickly faded when D. Templeton suggested that granting him freedom might be better for both him and the family. Confused, Dalton looked at his grandfather, unsure of what he meant. Sensing his confusion, D. Templeton explained that if Dalton felt burdened by the family's expectations, he would no longer force those responsibilities upon him. Instead, he suggested that Dalton might find his place with Sir Raul's first knight, even supporting the idea of Dalton joining him. His grandfather's hinted that this path could also prepare Dalton for future challenges. Disturbed by the implications, Dalton nervously asked, "What does he mean?" D. Templeton expressed his belief that, after the failure of the rebellion, the Empire would no longer try to incite internal unrest within the kingdom. Instead, he anticipated the Empire preparing for a full-scale war, with the rebel forces that sided with them likely joining the conflict. He assured that if the kingdom faced the Empire in direct battle, he, as the sword master, would not remain powerless. At the Ashton mansion, Homer was giving swordsmanship lessons to the children, demonstrating proper sword handling. As he spoke, he noticed Raul approaching and acknowledged the children's hard work. Homer respectfully greeted Raul, but his attention shifted to Prince Gerald, who stood beside him. Homer inquired about the prince's presence, to which Gerald explained he was there as a student from the academy. Raul intervened, asking Homer to act as though he didn't recognize the prince, as the new members wouldn't be aware of his identity. Homer agreed, and Raul commented on the enthusiasm of the new recruits, noting how energetic they seemed. Homer explained that, since all available spots were filled, the new recruits had been classified as candidates. Many of these youths had been affected by the recent rebellion, having lost their families or homes. Prince Gerald, feeling uneasy, observed the children practicing. Raul then suggested they ask the children about what the prince and he himself had come for, and walked over to a 15-year-old boy who was practicing with a wooden sword. Raul asked the boy's age, and upon hearing he was only 15, expressed concern that he was too young for the knighthood. Raul asked why the boy wanted to join, and the boy nervously responded that he wanted to be stronger. Raul probed further, asking, "Stronger for what?" The boy, with conviction, explained that he wanted to protect his family and the kingdom from the Empire. He admired the knights who risked their lives for the king, as well as Count Raul, who had defeated the rebellion's leaders, and Prince Gerald, who had stayed on the front lines. The boy wanted to fight courageously against the Empire, just like them. Prince Gerald, still nervous, observed a young boy practicing with a wooden sword. Raul noticed his tension and tapped him on the shoulder, pointing out that many youths, like the boy, had gathered from across the kingdom, emphasizing how the people viewed the royal family. Prince Gerald, initially hesitant to speak, became serious and approached the child, asking for his name. The child replied, "Arthur," to which the prince smiled and complimented him on his name. In an unexpected move, Prince Gerald knelt before the child, which left both Homer and Raul stunned. Raul, in particular, wondered why a royal would kneel to a commoner. The prince then addressed Arthur with sincerity, acknowledging his bravery despite his young age. He expressed his respect for Arthur's courage and apologized for the hardships the child had faced due to the prince's own past failures. Prince Gerald vowed to carry on Arthur's bravery and protect the kingdom, pledging that he would never again be weak, even if it meant sacrificing his own body. His words, filled with determination, reflected a commitment to lead with strength and honor moving forward. King Thaddeus III of Reuben was believed to have died during the failed rebellion in Connect, but he survived in critical condition. The second prince was killed in the rebellion, while the third prince fled to the Empire, which led to the fourth prince ascending to the throne. Raul reflected on his initial goal of changing Ashton County's fate, not caring about the succession to the throne. However, he realized that the ideal candidate for the crown had always been right next to him, Prince Gerald. Gerald addressed a young boy, Arthur, telling him he would remember his name and hoped Arthur would one day become a knight of the kingdom. Arthur agreed, and Raul watched, thinking that Gerald embodied the qualities of a leader the kingdom needed in times of war: brave, unifying, and humble. Raul recognized that Gerald, the sixth prince, was destined to be the next king of Reuben. Later, Raul and Gerald entered the mansion, where two teacups were placed before them, signaling a moment of calm after the events. Raul pointed out Gerald's unusual gesture of kneeling before a commoner, suggesting it could have caused trouble if the boy had known who Gerald really was. Gerald admitted he wanted to show his gratitude and explained that the boy had taught him an important lesson. Raul reminded him that, while the young people would become stronger, the kingdom needed leadership in the present. Gerald acknowledged that the right leader was right in front of him, Raul Ashton, now regarded as the guardian of Reuben. He added that the people depended on Raul. Raul responded by emphasizing that reliance alone wasn't enough. The kingdom needed someone who could unite all kinds of people: nobles, knights, mercenaries, and even vagabonds. The king was ill, and most of the heirs were either dead or missing. He pointed out that Gerald was the only one capable of taking on that leadership role, offering his opinion as a friend. Surprised by Raul's words, Gerald then asked if Raul would support him when the Empire stops its overt actions and waits for the right moment to ignite a full-scale war. He anticipated chaos in the nobility and royalty during that time and wanted to know if Raul would stand by him as he tried to manage the turmoil. Raul, responding with confidence, agreed to stand by his side in that moment. At the same time, in the hidden basement of Viscount Plank's mansion, Pierce and Philip were inspecting the area, while Nakia focused on a door. Pierce remarked on the secret passage Plank had built, calling him a weirdo. Philip explained that Plank's eccentricity could be attributed to his influence by dark mana, and speculated they might find evidence of rebellion in the basement. Pierce then asked Nakia if she had discovered anything. Nakia, nervous and sweating, explained that there was a strong seal on the door, but it wasn't a trap. She mentioned it was an ancient spell, so old that she might not be able to find references to it in any books and would need to decrypt it. Surprised, Pierce asked how Plank could know about such an ancient spell. Just then, a soldier arrived to update Philip, telling him they had finished searching the cave. Philip asked what they found, and the soldier revealed that the cave was man-made and appeared to have been constructed at least 1,000 years ago. Shocked, Pierce wondered if this meant the cave had been there for that long, and Philip confirmed that Plank hadn't dug it out. Instead, he had built his mansion on top of it. Nakia, feeling nervous, asked what was hidden inside the mysterious area, wondering what Plank was trying to conceal. Philip responded that they needed to report it to their master. The scene shifted to the Reuben Kingdom's prison, where guards were on duty. Inside one of the cells, Kane confronted Plank, who was chained to the wall. Kane sarcastically remarked that he never expected to see Plank again, calling him a rebel, but now just another prisoner. He expressed a desire to kill Plank for his role in hurting Kane's guild members, but refrained, as he had questions to ask. He demanded to know who in the Empire was behind the rebellion, how Plank had contacted their army, and whether there were other rebels beyond those already known. Plank responded with laughter, which irritated Kane. Kane speculated that perhaps Randall wasn't the only warrior family involved, but Plank interrupted, revealing a deeper truth. Both he and Kane had been born into lies. This cryptic statement shocked Kane, who asked what Plank meant by lies. Plank then revealed that the truth he had learned was a painful one: Raul Ashton. He dismissed the rebellion and the Empire, claiming that the world itself meant nothing. He went on to explain that Raul had made him aware of a cursed truth, that the world was an illusion, and soon, everyone would realize it. Plank claimed that the cracks in this false world had already started to appear. Meanwhile, Kim Il-woo was exploring the city. At the Imperial Hound headquarters, Silver Zero called for a report. Imperial Hound 3, reporting via a blue crystal ball, stated that their search of the refugees yielded nothing suspicious. Imperial Hound 7 added that while the royalty and nobility appeared calm, some were still in panic, seeking to align themselves with the warrior families to consolidate power. Silver Zero reflected on their failure, acknowledging that it had only strengthened the enemy's position. He then asked about the status of Plank, number 8. Imperial Hound 1 responded that Plank was imprisoned in the kingdom, rumored to be insane due to the side effects of dark mana, spouting incoherent words. Silver Zero, growing serious, reminded the group that the Emperor was deeply disappointed in their failure. He asked Imperial Hound 1 if he was aware of the consequences. Imperial Hound 1, nervous and shaken, took responsibility for the failure and vowed to do everything possible to make amends. It was revealed that Imperial Hound 1 was Viscount Jose, the captain of the Royal Guard of Reuben Kingdom. Silver Zero sternly warned the Imperial Hound members, "You better, or you'll be dead if something like this happens again." Imperial Hound 9 then pointed out that he was responsible for their failure, referring to Raul Ashton, who had once again foiled their plans. Imperial Hound 6 blamed Plank for failing to control Raul, noting that he was not only a classmate of Prince Gerald, but also rumored to be manipulating Gerald's rise to the throne to gain control over the royal family. 6 emphasized that Raul was no longer just a rookie, but had become a major threat to the empire, urging action before he grew even stronger. Silver Zero listened in silence before surprising everyone by declaring, "Let Raul Ashton be." Both Imperial Hound 9 and 6 were stunned by this response. Angered, Silver Zero's red aura flared as he asserted that he would personally monitor Raul Ashton from now on, stressing that it was time to take him seriously. Meanwhile, at the training center, Jose and Dalton were sparring against each other. During their sparring session, Jose launched a powerful sword strike, but Dalton was surprised when Jose's attack pushed his sword backward. Jose maneuvered Dalton into a vulnerable position and attempted another strike, but Dalton used his left-hand sword to deflect the blow, causing Jose to fall to the ground. Sitting on the floor, Jose muttered in frustration, acknowledging that his attack had failed. Dalton reassured him, praising his technique and explaining that if he hadn't been dual-wielding, he would have been in danger. He noted that he had underestimated Jose's technique, thinking he relied solely on strength. Jose, feeling disheartened, admitted that while his skills weren't enough to match Randall, the sword master, Dalton pointed out that every knight aspired to reach that level. However, Dalton questioned why Jose focused specifically on Randall, as he was so different from Jose. Jose, trembling with emotion, confessed that Randall was not his goal, but rather an opponent he wanted to defeat. He recounted his failed attempt to fight Randall, where he couldn't land a single blow despite giving his all. He felt the gap between himself and the sword master was insurmountable and, at this point, didn't feel motivated to pursue that level of mastery any longer. Dalton smiled and remarked that despite Jose's challenges, he still wanted to defeat Randall. Dalton acknowledged that most people would give up after facing such overwhelming odds, but Jose was different. He was seeking a way to overcome the impossible. Dalton admired this resilience, calling it the attitude of the first knight. While Dalton pondered the interesting people around him, he wondered where Raul had hurried off to. Meanwhile, Raul had arrived at the basement of Plank's mansion, where he was inspecting a powerful seal on a door. Nakia explained that the ruins beneath the mansion were unfamiliar to her, but the seal appeared dangerous, requiring careful preparation to unseal it. Philip added that whatever was sealed likely wasn't good, given its connection to Plank. Pierce suggested leaving it alone, but Raul, reflecting on his past experiences exploring ruins, decided to take on the task alone. He assured the others that he could escape quickly if things went wrong and told them to rest while he worked. Surprised but understanding, all of them left, and Raul continued studying the seal. Alone, he muttered to himself, ready to begin his exploration of the ruins. Raul was contemplating how to open the door, realizing that even Nakia couldn't identify the seal, making it seem nearly impossible to unseal. He considered that it might be an ancient or fairy spell, but he wasn't sure. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he called out to Ravel. When she appeared, Raul asked if she knew about the seal. After examining it, Ravel identified it as a fairy seal, an ancient spell used by fairies. She wondered why it was there, noting that only a few fairies had the ability to use such a spell. Raul then asked Ravel if she could unseal it, to which she replied that it couldn't be unsealed. She explained that while many people view seal spells as locks, this one was more like a guard. You can open a lock, but a guard can only be bypassed by someone with the right qualities. Raul reflected on this, considering whether the guard without a soul was more complicated or simpler than he initially thought. Raul, after pondering for a moment, stepped up to the seal and declared his identity as Raul Ashton, seeking to visit the owner of the seal. Ravel nervously watched as Raul closed his eyes to concentrate. Suddenly, a guard's voice emerged from the seal, questioning Raul's claim to be Raul Ashton and accusing him of lying. The guard refused to open the door, insisting that Raul leave. Raul, visibly shaken, began sweating at the guard's response. Ravel, angry, defended Raul, insisting that there was no lie and that only fairies would use such deceptive tricks. However, the guard remained silent, offering no further explanation. Raul, deep in thought, wondered if the guard knew about his previous life before he was reborn as Raul Ashton. He became determined to get past the guard, believing that there might be answers inside, particularly regarding why he had awoken in Raul Ashton's body. Resolute, he touched the seal once more, this time stating his previous identity as Bae DoHyun, a player from the game Connect, hoping to unlock the door. Ravel, anxious, asked if it had worked. The basement began to shake, and a bright blue line appeared on the seal, signaling that the gate was opening. Raul, observing this, wondered how the seal recognized him and what lay beyond it. Ravel, nervous, called out to Raul. He reassured her, explaining that the process had been easier than expected, and though he knew she had many questions, they should finish what they came to do before discussing it. Ravel agreed, and they both moved toward the now open door. Meanwhile, Kim Il-woo had just logged out of the game and removed his VR headset. He looked around his room, marveling at the experience, then posted online, expressing how incredible the game Connect was. He described it as feeling like being transported to another dimension, indistinguishable from the real world, with every sense perfectly implemented. He mentioned not feeling tired despite playing for 10 hours and admitted he couldn't tell which world was real. He also hinted at something significant happening in the game, encouraging others to try it too. Other users started commenting, with one person asking if Il-woo had been selected for the beta test. A second person commented, questioning why he was praising the game so much, suggesting he might be from the game itself. A third person responded sarcastically, accusing him of just seeking attention. The second person continued, dismissing Il-woo's comments, saying he shouldn't be near any marketing department. Annoyed by the criticism, Kim Il-woo sighed and muttered to himself, "Say whatever you want. Spend the rest of your life clicking your screens." However, he soon noticed a more positive comment from another beta tester, who was impressed that Kim had started in Mira, a well-known starting point in the game. The tester shared that Mira was a great starting place with many quests and helpful NPCs, and asked if Kim could share more about it. Kim Il-woo saw an opportunity and decided it was time to focus. He thought he understand now. With that, he picked up his VR headset again, determined to learn more about the game before the open beta. Raul and Ravel entered a cave through a sealed door. As they moved deeper, Ravel grew nervous and questioned if it might be a trap. Raul reassured her, emphasizing that nothing could threaten a fairy like her. However, Ravel pointed out that a seal is a form of fairy magic, and anything a fairy conjures could still pose a danger. Raul observed the cave's strange atmosphere and noted the unusual concentration of magic, which seemed to light up every corner. Ravel warned that the further they went, the denser the magic became, urging Raul to be cautious. Raul thought to himself that the magic concentration was so high that the cave might be one of the highest level dungeon ruins. He wondered how he had missed it when he was Crash and questioned whether the scenario had changed due to his presence. Despite his thoughts, he acknowledged that such a place shouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, Ravel spotted something ahead and shouted to Raul, directing his attention to a bright light shining at the far end of the tunnel. Raul, confused, tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Raul and Ravel reached the end of the tunnel and entered a vast room where a large black gate stood in the center. As they approached, Ravel noticed the black miasma surrounding the gate and questioned its origin, remarking that no fairy would release such magic. Raul, deep in thought, wondered if the gate was the legendary Dark Gate, a portal to the demon realm, also known as the Gate of All Disasters. Despite his past challenges as Crash, he had never encountered such a hidden space. He speculated that if the gate had remained hidden, demons could have flooded the upper world. He questioned why the gate was here. While Raul was lost in thought, Ravel alerted him to a presence behind them. Raul turned to see a figure with blue eyes and long silver hair, surrounded by a powerful magical aura. The man gazed at Raul intently. Raul, sensing an unfamiliar threat, dropped into a fighting stance, puzzled by his inability to detect the man's aura earlier, despite the powerful magic surrounding him. He wondered who the figure was. The man spoke, addressing Raul. "Sheath his sword, stranger wearing the face of Ashton. That blade will not touch him, and neither will his blade touch him." After hearing the man's words, Raul sheathed his sword, initially intending to ask about the sealing magic, but instead asking, "Are you the owner of this dungeon?" The figure, identifying himself as Cardenas, responded that the title of owner didn't fit him. He described himself as a lingering vestige, a ghost from the past, and explained that he was the guardian of the Dark Gate, the bridge connecting the demon realm to the human world. Raul and Ravel both considered the gravity of Cardenas' title, Guardian of the Dark Gate. Noticing Ravel, Cardenas asked if she was a fairy, as it had been a long time since he had seen one. Surprised, Ravel asked, "You can see me?" Cardenas confirmed that he had learned many spells from the blue-haired fairies of Lake Velardia, adding that it had been 1,000 years since then. Ravel was astonished and recalled the legends of fairies from Velardia, exclaiming, "Wait, really? Did you say 1,000 years ago?" Cardenas reaffirmed that he was merely a specter bound to protect the gate, But he then turned the conversation to Raul, asking, "Stranger wearing the face of an Ashton, who exactly are you?" Raul, feeling nervous, became the focus of Ravel's questioning gaze. Raul, after a deep sigh, placed his sword into his inventory and admitted that there was nothing left to hide, as he had already confided in Ravel. He explained that his real name was not Raul Ashton, but Bae DoHyun, also known as Crash. He revealed that he was originally from Earth, not from this world or the demon realm. Raul had been murdered by his enemies, but mysteriously woke up in Raul Ashton's body. Although he didn't fully understand the reasons, he viewed this as a second chance at life and had chosen to live on as Raul Ashton. Cardenas then inquired if Raul's motivation was driven by revenge. Raul acknowledging his bitterness, but explaining that revenge was not as simple as it seemed. He clenched his fists and stated that, with this second chance, he had learned from his past mistakes and was determined to achieve what he couldn't before and rise to the top. He chose to live his life as Raul Ashton. Cardenas fell silent, deep in thought, before commenting that Raul's story was interesting. However, he decided to halt the conversation, telling them to stop for now. Both Raul and Ravel were left confused by this abrupt change. Cardenas then drew his sword, his expression turning serious as he warned, "We have an uninvited guest." At that moment, the dark gate behind them started emitting even more black miasma. Raul and Ravel quickly turned to face it. A demon emerged from the gate, greeting Cardenas. "It's been a long time." The demon taunting Cardenas for his apparent decline in strength and failure to surpass his mortal roots. Fumus, ranked 98th among the demons of the demon realm, maintained his haughty demeanor, reveling in the perceived upper hand. However, Cardenas, unfazed by the insult, stood his ground, pointing out Fumus's enduring foolishness, which had persisted across centuries. His firm declaration underscored his resolve to confront and stop the demon. Fumus, unfaltering, responded with a sinister smile. He remarked on Cardenas's unchanged personality and dismissed any notion of civility, channeling dark energy to forge his weapon. The air grew thick with tension as he declared the start of their battle. Meanwhile, Cardenas firmly instructed Raul, an onlooker, to stay out of the fight, asserting that this was his battle alone and warning the mortal to keep his distance. With a grim determination, Cardenas vowed to banish Fumus from this world once and for all. Fumus, still confident, remarked that he had a debt to settle and readied himself for the clash. The two adversaries charged at each other, their weapons brimming with energy. Fumus's blade wrapped in a foreboding dark aura and Cardenas's sword glowing with a vibrant greenish-white light. Their strikes collided with intense force, creating a dazzling display of sparks and shockwaves. Outside the sealed door in the underground passage of the Plank Mansion, Nakia, Philip, and Pierce anxiously awaited Raul's return. Pierce expressed his growing concern over Raul's delay, wondering if something had gone wrong. Philip, ever the voice of reason, speculated that Raul might be struggling with the complexities of the seal or searching for a solution to break it. He urged the group to trust Raul's abilities and remain patient. Nakia, however, appeared visibly uneasy, her discomfort betraying a deeper concern. Pierce noticed her distress and questioned her about it. Though she initially brushed it off with a nervous chuckle, Philip pressed further, asking if her worries stemmed from the magic circle they had encountered. Nakia admitted that the unfamiliar nature of the spell unnerved her. She revealed that since their arrival at the mansion, she had sensed an otherworldly energy, a faint but unmistakable presence that felt foreign and overwhelmingly ominous, as if it did not belong in their world. Inside the sealed gate, the intense battle between Fumus and Cardenas reached a fever pitch. Their swords clashed with incredible force, releasing shockwaves that reverberated throughout the chamber. Raul, observing from a distance, was forced to step back as the sheer power of their blows disrupted the air around him. As he steadied himself, Raul couldn't help but marvel at the scale of the fight. He thought, even without a mana blade, this demon, Viscount Fumus, wields power beyond anything I could handle. And yet, this so-called Guardian Cardenas is able to stand toe-to-toe with him. Just who or what is this man? The duel raged on with neither combatant managing to secure a decisive advantage. Cardenas's unyielding resolve clashed with Fumus's calculated ferocity, their strikes lighting up the dim chamber with bursts of energy. But the stalemate broke when Fumus, with a mocking sneer, abruptly retreated toward the altar housing the dark gate. With a sinister grin, he drove his sword into the altar, shattering it in a single decisive act. The consequences were immediate and catastrophic for Cardenas. His once brilliant aura dimmed and flickered, and his very existence began to distort like a fragile projection on the verge of collapsing. Raul and Revel froze in shock, their disbelief written across their faces as they watched Cardenas stagger, his strength draining rapidly. Fumus, relishing his apparent victory, erupted into triumphant laughter. "As I suspected," he gloated. "This altar was the source of your immortality and power. Its long abandonment has already weakened you over time, but now, with it destroyed, you've lost everything. I should thank those pathetic humans who let this place fall into ruin. They've unwittingly paved the way for me to finally settle my debt." Wrenching his sword free from the broken altar, Fumus stepped forward. Cardenas collapsed to the ground, his flickering form barely holding together. Fumus approached with an air of satisfaction, looking down on his fallen foe. "Most demons," he mused, "are little more than mindless beasts driven by bloodlust and stupidity. They'd have charged in recklessly, trying to overwhelm you with brute force. But I'm no mere beast. I'm an executive of the demon realm. I use my intellect. Ever since our last encounter, I suspected this altar held the key to your strength. It's almost disappointing how quickly this battle ended after centuries of waiting. But no matter. I'll savor the moment you disappear." With cold finality, Fumus raised his sword high, ready to deliver the finishing blow to Cardenas. But just as the blade began its descent, Raul intervened. His figure, bathed in a radiant golden aura, appeared between the two combatants, blocking Fumus's strike. Both Fumus and Cardenas stared in astonishment, their shock mirrored in their wide eyes. Fumus snarled, his frustration boiling over. "Who is this brat? How did he block my blade?" Raul said nothing in response. Instead, he launched a powerful punch that sent Fumus flying backward. The demon executive recovered quickly, regaining his balance, but his composure was shaken as he cursed Raul, his teeth gritted in rage. Smirking confidently, Raul finally broke his silence. "Seems like all that fighting against the Count Plank, who used demonic energy, wasn't for nothing. Turns out the aura of brilliance works wonders against demons too." He turned to Cardenas, who was still kneeling and struggling to maintain his form. "I'll join the fight, Mr. Cardenas. Let's finish this together." The demon Fumus, weakened but still dangerous, faces off against Raul, a human who seems unfazed by the demon's threat. After being wounded by an earlier attack, Fumus glares at Raul and mocks him, questioning how a mere mortal ended up in such a dangerous situation. Fumus insults Raul's chances, warning that he'll pay the price for meddling with the demon. Raul, unbothered by the taunts, mocks Fumus in return, suggesting the demon is more talkative than powerful. Cardenas tries to warn Raul to stay back, recognizing the demon's strength. Raul, however, responds nonchalantly, claiming that even with high synchronization, a measure of connection between a person and their abilities in Connect, there are still limits to one's strength. He brushes off Cardenas' concerns and insists on facing the demon himself. Cardenas, curious, asks about the synchronization rate, but Raul only offers a vague response, focusing instead on dealing with Fumus. Fumus, now enraged and empowered by his dark aura, activates his sword aura, increasing his threat level. He mocks Raul again, claiming that humans are mere playthings to demons, destined to be consumed by the demon realm once the seal is broken. Raul, unimpressed, sarcastically criticizes Fumus's lengthy monologue, questioning why all his enemies seem to drag out their speeches. His taunts only seem to fuel Fumus's rage further. As the battle intensifies, dark energy begins spilling from an ominous gate, signifying the growing power of the demon. Fumus charges at Raul, but Cardenas intervenes, blocking the attack with his sword and signaling Raul to take advantage of the opening. Raul strikes back, landing a blow that causes the demon to bleed. Fumus retaliates viciously, pushing Cardenas back and launching a counterattack on Raul. Raul, momentarily caught off guard by Fumus's swift response, braces for impact, but before the demon's claws can land, Revel, a forest fairy, intervenes by casting a shimmering shield that deflects the attack. Fumus is momentarily stunned, giving Raul a brief respite. Revel checks on Raul's well-being, and he reassures her with a smile. The scene escalates as Fumus, the demon, reacts with disdain toward the alliance of Raul, Revel, and Cardenas. He mocks Ravel's presence, calling her a lackey to a human, and questioning how the fairies, once powerful adversaries to demons, have fallen so low. Revel, standing firm in the face of his insults, defiantly counters, stating that fairies like her are not subservient, but rather friends, a concept that a demon like Fumus would never understand. Raul, grateful for her support, asks if she can fight alongside them, to which Revel responds with unwavering determination, saying she won't sit idly by when fighting a demon. Fumus sneers at the unlikeliness of their alliance, human, fairy, and wraith, and declares that because of their involvement, he will no longer hold back. His aura intensifies, and his scales harden as he promises to show them the breaking of the gate's seal before killing them. The demon's transformation marks a significant increase in his power, and he warns them that demons will flood their world once the seal is broken. As Fumus prepares for the final blow, Cardenas, ever the tactician, attempts a sneak attack from behind. However, Fumus easily blocks the attack, mocking Cardenas' efforts and suggesting that his weakened state, as a wraith without his powers, makes him incapable of stopping the seal from breaking. Cardenas responds cryptically, indicating that the key to protecting the seal doesn't lie with him, but with Raul. Fumus, skeptical, turns toward Raul, who uses his psychokinesis to hurl several rocks at the demon. Fumus dismisses the attack, breaking the rocks with ease, thinking it to be an insignificant distraction. But as Fumus focuses on the rocks, Raul closes in, using the moment to attempt a sneak attack of his own. Fumus, realizing too late, prepares to strike Raul, but Revel intervenes, casting a restriction spell that immobilizes the demon. With Fumus momentarily incapacitated, Revel shouts for Raul and Cardenas to act, and the two warriors charge forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with their mana blades. They overwhelm Fumus in a series of swift blows, causing the demon to fall, heavily wounded. His body lies still, seemingly defeated. Raul, breathing heavily and sheathing his sword, thanks Revel for saving him, acknowledging that without her intervention, he would have perished. Revel, ever modest, downplays her role but adds a crucial point. Being a fairy, she is inherently a demon's natural enemy. Despite their apparent victory, Cardenas remains uneasy, warning that the battle is not over. The trio turns their attention to Fumus's fallen body, which begins to emit a dark, ominous aura. Cardenas explains that the altar, which was holding the demon's power in check, is weakening. If it collapses completely, Fumus's strength will be restored, and the situation will spiral out of control. They need something powerful to replace the altar and maintain the seal, something with immense suppressive force. Raul, considering the situation, realizes that there might be a solution. He recalls the Regnator, a force capable of suppressing magic, and concludes that it might be the key to stabilizing the seal and preventing disaster. Cardenas, a guardian bound to the palace for centuries, asked Raul about the artifact in his possession. Raul, recognizing the artifact as Regnator, an ego, item meant to contain a soul, explained that while the armor currently lacked a soul, it had the ability to replace the broken seal. Internally, Raul understood the implications. Transferring the seal would involve moving its power into Regnator, effectively binding Cardenas to it once more. This decision would bring Cardenas' 1,000-year-long guardianship to an end and force him to decide whether to continue his duty or choose a different path. Cardenas reflected on his long, grueling role as the protector of the seal. For a millennium, he had been tethered to the palace, training nobles and knights and defending the kingdom against invaders and traitors alike. Though the years had been fraught with challenges, he had remained steadfast in protecting the seal, fulfilling his purpose despite betrayal and hardship. Before Cardenas could voice his decision, disaster struck. The roof of the chamber collapsed, sending debris and sand cascading down upon them. Raul and Revel reacted quickly, retreating to safety. From their position, they surveyed the now-buried chamber, relieved to have escaped unharmed. Raul sighed deeply, grateful for their fortune. In the midst of the chaos, a system window materialized before Raul, capturing his attention. The announcement outlined significant changes to the world of Connect. Mana density had increased, enhancing people's mana compatibility and proficiency. Plant and animal growth had accelerated, leading to a higher chance of mutation. Dark forces were beginning to stir, raising the risk of hidden seals being exposed. Some non-player characters, NPCs, had transitioned into scenario NPCs, gaining heightened relevance in unfolding events. Raul understood the gravity of the update. The changes heralded the arrival of stronger and more dangerous enemies. However, there was a silver lining. While NPC growth would remain slower than that of players, the accelerated rate offered hope that NPCs could eventually narrow the gap in strength. Cardina's voice interrupted Raul's thoughts. The Guardian questioned Raul's confidence in Regnator as a suitable replacement for the seal. Cardina's warned that he could potentially transform into a curse, urging Raul to consider his decision carefully. Undeterred, Raul reassured him, stating that even if it became a curse, he would use that power to grow stronger. Impressed by Raul's conviction, Cardenas finally relented. He nodded, signaling his acceptance of Raul's plan. "I trust your decision. I accept your offer, outsider," he said. Raul smiled and replied, "You can just call me Raul, Sir Cardenas." The Guardian responded with a rare gesture of camaraderie, offering his own name, "And you may call me Carl." Their bond newly forged, Raul began the intricate process of transferring the seal into Regnator. The day after the pivotal events with Regnator, Raul sat in his mansion, lost in thought. He reflected on the current state of Connect and anticipated the changes that would soon ripple through the world. It should be about time for it to appear in Connect, he mused, though his exact meaning remained unspoken. As he pondered, a system window appeared before him, detailing the results of a major update to the Connect system. Update completed. The Connect system's open beta has been successfully updated. Additional players will now enter Connect. 16 free cities have been designated as player protection zones. These areas will exempt players from revive penalties and prevent them from leaving during the protection period. New features like streaming, uploads, and an in-game browser have been added. A Connect-exclusive bank system, trade market, and auction house have been introduced. The initial main quest, the first gate outbreak, was completed with a low success rate, leading to adjusted difficulty. Gates will now transform into dungeons instead of causing chaotic outbreaks. A new scenario, Birth of Chaos, is set to begin alongside a player-exclusive main quest, Entrance of Savior, and an open event, Defeat the Instruct. Raul reviewed the changes with a mixture of detachment and understanding. "This isn't much different from my previous life," he thought, recalling the events he had lived through before. However, the next system update captured his attention. Scenario: Birth of Chaos. Gate outbreaks have engulfed Connect, and villages and territories are overrun by monsters. Humanity has lost significant portions of its domain. The 4 ancient seals that once restrained the dimensional gates have been weakened due to an unknown plot. The guardians who once protected each kingdom have all perished, leaving royal families vulnerable. The balance of power is shattered, and hidden factions have begun to rise, seizing opportunities in the chaos. The world is descending into a survivalist state where only the strong will thrive. Raul's thoughts grew increasingly grave as he considered the implications of the scenario. He reflected on recent events, noting how powerless baronies and civilians bore the brunt of destruction, while stronger noble families, safeguarded by their troops and knights, managed to minimize their losses. That's the issue, Raul realized. This chaos will be seen as an opportunity by powerful nobles, not just warrior families. Vulnerable lands will be targeted, claimed, and exploited without hesitation. He shifted his focus inward, contemplating his own situation. "I've gained 3 territories," he acknowledged. Normally, the royal family would mediate disputes between nobles, but they've suffered immensely from the loss of their guardian. That blow was critical. The other nobles don't know yet, but they'll find out soon. Without Cardenas, can the royal family hold their position? Raul knew he couldn't afford to remain passive. "If I can't stop this world from spiraling into chaos, I'll focus on protecting my people. I minimize civilian casualties and save knights who would have perished. But plots against Ashen County have been brewing for a long time. I need to be prepared." As Raul strategized, his attention shifted to Ravel, who stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the system updates. Her intense focus indicated she was processing the changes deeply. After a moment, she snapped out of her reverie and turned to Raul. "Are you okay? I called your name several times," Raul asked with concern. Ravel's excitement was palpable. "Raul, you must have known," she exclaimed. "Known what?" Raul asked curiously. "That this world and the other are connected. It's incredible. The internet, it's like an ocean linking the worlds." Raul nodded knowingly. "I couldn't explain it well before, but I'll try to make it clearer this time." With that, Raul activated the soul connection to Regnator. Golden light streamed from the artifact, gradually coalescing into the figure of Carl, now fully embodied in his new form. "I've been waiting, Raul," Carl said, his voice steady and resolute. We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.